Okay. I gotta really like because this style. I feel like the only thing that I'm getting wrong. I'm not getting wrong, but the thing I need to really focus on with this style is the fact that the shadows are really always really saturated, right? And the highlights or the rim light, quote unquote, they're really sharp. So I gotta um oh okay that's the what freaked me out. I gotta remember to focus on that. I must. She's looking pretty good from a distance. Also, if I look at it like this, yeah, I feel like I like the shapes and all. But let me see. And I'm playing around with the white interface. It's really clean. It just makes it feel like a different app. So I'm gonna be using it for now. We'll see how I feel. If we end up not liking it, I'll switch it back to the dark mode. All right, I'll switch it back to the dark mode depending on how I feel. Okay. So yeah, and I'm pretty sure she has. Wait, I have to check for the references of her. I'm pretty sure she has a couple more earrings. Actually, she might not. Wait, no, yeah, she has like a thing. She has a tag. She has like a tag. I think it's on the left ear. Her left, our right. No, I think it's there, but it's bigger. Yeah, yeah, she has a tag on her ear. But good. I'm really happy that they didn't put that stuff in here. If they did, I don't remember it. Her eyes are pretty fine. I might add a little bit more to it. Yeah, she has a tag on her left, on her right. I mean, yeah, her right, our left ear. And the other thing is like the line art in this style is very thin, right? It's like one line. It's just the backgrounds are heavily saturated and they look very simple, but they're really detailed. So I'm gonna really try to work on that as well. I love this style a lot. When it comes to coloring, that's my favorite coloring style. Like I knew it like back then, but then I think it could have just been because of the fact that able to um I wasn't able to really capture it, you know? But now I know what I'm doing a little bit more. I'm not saying I'm like the best, but I'm better than what I was, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. Anime. Yeah, okay. This right here. I'm gonna bring it. Oh! This one. Yeah, let me take this one first. I'm telling you, when I tell you the background is so cool. Like, the backgrounds are so amazing. Like, just look at this. Look at this. Watch. Just take a look. Take a look at, like, this background. You see how simple like it looks. It just looks like one solid thing right here with a highlight and with like a an outline on that highlight. I would call it like um what is it? The Terminator line? I guess we can still call it the Terminator on this. Okay. Um, I'm really going to try to perfect that style of coloring, but I have to have a better understanding of things, right? And it just makes it so like the characters stand off so well. But obviously now we're not working on backgrounds right now, so but I'm still thinking about it while I'm coloring. While I'm coloring things in, I'm still thinking about that. Like I have ooh, this right here also. Right here also is really nice. Like look at the background. Look at these trees. These are just triangles right here. Look at the like the city in the back. It's kind of like blurry, but like if you can still see, and the characters are obviously really clean. But it's like look at the Eiffel Tower and stuff. Just dots and squares. Really nice, really nice. We're going to do something with this. This one as well, so nice, so nice. We love the colors. So I'm trying to kind of like go for it. Obviously, I'm not like going for the complete style because this is not the style that I'm really going for in my art. But the colors are amazing. Like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, very nice, very nice. But what I'm looking at here is those shadows are very I need to add a little bit more contrast to this piece that I have here. Obviously, that's like my first pass. Or what I can also do, because with this one, because the other the anime pictures are really thin with the style, right? You see how thin the line art is here? Like really thin. But if you go here to these pieces, you can start seeing the darker. Nope, what's going on? You can start seeing the darker lines right here and the line weights and everything, which is really cool. And I think that's what I'm going to be doing right now. I gotta work on the line weight for this drawing, and then we'll see what it ends up looking like at the end. I just did my first few streams on Twitch. Nice. That's dope. That's dope. Like first ever stream. Like what do you stream? Like what do you do? I'm assuming draw because we draw, but you might play games also. People game a lot over there. Let's do. Let's thick up these lines a bit. And these little areas, like right here. I got some thicker lines here. Over here, we can add a little bit more thickness. Right there as well. Let's fill that out. Over here, we can add some more thickness under here. I like the sharp shapes for those highlights as well. Tetris! Oh, snap, for real? Oh, wow. Are you like a master? Like I didn't even know Tetris was so big until I started seeing like people like speed running Tetris, kind of like speed running. Like they're just. I was like, oh. Because my aunt's favorite game when I was younger, I don't remember. I don't know if it still is. She probably still plays it, but was Tetris. Because we used to have at her house, she had a PlayStation. I mean, it was my uncle's, but I remember there was all the other games that we played, and then there was a game for Tetris, and I was like, what the heck is this doing here? And then he was like, oh, that's my mom's. My cousin said this, by the way. He said, oh, that's my mom's favorite game, and I was like, oh, for real? And she was like, yeah, and it's the only game that was there, and she was like, she was killing it. What's up, bro? How's it going, man? No, you're not that good. I mean, but listen, listen. If you stick to it, watch. You might be the greatest. Oh shoot, it's there's a storm coming. There's a storm coming. But you stick to it. Hey, you just might be. We're about to start seeing Nope everywhere. The greatest Tetris player. So if that's really what you want to do, stick to it, man. But how's it going, bro? How's life and stuff, man? Man, bro, I'm up there like you today, man. But Brian's about to peel off though in like a couple days. Yeah, let me try to get these darker little lines and stuff. Yeah, let me soft. I mean, I like the colors there. If I could turn from the way I was sitting while streaming, man, it'd be like that. Listen, if you can, try to invest in a standing desk. Changes the game. Like I don't like at times, when you're in the streams, you will start to hear like this noise. I'm gonna do it real quick. That noise right there, that's my desk. Like when it's rising, and just like when I'm like, yo, I gotta stand. I put it up. Oh yeah, your birthday. Oh, my birthday's right now, right? My birthday's right now. Exactly at this point in time. I mean, I don't know exactly like what time I was born, but today is that day, man. Let's do that. And she is barking, especially because it's storming outside right now. That can be a factor. Happy birthday. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. All right. Not bad. Not bad. Let's lower the opacity. But yeah, this is character right here, bro. She is one of. Okay, so in this point of the story, Kiro, my main character, he kind of low key liberates a country, right? And so after that, he ends up acquiring. Maybe we should call the stream birthday stream. You know what, bro? That is correct. Let me do it right now. I'll change the title. May appreciate it. Appreciate it. Uh, Now let me change it. There you go. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I forgot even to mention the stream. Hold on, I gotta post the link for the stream now in the Discord. How old are you? 45? Oh my gosh, 45. I ain't up there yet. I ain't up there yet. It is so hot right now. How's it going, Zero? Happy birthday, hold. Okay, but yeah, I'm working on this character. She is one of the characters that end up joining uh Keto on the journey. She's kind of like um she's kind of like a stowaway type stuff, you know. She kind of like stowaway on the ship. I mean, it's not a ship, but yeah, it's not a ship, but you know what I mean. I thought I heard some hail outside. I was about to say, "Oh my goodness, I didn't know it was that crazy." I got some quick anatomy work to do, and start a new whip. Yep, stick to it, man. The anatomy work, you know. Try to keep it pretty simple too in the face, but the body is pretty detailed. Um, I think we can go a little heavier on the liner as well. And what are you guys thinking about the light interface? You guys like it like this, or do you guys prefer the dark interface? Light interface, dark interface. What are you thinking? I feel like the light interface makes it look like a whole different app. You know. And by the way, what I'm talking about is like this. See, now it's dark. You know, feels like, you know, incognito. You know, but like right here, it's like, yo, pay attention. I feel like the bright one also, like, you know, is very eye catching. You like the dark interface more? Okay. I mean, it makes sense. Like we just like dark mode on everything. That makes sense. This is a shadow. It's really not bad. It's really not bad. The Lotus and Alex drawing, I'm gonna redo. Okay, okay. Let me lighten the background. I feel like the darker the background is, kind of. I don't know. Let's give her them. I mean, give her a darker like line art. Oh dang! All the stuff looked different too. Like the that threw me off. But she has a bigger tag on her ear. So listen, listen, listen. So, never mind, never mind. We don't gotta mention. We don't gotta mention nothing like date. Just know she is now on the journey, following the crew, Kiro and Taku. Yeah, like maybe like that, just to make it pop a little bit more. There's a couple other characters that I would like to draw also. Like I said, right now we're just working out with these things. We're just working out with them. But if there was anything you guys could do, you know, if you wanted to give me a gift, it's just subscribe if you're not already and like the stream. You know, I'll appreciate that. I'll take that. I feel like maybe if because I mean I really like the sharp. Phoenix was good. What's good, Phoenix? I really like the sharp highlights, but maybe if I were to soften them like this, because I softened this one up right here just to give it a little something. But I don't know because I do it with my shadows. If you look right here, like this, like soft transition, then that sharp shape down here, it just gives it. I feel like it just makes it feel realer to me. Yeah, I wanted to, cause we didn't finish it. That's why I wanted to finish it. That's why it's up right here. I want to finish the story. I know, it's kind of dark, especially his birthday stream, But like, I wanted to know how it ends. I really do. Oh, I forgot. Right here, cause this is like her elbow. I'm trying to add like a little, like triangular shape right here. Yeah, has a little something there. A je ne sais quoi. Right here also, I'm gonna soften it. Like when things are just too sharp, it kind of throws me off a bit. And that happened more recently. Like I'm starting to notice in other like drawings that people do, or like people who draw in a similar style, or paint in a similar style. I'm gonna say they tend to have like softer transitions in certain areas. Like when it comes to the clothes, they tend to keep it really sharp, right? But when it comes like to the skin, they definitely like to add like a bit of shadow there. And actually, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna erase back in right here, just so I can get some of that, like just to show a little change going. This hand, listen, listen, listen. It's not the greatest thing I've ever drawn, but I ain't mad at it. Especially in that angle. Really nice, really nice. Pray that the stream goes well with no like glitches and stuff. Alright, this shape right here looks nice. I mean, we could like because of what we saw in the style, we could do like a Terminator line. So I'll do another multiply layer. Oh, appreciate the donos, Zara. Man, appreciate it, my boy. Happy birthday, old head. Wait, let me move it. I don't know why the donations is hidden underneath there. Where's the donation at? And then let me see if I can. Wait, let's see if I can. Happy birthday, hood. Please, when you finish, when I finish the Lotus Whip, you will draw her oiled up. I'm not doing that, sir. I'm not drawing her oiled up. But I appreciate it, man. Oh, I know why I did that. It did that because I'm trying to, like, put it on top so you guys can see it. There it is. Let me make it bigger, too. But I'm not drawing nobody oiled up, bro. That will not happen. Yes, you will. Nah. But you know what? There was an artist. I can't remember who it was, but they drew like sweat a certain way, like when it came to light. And I feel like what they did was, they were in the light. Like, where's my light layer? Where's the light layer? Oh, they were in the light, and they kind of smudged it down a bit, sort of like this. They kind of did something like that, so it kind of looked more like sweat like. But what I could also do, thinking about it now, I could just sharpen, like I could just make like droopy like shapes, sort of like this, kind of like that. You know what I mean? In certain areas, we can do something like that. It will happen. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh wait. I remember what I was doing now. I was doing the Terminator. The Terminator. which is like where you go over your shadows with like a darker color like this. But when it comes down to the skin, tend to do like a darker reddish color because to show like the subsurface scattering. But this is kind of like the color scheme that I'm going for. It's like the color scheme that I'm going for when it comes down to this. I don't know if I want to do anything much with her hair. I could probably put a little bit of highlights in there, but maybe not too much. But yeah, let's let's continue with the story, okay? I just want to finish it, and then we can watch something else. I don't know if we'll do some true crimes today. I mean, depending on how you guys feel, I might let you guys decide what video we end up watching next. But let's see. I just want to finish this video. All right, I just want to finish. I really want to. Let's continue it.
A $50 million lawsuit, but yeah.
That's crazy, Dad.
Yeah. I mean, just the line of questioning that they have with Gabby. They're asking her things like, but you tend to have a lot of anxiety and stress. And she's like, a lot of anxiety. And he's usually pretty patient with you? Yeah, but I know that he definitely gets frustrated with me a lot. And she's just trying to explain, it was just a silly argument. We were just going to go get water. And the officer's like, a silly argument where it came to putting hands on each other and he's got marks? Silly arguments don't involve hurting each other. I know you didn't, that wasn't the intention, but silly arguments shouldn't go that far. Meanwhile, they apologize to Brian. And they tell him,
I'm not going to try to sit here and give you life advice. You've been on this for almost as long as what I have. There's nothing I can tell you that's going to really make a difference. But at the end of the day, I'm sorry that all this has happened. I'm sorry that it went to this extent.
Oh my gosh, that is wild.
and Brian tries to
In
reassure
hindsight.
the officers. She was, I don't even want to say. I mean, she was already swinging on me. Multiple hands swinging, lots of hands, lots of nails, lots of rings. She has a lot of nails on her rings. And then he says, I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. They're like, you got 3 scratches on your neck. You got 1 on the left side of your face. And again, I am not trying to demean any physical marks on a man just because I think
Jace,
DV only goes
it's
from
been a minute. Or evening or afternoon, everybody. How's it going, Jace?
one way to the other. But it's just very interesting that that type of energy is not carried out with Gabby Petito.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's fine if they were that serious about every injury and mark for both parties,
Yeah.
but it's the fact that they're not. And they keep asking, like, is it bruised or tender or anything like that? No, I'm fine. I love Gabby. I hope she doesn't have too many complaints about me. I'm just, I feel bad for acting out in public. I was just trying to be loud, trying to make her calm down and be like, look, everybody's watching, just back up, get away, just give me some space. Nevertheless, they take Brian to the DV hotel for survivors that it costs the nonprofit at least $150 for the night, telling him, just have a meal by yourself, take a breath.
You're going to be in a hotel room watching TV. It's probably been a few months since you actually got to sit down and relax. Yeah, take a shower. Make sure you need to change clothes. All right,
This is wild.
because they're going to have everything.
In hindsight, of course.
All that good stuff. All right.
Even in the car, Brian is asking the cop, do you listen to Rob Zombie? Like, do you get to play your own music in here? Heck yeah, dude. I got my own phone hooked up to this thing. Oh, so you're just jamming all day. Yeah, man, it's not too hard. You get a few hours without having anything interesting happen or anything to get the old blood pumping real good, you know what I mean? Unprompted, Brian just says, I stuck my hands up because I didn't want to scare you when you guys pulled us over. Oh, no. That wasn't even like a traditional stop, to say the least, so don't feel bad. The officer says, like I said, she seems a lot like my wife. My wife has really, really bad anxiety, and she takes medications for it daily.
What's with the video, if you don't mind me asking? Well, one day, one of you guys recommended me to react to something, so then I ended up watching it, and then it trickled down to Morgan, who's an artist who is on here sometimes. She's not here right now, but she mentioned you should react to her, which is Rotten Mango, and then we ended up watching a video, and then now we be watching her videos while we draw. It adds a little something to the streams while we draw. It has nothing to do with the art, but interesting stories nonetheless. We're listening to a story about this girl, and it's a whole bunch of true crime stuff, by the way. So this YouTuber, she's starting a YouTube channel. Sadly, she is not with us. because of some decisions that were made. And now I wanted to know like how everything unfolded, you know? And that's what we're watching right now. This color is like wrong. Something's wrong. Oh, there it is. That is not supposed to be there. Erase. Okay.
Sometimes it's just not enough. Sometimes it just builds and it happens. Then he says something that, even if this is true, just like as a wife with anxiety, I would feel really gross if my husband ever talked to someone like this about me, even if the intention is helpful.
Well, I will say this. When my wife got put on the medication, within a week, I saw a complete turnaround in her attitude, her demeanor. I mean, she wasn't nearly as aggressive or angry or anything like that. It was a considerable difference in her day-to-day life. It made her quality of life better even.
Oh, never. I am never going to let that happen, bro. Like, she has to be medicated to... Nah, bro. Nah. I don't even like medicine like that, to be real with you. So, nah, that ain't gonna fly with me.
And it's made my quality of life a lot better, too, because I don't have her being as stressed. I know that
Rose, Gabby's friend, who later sees the body cam footage, says, it takes a lot for her to get that hysterical. So when I saw that body cam footage, I knew it was more than just a little argument. She's not going to slap him for no reason. Side note, another thing is strangulation, which him grabbing her face is pretty much strangulation. I'm not saying that
I might change the
she
color
was
of the shirt and the pants.
deprived of airflow,
Maybe a little
but
lighter.
it's like the first step to strangulation. Any hands around the face, grabbing of the face and the neck are some of the biggest indicators of domestic violence. Tara says if a man ever puts their hands, Tara is Gabby's stepmom. If a man ever puts their hands around your neck, the chances of them killing you increases by 750%. And a lot of the times with cases of strangulation, the defensive wounds are on the perpetrator. There's more markings on the perpetrator, not the victim, because the victim's trying to claw their way out. But the officers, they seem to have a natural inclination to believe that women are hysterical. So they side with Brian, and the same day of the Moab incident, that same day, wearing the exact same outfit, Gabby takes a picture of her face on her phone, and there is blood smeared on her eye. This picture is taken before the Moab police stop.
Dang.
So in the body cam footage, it is difficult to see everybody's exact injuries because it's grainy footage. But the fact that she has a picture like that is taken the same day, it's very hard to believe that the police didn't look at her injuries and go, wait, this seems a little bit serious. That takes place on August 12th. August 27th, I mean, there's obviously things that happen between. She's posting on Instagram, she posts on YouTube. But August 27th.
Have you heard of PewDiePie? Of course. I've never really watched him, but I know who he is. Especially more recently when he was doing his art challenge thing. I was like, oh snap, this is really cool, you know? Really, really cool. That he started to dabble into some art. We love to see it. And then it got more people wanting to try. So it was really cool, you know? I love when more people start to... Dang, how hard is it raining? Dang, it just started like pouring. But especially when we get more people interested in art. It's awesome, very awesome.
7th is the important day. Brian and Gabby decide that they're going to eat lunch at this Tex-Mex restaurant called Mary Piglet's. And Rose was actually going to be flying out to meet with Gabby soon. So this is supposed to be like a very upbeat time. But inside this little restaurant, there are other influencers. There's a girl named Nina and Matt. They're eating and they see this couple and Nina says,
I went to the bathroom, I came back and they were like abruptly leaving, like something happened. At first, my first like thought was like they were displeased with the service and they were walking out or they were trying to get out of paying their bill, but it was kind of like a scene. I was like zoned in for some reason and Matt was like on his phone and I was like, babe, like put your phone down, like something is like going on. You guys, it was like a fucking scene. Like something that doesn't happen every day at a restaurant. The way he was acting, she was crying, she was upset.
The restaurant staff were also getting involved. Nina says, I
Believe it or
just
not,
remember she was
started-
crying and was talking with the
Believe
host.
it or not, I started to make online. Profile picture is one of them. Thank you. This is cool. Hold up, let me see if I can, like see it bigger. Cause it's kinda hard to see. Do I have a crush? You have a crush on who, Zara? What's going on, man? Who is this person? Did you do a background check, man? Because we don't want nothing crazy to happen again. We don't want no more crazy stuff to happen. Yo, why is... Oh, I know why. There you go. Oh, this thing is like not working for me. Oh, I know how I can do it.
This and appeared she was apologizing for his behavior, his demeanor. He was angry and seemed extremely emotionally overwhelmed. She seemed like she was at her breaking point. At one point, Brian storms out of the restaurant
Dang,
and Gabby
Grace.
tries running after him, crying.
Okay, see.
When she's standing on the sidewalk crying, and he walks out with her, but then like right away turns around, walks right back in, and he's, you know, kind of like.
Moment we thought that he had walked out for good and he actually like left for 10 minutes and then he came back just to start fighting all over again. It was like a dog with a bone and he was just very visibly angry. He was pissed off and he would not let it go. Whatever it was, he just kept getting angrier. And I just remember telling my boyfriend at the time, this guy's freaking me out. Just how persistent he is, the way he's acting, his demeanor, he's freaking me out.
When you say influencer, like, are they also like YouTubers or?
I think they're predominantly on Instagram.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, the odds of that are interesting.
Yeah.
Now, Gabby does follow Brian back into the restaurant at one point, and it appears that Brian is demanding a refund. When the manager refuses, she apologizes on his behalf and begs him, please, let's just go. That same day, the two of them are also spotted on Whole Foods security footage walking in and shopping for about 15 minutes. That is the last seen footage of Gabby in
gosh.
Jackson, Wyoming. If people can't ask Brian what happened, they're just going to start digging into his journals. They're just going to try to dig into his Pinterest accounts, everything. Now, these journal entries were released later by the FBI, but one journal entry, which appears, some of these are even before Gabby and Brian started dating, I think a lot of people just want to know why. They just want to know, like, what led to this? What happened? Why? What are your thoughts? One journal entry, it's possible that Gabby has never even seen or heard this side of him, but Brian writes, from a young age, children are programmed. TV shows make them one thing for a period of time.
True.
Adults who are tortured by the passage of time.
True.
TV creates godless children who don't
True.
feel the passage of time.
True.
They're empty shells, just standing compost. You can't learn. No matter what you see or read, your brain will interpret what it wants, see what it wants to see. In one, he writes, crying, I don't have emotions. I'm
Okay, that's
deprogrammed.
that's kind of.
Under that, he writes, cheer up, buddy. I want a beer. Also, in another seemingly
talking to
fruitless
himself.
attempt
Okay,
at
this
being
is-
philosophical, he
This
writes,
is something else.
every generation was filled with underdogs and heroes. Immigrants in the 40s were so brave. Underdogs were being oppressed. Indigenous underdogs being oppressed. By underdogs, I don't mean some sports movie for mouth breathers. I mean
I'll
they
tell
were
you in
the
a few.
minority.
Okay.
But when does the minority become evil? When does it become wrong? Is it a moral compass or merely just numbers? He goes on to argue that because Hitler was one of the minority at the time,
Never mind.
he writes, the ultimate underdog story. Not me justifying anything, just interesting how the world interprets things, because people are mathematic machines without programming. In another, he just has drawings of skulls with the word kill, kill, kill written all over
Oh,
it,
this man
along with
this
the
man
words trust no one.
Has some of that
In
MH.
one piece of art that he created from stamps, he has Grim Reapers on the sides
MHP,
of the page,
I
and in the
think.
center he has 7
We
sheep.
should say.
The caption reads, Grim Reaper leading sheep to the slaughter in a mousetrap. He has another drawing that shows 2 people wrestling, fighting with weapons, and the caption reads, how man treats one another. Now, I will say the art is on the darker end, but it's not particularly alarming. I know a lot of people try to make a big about a wound on her chest, which just has a lot of netizens speculating. In another journal entry, this is before he even starts dating Gabby, he writes, about a year ago, I went into a type of mania where I was smashing holes in the walls with my head, kicking through paintings, tearing whatever I was working on, pouring gasoline on myself to burn alive, but getting the lighter wet. Parking out in Murderland and listening to music with a gun to my head, wrestling alligators. I wanted to die, and the weird thing is, nothing has changed.
Yeah.
But the timer's running out. Under the mattress is a loaded .357 Magnum revolver. Pull of the trigger, and all the problems would be over. But once he and Gabby start dating, it seems like his journal entries start devolving into all about her, about dreams that he has of her, where he writes, the ocean pours out of her blue eyes, and the fire is out. With one word, the pain is gone.
Yo, these are
Brian,
real people?
Oh, how sweet she is to say. We should get together, but you know when you walk out that door, she'll be gone forever again. You're back in the car, haunted by the eyes that you'll never look into again. The pain burns fresh because you know it's just tonight. You wake up and you're both free. Another one reads, you remember the darkness. You look up and you see a tree filled with stars. You look into those deep ocean eyes, the eyes you would never forget. The ghost in the blue dress smiling, all around night as dark as the depths of space. The dark you've lived in, your whole life surrounds you, but in your arms smiling, glowing with her golden hair, all you will ever need. There is one more alarming piece of artwork that shows a wolf wearing a jacket. The jacket has the letter B on it, so a lot of netizens are speculating it means B for Brian. And then the next shows, instead of B, it says sheep. It seems like a wolf in sheep's clothing. But also, is it Brian? Additionally, his Instagram is fascinating. He likes to write these very bizarre Instagram captions. Humans are primates. Great apes, in fact. But I don't know how great we are as a species. I think our culture, our society, has put itself above all living creatures, creating needs purely to support destructive economic practices. This tree doesn't require an Apple Watch. He posted a picture of a tree. Now, side note, Gabby wears an Apple Watch. This tree doesn't require an Apple Watch. It doesn't stream its favorite shows or have a microwave oven or pay health insurance or drink grande iced caramel macchiatos. It's just a tree. We all need to learn to live with less. He posts this on Instagram a day after the Moab incident. So some people think it's like a jab at Gabby. It just why would a tree drink a grande iced caramel macchiato? And
maybe blue. Blue makes sense.
I think it's a very
maybe
nuance
gold.
of some people were saying that when certain personalities make fun of usually a group of girls that like to drink grande iced caramel macchiatos.
Ooh.
It's just so filled with hate. It's just
Instead
a drink.
of this one?
Yeah.
It's not that serious. It's a beverage.
Maybe.
Of course, a tree is not going to drink that beverage. So some of the Instagram posts are getting analyzed in real time. I mean, some of the journal entries are released later by the FBI, but this Instagram, it's getting just everything on his Pinterest, everything is just getting studied. Meanwhile, people start coming out to talk about the couple. One former coworker of Brian comes out to state, and again, take this with a grain of salt, but he says, Brian was a big yoga nut. He was always telling me, I gotta worry about my zen. He was like, don't drink plastic water bottles and stuff.
True.
I don't know. I thought he was a weirdo.
Hey, listen, if you can. Is it like, hello? Is my mic like? Is my mic like bugging out? Okay. I don't understand. Like, is my mic like on right now? Hello. I'm trying to check this real fast. Oh, it's on. Okay. All right. That's weird. It's like not showing me anything. Oh, I'm tripping. I'm like really like dumb right now because I was like somewhere else. But okay. What was I saying? I don't know what I was saying.
like a volatile chameleon. That's the best way to describe him. He's the type to get pissed off pretty quickly. And he always had clean hands, despite the fact that we worked with plants and soil at a garden center.
But his feet are dirty.
Yeah. And he just gives, the way he describes it is like a sleazy car
Oh,
salesman.
I remember.
Is the...
Away from it all. I mean, everything. Even like things that like if you eat canned food, like there's plastic linings in there, which is like, so I'm eating from a can, but there's plastic inside. Yep. Your clothes, polyester, plastic. Listen, it's hard, but like, especially as a guy, because it's known that plastic lowers testosterone. And it's crazy. Truly crazy. So yeah. Just pay attention to all that. Or try.
feeling, which, but less sleazy, just more manipulative. He would say he knew how to talk to people. He knew how to make people like him. I mean, he knew how to make people happy, and he knew how to... I think the only reason that she settled for him was that he wanted to travel. Because a lot of their peers are in college at that stage. Now, another mutual friend commenting said, I just felt like their relationship was always unstable. 1 minute, they'd be like all over each other. The next minute, he'd be like, we're fighting. And then they always just had some drama. There was always something below the surface that things were not 100% wonderful. And it's always the toxic jealousy. If Gabby was talking to anybody that is a male, Brian would walk up, walk over, very obviously drape his arm around her and pull her in for a kiss, like mid-conversation. That just makes everybody feel awkward except for Brian.
I truly hate when people do that.
And pull her in for...
You know what I mean? Because I understand, like, in those moments when you're around, like, when people are obviously trying to hit on you. I understand that. That's a nice, calm way of being like, yo, chill out, you know? But, like, I obviously know who you are. I know that you're dating her, right? I'm just talking to her about whatever I'm talking to her about, and you gotta show your dominance. Come on, bro. Calm down. Calm down, man. Ain't even that serious, man. It ain't even that serious.
Kiss, like mid-conversation, that just makes everybody feel awkward except for Brian. That's how people describe it. It feels overly possessive. Like, we know what you're doing, and this is so bizarre. Because it's not even like this is very strange. It felt like Brian wanted everyone to know that Gabby is, quote, his. Now, for someone who is quite vocal online about all of his opinions about trees and Starbucks beverages and Apple Watches, suddenly he's saying nothing. He and his parents are radio silent about where Gabby is. Gabby's parents are still looking for her. They send a public letter to the Laundrie parents. We are writing this letter to ask you to help find our beautiful daughter. We understand that you are going through a difficult time, and your instinct is to protect your son, and that's strong. We ask that you put yourself in our shoes. We haven't been able to sleep or eat, and our lives are falling apart. We believe that you know the location of where Brian left Gabby. We beg you to tell us. As a parent, how could you let us go through this pain and not help us? Gabby lived with you for over a year. She was going to be your daughter-in-law. How can you keep her location hidden? Please, if you or your family have any decency left, please tell us where Gabby is located. Tell us if we're even looking in the right place. All we want is Gabby to come home. Please help us make that happen. And all Brian's attorney is doing.
Yo, I saw this video. It's a recent video. And it's crazy. It's sad. But it's like, yo, alright, so this lady, right? She is engaged to be married, right? And then she decides to cheat on her significant other with this random guy, right? But this random guy is a very emotional, drunken guy, right? This man decided to pick a fight with somebody and pulled out the blicky, right? So he had it in his hand, and then somebody else had it in his hand, had his in his hand. The other guy shot 8 bullets, and one of them hit Two of them actually hit the girl, right? And I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh my goodness. And obviously you might be like, oh well, she no. I'm not gonna say nobody deserves nothing because nobody really deserves to die. But oh my goodness, it's wild. This girl was about to be married and decided, let me go out with I don't know his name. Let's call him. I was gonna say Jerome, but it was a white guy, so I mean I guess it could be a white Jerome, but no, we're not gonna call him Jerome. We're gonna call him Terry. All right, Terry. And then this happened. Very sad, very sad. And now I'm just imagining like her parents. Ryan, yeah, let's call him Ryan. Yeah, Ryan. And then I'm just imagining her parents, right? Her parents just sitting at home. Her mom probably just getting ready, getting the thing situated because, her daughter's getting married, right? And then she hears this news that her daughter is now gone. And not only that, but she was with some other guy who wasn't her husband or her fiance. And that's why what happened. It's so crazy, man. Because I don't understand how people can make decisions and not think about their family in entirety, Like, how can you not think about your entire family when you make decisions? Like, they just say, oh, I'm going to do this, and it doesn't really matter because at least I'm getting paid for it, or at least I'm happy. I'm like, what do you mean at least you're happy? And this is why a lot of these people who do the KYSing, right? It's like they're doing that like selfishly. They're literally thinking, you know what? Like, my life is the only thing that matters. Like, I'm the only one who cares about it in a sense. I'm just like, yo. That's not how it works. There's other, maybe purple? I don't know. I like the blue. I'm sorry, I know. I just saw the color and I was like, maybe blue. Blue looking kind of nice. But yeah, and she just made that decision that ruined her life, and now her mom, her dad, they're just probably sitting there just like, that's the worst feeling, obviously, losing a kid, don't know how it feels, and I pray I'll never am in that situation. But it's truly insane to think about it. Wow.
Is releasing statements like this. In my experience, intimate partners are often the first person law enforcement focuses their attention on in cases like this, and the warning that any statement made will be used against you is true, regardless of whether my client had anything to do with Miss Petito's disappearance. As such, on the advice of counsel, Mr. Laundrie is not speaking on the matter. Rose, Gabby's friend, said, the first word that popped into my brain was coward, to be honest with you. You're supposed to love her. You're supposed to marry her. Where is she? Gabby's dad says, I'm a dad. I make my kids stand up for their decisions. If they make a mistake, I'll help you. I'll walk you through that path, but you're going to own up to your mistake. That's what a parent does, not what the Laundries are doing. The FBI initially releases to the public that sometime during the 21st and the 24th, Gabby and Brian were at Grand Teton National Park. If anybody has seen anything, please come forward. Now, there are a few people who have been in the area, like Jen and Kyle Bethune. They're also YouTubers. They're huge van life YouTubers. And the situation was...
Why do people keep doing this?
They were pretty impacted by the situation. I think it's probably closer to
Is it
home.
better in black?
They're in the same areas. They're living a similar lifestyle.
It might be better in black, to be honest with you, but this is why we kept it.
Goes missing. They're also a van life YouTuber. I think it was just something that was consuming a lot of their thought and minds at the time, and everybody in their friend groups were talking about Gabby's disappearance, but the dates just weren't adding up. They were not in Grand Teton on the 27th, so there's no way that Jen and Kyle would have seen anything. Also, this is around the time of Jen's son's birthday. He would have turned 17, but he passed away in a car accident when he was 7.
Oh
So
my.
this is all around kind of like a bit of a difficult time. And suddenly she gets a text message on the day of her son's birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Red White Bethune, that's her YouTube channel. Check any footage you have, the timeline has changed.
Who's texting?
Friends. They're like, you gotta check your footage. The authorities release, actually, Gabby and Brian were likely in Spread Creek August 27th or the 28th.
Instead of 20.
1st to the 24th, which are the exact days that Jen was there. 27th and 28th. Jen says, all the color and blood and life drained from my body. I was like, I have that. I have footage. Red, White, and Bethune, they're searching for the footage, okay? There's this one night that they keep thinking about it, and they were like, no, we're crazy because the timelines weren't matching up. They saw this white van parked. It was a Ford, and they remember seeing it parked because it had Florida license plates. Jen and Kyle are from Florida. So they're like, oh my God, Floridians all the way in Wyoming. And like when you go to these campgrounds, it's all about making friends. Like that's what the van life is about. Half of it is making friends with strangers.
Oh,
so
no.
they're like, we should talk to them. But nobody was in the van, so they just drove past it. That's what they remember. But then the timeline, because the FBI was like 21st to the 24th, they're like, I mean, there's got to be lots of vans from Florida. But now the timeline has changed to the exact days that they're there. So they start scrolling through all their footage. And the fact that they have this is crazy. So they have this dual GoPro setup. One GoPro is facing outside their car as they're driving. So you almost see like you're the driver of the car. One is facing inside. So if one of them is driving and vlogging, you're going to get dual POV. Like that's the road that we're on. And here's my face. And sometimes they just leave it on for B-roll, or sometimes they just forget to turn it off. So they start scrolling through all the footage, and on their left, they spot the white van. And this does help
Oh my
the
God.
FBI narrow down the search area to a much more isolated
Yo, this is
location.
crazy how things just end
much
up
more
happening
accurate
like
location.
that, right? This man was out there. He was like, "Yo, I'm free," and they were like, "Oh, for real? You think you free? Guess what? Somebody's driving by, and look at that. Look at that. Oh, that's crazy."
What's going on there?
It is believed that by the time that they are driving past the van, Gabby is already deceased, and she was probably already placed in her final resting place. So they were able to use this footage, find the exact campsite, and then narrow down the search area. And with that, they have horseback teams. They have lots of search and rescue out there. They have teams on foot. One park ranger that was out there that day looking for Gabby, he says, all of a sudden, because they took this tip, all of a sudden, one of the team members saw what they believed was the body of an individual. She was laying on her side. She was wrapped up in a sweater. It was Gabby.
Oh my.
She was laying in a fetal position, wrapped up in a sweater. It was one of her favorite sweaters. Her hiking boots were laid next to her. There was evidence that someone tried to start a fire nearby, but there were no fire-starting materials. The whole thing
Oh, so
looked
she was by
weird,
herself?
staged almost, as if someone thought park rangers would believe maybe she got lost and tried to start a fire,
Oh
but
my
died from the
gosh.
elements.
That's crazy.
Near her body is
He
a
thought about
revolver
that?
speed loader with ammunition and 2 arrows,
Arrows.
which they find similar weapons in Brian's home, family home, and van later. The cause of death for Gabby is manual strangulation as well as blunt force trauma. Gabby's stepdad Jim was in Wyoming, so the whole family, they were trying to be very strategic about how to find Gabby. So Jim was in Wyoming. I believe Nicole was in, her mom was in New York. I think her dad
Blue,
was in
what's going
Florida.
on?
Like they're just trying.
Just want to say happy birthday to you. And I hope you enjoy your day. Thank you. Thank you. Have a blessed birthday. And thank you very much, Blue. And you as well. Have a blessed
all
weekend.
hands on the ground, like boots on the ground. Everyone's looking.
When was this now by this point? Like when? How
September.
long? How long has it been?
It's been like 2-3 weeks. Jim had to call his wife Nicole, Gabby's mother, and he had to call Joe, Gabby's father, and Gabby's stepmom, Tara. Jim says she was laying on the ground for weeks in the wild. I mean, he's not telling them this. Later in interviews, he says she was just left there like a piece of trash by someone who was supposed to love her. And I had to pick up that phone and compose myself. I had to call Nicole get Joe on the phone and Tara in a conference call and tell them from 2,000 miles away that our daughter was dead. It was the worst phone call I've ever made in my life.
Oh my goodness.
Joe Petito posts a picture of Gabby with the words, "She touched the world." Nicole says, "I watched those shows. I watched 60 Minutes and Dateline and 48 Hours, and I always found it interesting. It's always somebody else's family. You just never ever think it's going to be yours." Nicole and Gabby's stepdad say, "At that moment, all we could pray for was she found peace and she was looking at the mountains behind her, and maybe at that moment, she would just put herself in a better place. That's all we could hope for." Less than 24 hours after Gabby's autopsy is released, Christopher Laundrie, Brian's dad, is outside the family home mowing his lawn.
Oh my
There's
gosh.
protesters, news reporters outside. He's mowing his lawn.
Oh
I mean,
my
it's
gosh. Oh my gosh.
pretty clear Brian probably killed Gabby, but why are you mowing your lawn, and
This
why
man's like,
would
"Hey,
you kill her?"
I got things to
August
do.
22nd, 10 days after the Moab incident. So this is, we didn't really know this at the time 3 years ago when the case was unfolding. This was more so confirmed through the Netflix documentary. August 22nd, 10 days after the Moab incident. So this is 5 days prior to her estimated date. Gabby sends a text message. "Hi, I'm sure I'm the last person on the planet you want to hear from. I would really love to talk to you. I'm only alone until tomorrow." She sends it to a guy named Jackson. This is her ex-boyfriend. So
What?
Jackson calls her and he says, "Gabby was most certainly my first love, but just the time that we were together, it just wasn't right for the two of us. We dated for a year before she dated Brian. And when I noticed through social media that they were dating, you know, they were a little bit of ways into their trip. It was definitely a very eye-opening experience for me because that was something that we spoke about wanting to do together. Buying a van and traveling the country. Seeing her being all happy and smiley and laughing on videos and stuff like that, I definitely was like, dang, that was supposed to be us. But I was still super happy for her because I knew that's what she wanted." On August 22nd, I got a text from Gabby. My mind started racing. I was like, "Hey, I'd love to be able to talk to you. It's been a while. It'd be nice to catch up." And I called her. A lot of what we talked about was just catching up, how life was going for her, for me. It was real late in the evening whenever we got to the end of the phone call. I just got the vibe that she may have still needed somebody to talk to after we hung up. So I was like, "Hey, if you need to talk again, let me know." I was like, "I'm okay with that." And during this time is when she was like, kind of hinted at the fact that she had gotten in a bit of an argument. She was like, "I have a plan. I think I'm going to leave him. I'm going to do it. I have to figure out when to do it." And that's when I was like, "What are you talking about? What do you mean you have a plan?" From the sound of her voice and the way she was saying it, it was like she wasn't sure of what he would do or what he could do. I think she was wanting to get away, but she just didn't know how to do it. The fact that she reached out to me kind of told me that, like, hey, maybe she feels safe talking to you.
Like, I don't understand how she couldn't do it. Because, like, the day that, I mean, I guess if she tried to go out, get out clean, but I mean, if she felt so scared like that, and she was in front of the cops, say, "Yo, I'm leaving." You know what I mean? Like, get me away from him. And no matter how hysterical she's being, they're most likely going to pull her away. If you're just like, well, what if she doesn't? She'd still end up in the same situation. Obviously, she probably didn't know this was going to happen to her. But, like just been like, "Yo, get me away. Please. I don't want to be around this guy." Or anybody. When they were at Whole Foods. Man. This is crazy, man.
Or maybe she felt like that I was the only person that would understand, or I was the only person that might want to even listen at all. And I just kind of was making sure that she knew, like, be very careful. I feel like the phone call was a cry for help. I think she was wanting to get away, but just didn't know how to do it. They were able to talk in depth because Brian had left to go to Florida to clear out a storage unit. Very bizarre and random. He just, like, flies to Florida. And his parents are like, "Why are you paying for a storage unit when we have this extra room that you can just use as a storage unit?" So they're like, "Save money by flying all the way here to clear out the storage unit." It's very bizarre. So he flies out.
So he's away from
Gabby is
her?
in Utah. She stays at a
Oh my gosh, why didn't she leave then? He left the state and she was with him. I mean, she was alone and she didn't leave? She could have just flew back home. Oh my gosh.
hotel. And that's probably how she was able to even reach out to somebody. And it seems like while she's alone, she's starting to see how toxic her relationship with Brian is, and maybe she does want to leave. Also, I do want to say, experts say it seems that Brian has rooted his entire self-worth on his relationship with Gabby. Now, a few days later, August 27th, 2021, Brian is back in Wyoming with Gabby, and Gabby messages Jackson saying, "Hey, I'm in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and it reminded me of you," because his name is Jackson.
Oh my
Now,
goodness.
side note, I don't think I saw many people, but I do see some people that were like, well, why did she reach out to her ex-boyfriend? It's very common for victims of DV to reach out to ex-partners.
Yeah, but that's bad. That she reached out to him, period. And she got receipts because they said that they saw it. So he could have probably saw it and flipped out. Oh my.
Even if they're not trying to like rekindle a relationship, because I know in a lot of situations it's like reaching out to an ex while you're in a relationship sounds crazy, right?
It is crazy.
But with DV situations, it's not like they're trying to rekindle a relationship
I
or trying
understand
to
that,
quote
but still,
cheat,
it's like-
which is what they're often accused of. It actually makes a lot of psychological sense. So they're trying to find some sort of evidence that their current situation is abusive. Like they're trying to get confirmation, and sometimes reaching out to an ex-partner that was not abusive is trying to root yourself in reality of like, no, that is what a relationship is. This is not what a relationship is. But you can't, it's harder to do that when you reach out to your parents or when you reach out to your sister, you know? It is believed that Gabby was killed the night of August 27th, and August 28th, Brian goes on multiple hikes and takes multiple pictures, scenic pictures. Some of them are scenic hiking pictures, some of them are decaying animal bones. And then on the 29th, Brian is hitchhiking. He's also calling his mom, Roberta Laundrie. They have back and forth phone calls that seem out of the norm. Like he's not one to call his mom and talk for an hour. One of them lasts nearly an hour, 55 minutes. That same day, Brian is hiking, sending messages to Gabby's phone. The text from Brian to Gabby reads, "Hey honey, I'm just calling to let you know I made it to Coulter Bay. I think the campground is still a little ways up the road. I'm gonna go check it out. Let me know when you're on your way. No rush." Later, another one is sent to Gabby's phone. "Still no rush, just wanted to say that I'm sitting in front of the visitor center now. Can't wait to see you for the mountains across the water. Wish you could fly the drone here." Another one. "I'm surprised you're even getting my text. And do you think you could pick me up tomorrow instead of Monday? I don't think I can do 2 more nights." Call records show that none of the messages sent to Gabby's phone are read or even opened until Brian gets back to the van from his little hiking trip, aka alibi creating trip. And then all of a sudden, Gabby's phone texts Brian, "Yeah, sure, baby. We'll do 1 more night of disperse, and then we've got our site at Coulter Bay for 2 nights." Brian responds, "I love you, honey. See you tomorrow." But cell data shows him at the van at the time, and it's very clear he's talking to himself. It's likely that the hitchhiking was done to create a stronger alibi. "See, these people saw me hitchhiking away from Gabby. I wasn't even there. I don't know what happened to her," is the theory. A text is also sent from Gabby to her mom August 30th, allegedly reading, "No service in Yosemite." Although she's nowhere near Yosemite. She's near Yellowstone. But this was likely sent by Brian to allegedly make her mother believe that Gabby is alive and they're going towards Yosemite now.
Okay, so to get the timeline straight, right? He committed murder on 27th,
Likely, yes.
and then he spent multiple days creating a trail of like photos, text messages, even hitchhiking on
Yes.
multiple cars, just like leaving random things that's easily debunkable.
You see, this
to
is why I would never pick up a hitchhiker. This is why. Okay, what can I say? Never. Let's say I'm in a situation, right, where I can't leave. I don't know. I feel like there was a kid involved. Like, let's say there was this lady and she had like a little kid, and then she was like pressing me like, she's, I really need to get out of here. I might fold, right? Because I'm just like, yo, I can't let this kid be out here stranded in the middle of nowhere, right? But I would try not like I would try my hardest to get them to a cop and just drop them off and leave. You know what I mean? Like I don't want like I would try to get them to the nearest police station, bro, because I don't want them with me forever, you know, or for a really long time. I'll be like, yeah, hop in, and then and they're like, what are you doing? The police station. Have them help you, okay? I don't want. Listen. I'm gonna walk in there with them too. Be like, yo, I found them over there. Handle this. All right. Listen. This is my name, my phone number. Listen, if you want to reach out, listen, contact me. And listen, that's all you need to know. I found them there. This is it. And I brought them here. There's cameras over there too. You can look at those cameras. I found them there and I brought them here. That's it. That's all. Listen, I don't know what she did. She probably selling some stuff. Listen, I don't know what she's doing. All I know is I met her over there and I brought her over here. And then I'm gonna leave. And that's it. I'm gonna show the authorities. Listen, you don't need to be worried about me, okay? I'm willing to, to help out how I can. I do not want to be involved with this.
Some sort of a,
Yes.
Okay.
And it seems like Gabby's grandpa was even reaching out to her because at one point, Gabby's phone texts her mom saying, "Can you help Stan? I keep getting his voicemails and missed calls, but my phone doesn't even ring. There's no service." Nicole, that's when her radars are going off because Stan is Gabby's grandpa. Who calls him Stan? She calls him grandpa. And it's just very strange. At that point, Brian starts driving the van back to Florida. He uses Gabby's debit card to fill up on gas. He also Venmos $700 from Gabby's Venmo account to his account with the note, "Goodbye, Brian. I will never ask you for anything again." Gabby is deceased. Brian is sending and stealing from his fiance that he killed. I don't even want to say allegedly because he does confess. By September 1st, Brian is back in Northport, Florida with Gabby's van without Gabby. And then September 17th, the FBI get a call. The Laundries want to talk. But they don't want to talk about Gabby. They want to talk about Brian because he's missing. The chief of the Northport Police Department say 2 people went on a trip, 1 person returned, and that person isn't cooperating, and now they're missing. And now the search begins, with one neighbor of Brian stating to news outlets, "Turn yourself in, Brian. They're hunting you."
What the heck?
And that is the end of part 1.
What the heck?
2 is coming. We're going to go over Brian going missing, Brian being found, more journals.
Oh, he found.
Alleged involvement.
Hold up. There's a part 2 to this, guys. I don't even know. I don't want to watch this one right now. But there's a part 2? I mean, this happened a month ago, so is part 2 even out? Oh, there is a part 2. Dang. Okay. I guess we're watching part 2.
Bada bing, bada boo.
Doorbell cameras are known for accidentally capturing a lot of creepy things. That's not even the purpose of a doorbell camera, but a lot of creepy things seemingly happen in front of people's homes. But there is this one other type of camera. The idea of this camera even just freaks people out, including myself. It is a wildlife camera. In concept, in theory, it's very exciting. You set it up in the woods, typically on a large, isolated, hopefully you have the rights to this private property. And the goal being is you spot a ton of wildlife. Like you'll see the deers passing by, you'll see the bears. That's where you get the videos of the bears in the middle of nowhere trying to sleep on a hammock. And then they're like flopping around.
The camera is designed to do that.
Yes, where you just get to study the wildlife. Some people will use it for hunting purposes to track the activity of specific animals, but that's another story. Now, there are animals that will come and stare at the camera while they go through your vegetable garden, and they'll just pull out carrots. There's clips of beavers just gnawing on carrots in front of the camera, looking directly into your soul.
He's like, yeah, listen, thanks for the meal. Hey, plant some grapes next time or something, all right? I'm watching my figure.
But the wildlife camera,
look at him,
looking directly.
That is, yo, I will be like,
clips of beavers.
Look, he sat down, he got up,
and they'll just pull out carrots. There's clips of beavers just gnawing on carrots in front of the camera, looking directly into your soul. But the wildlife cameras,
That's so funny,
they do
man.
have a strange habit of picking up things that don't
You
even
seen those
look like
videos?
animals. Sometimes they don't even look like humans.
Oh my
A lot of people
gosh.
say they're just weird shadows. Or one wildlife camera owner even reports seeing this weird creature holding a dead coyote by the throat. Or some will report checking the wildlife camera and just seeing hundreds of glowing orbs staring at them.
Oh my gosh.
They're like, it felt like eyes. But September of 2021, one of the creepiest clips from a wildlife camera starts going viral. It is a motion-activated game camera in the middle of the woods, and this gets alerted of motion and starts recording at 6 a.m. There's a shadow of movement coming from the left corner, and that movement comes slowly towards the center. It's a man. Why are we freaking out about a man? He's wearing a white shirt, black pants, he's carrying a backpack. He looks like a hiker. Why is this that creepy when there's giant wolves allegedly hiding out in the woods? Because everyone starts reporting that the man in the video could be Brian Laundrie. At least initially, they all say, wait, this could be the Brian Laundrie that we're looking for. The man who has gone missing after his fiancée, Gabby Petito, is found killed at Grand Teton National Park. He had gone on a road trip with her, came back with the van and not Gabby. And since then, he did not talk to authorities, and then 2 weeks later, he randomly vanishes. Could this be him? Where is Brian Laundrie? And did he fake this whole disappearance? Did he even fake his death to get away with murder?
I'm falling in love. You sir, what? It's with what? So basically, she's really cute and slightly curvy. She works at a pizza store. Okay. Works at a pizza store, huh?
For Rotten Mango to support the official Gabby Petito Foundation. I'm going to leave all the resources linked below. This nonprofit is dedicated to supporting missing persons, assisting survivors, and working towards a future that is free from DV. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team. We'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Now, today's case does involve heavy themes of DV. Additionally, this is a two-part series, so please go watch part 1. In part 1, we went over the newly released text messages between Gabby and Brian, Gabby and her ex-boyfriend that was interviewed for the Netflix documentary. And this part,
Is her name April?
we're going to go through the conspiracy theories of why the Netflix drama resurged this idea that Brian Laundrie is still alive. Legally, I do need to disclaim that no living person has been criminally charged and that any and all theories, conspiracies, comments, opinions, and the likes are publicly available netizen opinions, not my own. I do have very strong opinions about certain people involved in this case, and they're negative ones, but as always, do your own research before forming your own. With that being said, let's get started. The first words on the page read, if you're going to read this, don't bother. Save yourself. What happens here is going to piss you off. After that, it just gets worse and worse. I mean, what you're getting here is a stupid story about a stupid little boy. And it opens with 2 people at a restaurant. It's like a fancy steakhouse. It's Victor and his friend, and Victor crams this giant piece of steak into his mouth, and his friend is just shaking his head. Please don't do this here. There are people dressed in their best clothes, eating balls of caviar on top of their already expensive cuts of beef, but Victor knows exactly how to play this. He's gonna let the drool fall under his chin. He sees his friend cringe in embarrassment, shame, pity.
Oh, Bri.
He takes a sip of the wine.
Okay, alright, I see. Okay, I see what you did there too, Bri. I didn't understand until, okay. Alright, I see. Alright.
And it's game time. He waits until the steak is so clogged in his throat that he can't even breathe. And that's when it all snaps. He falls out from his chair, his eyes are rolling back, all on cue. The only one not alarmed or impressed by Victor is his friend. But Victor thinks this works every single time. It has yet to fail him. This is what pays for his mom's hospital bills. He says, quote, I'm here to create heroes, put people to the test. Somebody saves your life, they're gonna love you forever. It's like you're their child now.
Mm-hmm.
They call you on the phone to find out if you're feeling okay, to see if maybe you need some cheering up or some cash. You gain power by pretending to be weak.
That is so true. Oh my goodness, people are out here using like their minds like that. Yeah, try talking to her. Little by little, especially when you know where she works. Little by little. Don't go in there every day now. Don't be overly. Just little by little, you walk in, you ask for a pizza, you ask her if you can get her a slice if she's hungry. Little things like that, man.
By contrast, you make people feel strong. You save people by letting them save you. All you have to do is be fragile and grateful and stay the underdog. People really need somebody they feel superior to. You're the proof that they're a hero.
Mm-hmm.
Evidence of their success.
That's
People
so
will jump
crazy.
through hoops if you just make
People
them
are
feel
like
like
that,
a
bro.
god.
That is so fascinating.
And within minutes, an arm with a solid gold watch wraps around his belly and starts jamming his fists under his rib cage, telling him, "You're okay, you're okay." And once that steak flies out of Victor's mouth, he says, "They're gonna hold your head to their chest. They're gonna rock you, saying, 'Everybody get back, make some room now, the show is over.'"
Gosh.
And already,
Oh
you're
my
their child. You
gosh.
belong to them. They'll put a glass of water to your lips and say, "Just relax, it's over." For years to come, this person's gonna call you. They're gonna write you. You're gonna get cards and maybe a check here and there for your birthday. This person will be so proud
Maybe
of
not
you
check for your birthday,
because
but
you make them so proud of themselves. Don't hold anything back. This is gonna be the best story of somebody's life. This is the story of Choke by Chuck Palahniuk, a man who pretends
Oh.
to choke at restaurants to make a living so that he can pay for his mother's Alzheimer's care bills, which he has a very complicated relationship with his mom. And it is also one of Brian Laundrie's favorite books. And the internet started trying to find connections between Brian Laundrie and the book because, I guess mainly due in part the fact that Brian Laundrie had strangled Gabby Petito. So a lot of people, without reading the book, they were trying to overanalyze the name of the book. Chuck Palahniuk writes a lot of kind of twisted stories. And one interesting quote from the book reads, "I just want one person I can rescue. And I want one person who needs me, who can't live without me. I want to be a hero, but not just one time. What I want to be is needed. What I need to be is indispensable to somebody. Who I need is somebody that will eat up all my free time, my ego, my attention, someone addicted to me, a mutual addiction." And maybe that's what Brian Laundrie wanted from Gabby. Brian is obsessed with Chuck Palahniuk. He writes, and I'm not saying this as like, "Oh, what is Chuck Palahniuk doing? That's wrong." I don't know his like personal affiliations or his like political views or anything like that. But just if you judge just his artwork, there's nothing particularly alarming. It is gruesome. There's lots of trigger warnings for each one of his books. And Chuck Palahniuk writes thriller books. They're more horror, I would say. He did Fight Club. That's how most people know Chuck Palahniuk, but he's
Okay.
got some like crazy other stories.
She should
But
just
Fight
led
Club
with
is
that.
what he's mainly known for. Brian writes on his Instagram though, "Reading is different from any other consumption of media. It takes more effort than staring at a screen half alive. It allows you to use your brain rather than melt it, and there is no author more stimulating to me than Chuck Palahniuk." Some quotes that he liked include from Fight Club, "Only after disaster can we be resurrected. It's only after you've lost everything that you're free to do anything. Nothing is static. Everything is evolving. Everything is falling apart."
Where do we get these from? He
His
posts.
Instagram.
Oh.
He'll repeat the quotes. He'll caption his artwork with these quotes. He loves drawing characters from Chuck Palahniuk's books. And really, everything is
She said he
falling apart
traced the
now.
last
Gabby's body
video,
was
so
found strangled in the Grand Teton Mountains in Wyoming, and the one person
he
that knows
traced
what
and
happened to
sells
her
them.
is missing. September 11th, just a recap
Cool,
of the timeline.
anti-hero.
Nobody has heard directly from Gabby from what feels like around August 25th to potentially August 27th. August 27th is the last time that she's seen alive. Investigators believe that she was killed the night of August 27th. September 11th, Gabby is reported missing by her parents. 6 days later, September 17th, Brian is reported missing by his parents. 2 days after he's gone missing, Gabby's body is found.
You see, that's the
So
thing,
how
though,
the
bro.
hell does Brian...
That's the thing. This is why I say, like, you have to understand, your family is involved now, right? If you just look at what their parents were doing in hindsight, you're just like, yo, they were just protecting their kid, really, right? But now and for the rest of their life, they'll be known as the parents of the murderer. You know what I mean? regardless of what they do, and it's kind of just like it's kind of like the what do we call them? The people who are kids of famous people. What's the word again? I can't remember. But it's just like that as well. Like when we said that those kids will always be in their parents' shadow, the parents now will always be known as that. Nepo baby, yeah. Nepo baby. These parents will always be known as the baby, yeah, Nepo baby, May. They'll always be known as the parents of the murderer. That is crazy. He ruined their lives just because he wanted to, I don't know, get rid of her. It's crazy. Now the parents are just, their lives are ruined.
Brian go missing. Ever since the news picked up the story of Gabby Petito, the entire Laundrie family home where Brian is hiding out is swarmed by press, reporters, cameras, protesters. The authorities even had hidden cameras set up near the house from the neighbors' property lines, going into the backyard of the Laundries, the front yard, all being live streamed straight to the police station. So what the hell do you mean he's gone? So now it's time.
This man, he dug a tunnel.
It almost becomes like a sport in Florida, hunting Brian Laundrie. Bounty hunters start joining in the search with the sentiment that if anyone's going to find Brian, it's going to be a bounty hunter. One bounty hunter describes the industry and profession as simply, it's like professional stalking. I mean, we're professional stalkers, really. One bounty hunter says the only thing that you need to be good at bounty hunting was two things: patience and a big jug. You have to be able to sit and watch a house for days.
Yeah, they be pissing in the jug too. I don't get blamed, but this girl had been warned about this guy so many times. I know, that's what I'm trying to say. Listen, because like I always say, nobody deserves to die, right? But these people really need to pay attention. Her parents, everybody in this story have to be accountable for something. You know what I mean? Everyone who she's mentioned has to be. The kid's parent, the murderer's parents, the victim's parents, the murderer, and the victim. They all have to be accountable for the simple fact that all of them were, I mean, especially her, she was warned. The girl was warned. And she had so many ways out. He left the state when she was still feeling this way, but she just didn't know how to get out. He was free. She got pulled over by the cops. She should have told the cops. She didn't want to be with him, but listen, you know, she was scared. All these things could play in a thing of it, but like I said, you have to understand that as well. The dads of the girl, right? They didn't really vet this man too much, and the family, because now they're talking to the family and seeing all the, like, listen, I'm not saying you guys have to be best friends with your daughter's fiance, but y'all gotta be like on point, because you gotta understand this is your daughter's fiance, so you gotta be like close enough with the family. You know what I mean? Close enough with the family. Man, it sucks. It truly does suck.
Pee in that jug. You can't leave. If you leave, they might pull up or they might leave. You can't move. Sure, you can have a little snack, but you gotta be ready to sit in that car for 10 hours and pee in a jug.
So these bounty hunters are just staring at the house?
They're out there hunting now.
Is there a bounty for that?
Yes, tens of thousands of dollars. Now, Dog the Bounty Hunter, Dwayne.
Oh my gosh, I've seen this guy before. You have to at least know where his head's at. Exactly. That's the thing that threw me off, bro. Because I'm like, my kid, especially my daughter, there is no way I don't know everything I need. I need to know if this guy's allergic to things. I need to know if he's ever been in a relationship before. I need to know everything I can before I allow this to happen. And you feel like, well, the daughter... No. This is my kid. This is my kid. Right? I'm going to make her understand, yo, you are not going to go out here and just pick anybody, because this is going to be the biggest decision in your life. So you're going to ask the men in your family to vet this man. Right? Just like if it was the other way around. I'd have women in my family, obviously a lot of the men as well, because they mainly just go off like straight the logic instead of like the emotions and everything. But I still need the emotions to vet the girl that I end up deciding to marry. This is very important. How old is this article? This is a month ago. So it's so important that we bring back the family getting involved with these relationships. Because like I just told you what happened the other day. This girl died because she was cheating on her fiance with some guy who ended up getting into it with a different guy who had a blicky, right? And the other guy decided, you know what? Get out of my face. And then she ends up getting hit. And I'm just sitting there, I'm like, yo, what the heck is going on here? You gotta be on, like, these things are important. But we put into society, in the world, that all these things are fleeting. Oh, you can be with whoever you want. It doesn't really matter. You can sleep with whoever you want. You can let anybody you want in your house. This is crazy. We just heard another video the other day. This girl literally invited this guy from a party to her house. You know what he did? This man took her out, right? She was just sleeping. This man woke up, looked at her, and just took her out, right? And then now you're just like, she didn't deserve that. Of course, I'm not saying anybody deserved to die. But this girl allowed him in and fell asleep next to him. She didn't know him till that day. This is insane. This is insane. People are going to be like, well, you can't blame her. Listen, 100% of it can't be on him. Because her friends told her this was a bad idea, right? She even felt scared and nervous around him, right? She's screaming at him, hitting at him. She told her mom that she didn't know how to feel about this. And then it's all his fault? This is I mean, listen. I'm putting like majority of the blame on him because he acted, right? But like we still have to understand everybody did wrong in this. Everybody did wrong in this. But dad, I love him. No, I don't care about the but dad, I love him. No, this man is insane and crazy. And I'm going to do everything I can to make sure they're not together. And you're like, well, she's going to put it away from him. Listen, we need to put this in the minds of our kids, right? Of the people that we love. Listen, we care about you more than anybody in the world, right? We care about you more than anybody in the world. We are doing this because we love you and care about you. If they're giving you valid reasons, if they're obviously just saying, oh, I don't like him because insert race here. If they're acting like that, then you can whatever. But when they're being specific and bringing for specific reasons, this guy isn't acting right. This guy was raising his voice at you in public. All these things don't make sense, right? For somebody who my daughter is going to be married to. So I'm like, oh no, this is not going to happen. Oh no, I saw he had arrest. He was arrested. What was he arrested for? Oh well, he just got mad at this guy and broke his car. What? Oh no. This guy gets angry easily. This guy has anger problems. Because regardless, that put him in jail. So he did something for whatever this guy did to him to end himself up in jail. Oh no. Oh no, that's not gonna work out. Oh, but dad, I love him. No, I'm not gonna look at the news and see my daughter on there. No, I'm good for something like this. No, I'm good on that. We have to instill this back into our children, our nieces, our nephews, our little brothers, our little sisters. They have to remember, especially when you're in love, you have to understand, if you've ever been in love before, and Zura, listen, I know, you know this. If you've ever been in love before, you have to understand, you are blind. You are truly blind to everything. People talk about it all the time. Oh, I know the red flags were there, but I was just blind to it. What the heck you mean you were blind to it? Get somebody who isn't blind to it then. Your brother, your sister, your mom, your dad. Be like, what do you think about him for real? Like, honestly. Be honest. I'm not going to be mad. Just be honest. What do you think about him? What do you think about her? Be honest. Please be honest. Because I'm not going to put a ring on this girl if you see something that I really don't see. This world's becoming hell. Man. It's becoming something.
Chapman, if you will, his real name, he goes viral for joining on the search for Brian Laundrie. Now, Doug the Bounty Hunter, Dog, the bounty hunter. He's nothing if not a man of controversies of his own. He faced his own criminal charges of first-degree murder in the 70s. He wasn't the one that
I didn't know
shot
about that.
victim Jerry in a weed deal gone wrong, but he was in the car while his friend shot Jerry, which Dog was placed in jail for 18 months for, and now he chases fugitives of the law with a taser because he's not even legally allowed to own a gun. So for those who like him, he is now a celebrity bounty hunter. For those who hate him, he's a con man TV personality with no redeeming qualities. He's had a huge, long-running reality show where he just chases criminals to make bounties. He would hunt them down. But his whole reality show gets canceled because of allegations that he is both racist and homophobic. One example, he repeatedly referred to his son's girlfriend by the racial slur, to which he later states in an interview, "I thought I had a pass from black people to use it." Kind of like...
All right, listen. Once again, it's only really... I only feel really bad when it's used in a negative light, okay? If people say it, because like I told you guys, that's one older lady who said it, right? But she was saying it was like this sweet old lady, and she said it just calmly and naturally. I was just like, whoa, miss, right? But I was just like, but it wasn't like, she didn't say it in like an aggressive or whatchamacallit way, right? And then we also think about Jackie Chan in Rush Hour when he said it. I was just like, man, if anybody could say it, Jackie could say it, you know what I mean? It didn't feel like there was negativity behind it, you know? He was just saying it because he heard people saying it, and that's how people are, right? So like, if this man was like, hey, how's that girl of yours? I'll look at her for a second, I'm like, I mean, she good. Why you say it like that? You like, what? Isn't that what they say over there? It'd be something else. It truly be something else.
Eminem.
Wait,
Eminem
what?
was like,
What did he say?
Pass from black people to use it. Kind of like Eminem.
Oh, Eminem
And
wasn't
everyone
given
was
a
like,
pass. I
what
mean,
is
if
that?
Eminem says it,
He
he
also
says it.
denies
I
his
guess.
daughter's allegations of being homophobic, and then he turns around to do interviews where he is blatantly transphobic, even threatening to fight specific trans influencers, which is completely
Hold it.
unprompted, like nobody asked you.
No. Threaten to fight. She said trans YouTubers or whatever. But threaten to fight them, because if you threaten to fight anybody, you threaten to fight anybody for any reason, right? So did he just say he wanted to fight him because of that, or because they probably said something slick to him? You see, we never dig deep. We never dig deep into these things because we have to, man.
He just comes out swinging in demorality, like just disgusting morals and his transphobia. Nevertheless, his own daughter has come out to accuse her father of cheating on his late wife, Beth, while she's going through cancer treatments,
Oh, dang.
threatening her and his own daughter with violence. He's also said with his own mouth, proudly, that he will deport any illegal immigrants. He says, it's also the way he says it, "I will deport, export, and yeehaw, they're going back home." I mean, it's crazy.
I feel like, you know what bugs me, right? It's like, I feel, because this man is old, right? He look old. He look like he's definitely in his 60s, probably, right? Let me look it up real quick. Dog, the bounty hunter, she said. Dog, the bounty hunter. How old is this man? This man is 72. Bri, listen. This man is 72. We have to understand, guys. Like, we can't change these old people. All right? We can't change these old people because it's still hard to change people's like mind who are around like in the 30s and 40s, right? Because they're still trying to change people's mind and how they speak and everything. This is just how he talks, bro. This man said, "And yeehaw." What? So when I go out, right, and like I said, it was this old white lady who said it. If I go out and like I said, it's not aggressive, right, or negatively towards me or anything, and some old white guy or old white lady says it, you know what I mean? Oh, look, it's one of them, you know what I mean? I'm not going to instantly just, like, you know, boss up and be like, hey, I'm just going to be like, I'm going to look at the old person and be like, hey, they were probably throwing it out like they used to say the R word? Yeah, the R word. You know the R word. I ain't going to mention it because some people be, Jay, what's up? Why am I bro? But, like, we were throwing it, like, out. I mean, not we. I mean, yeah, we as a collective, we're just throwing the word out there, and until people are like, "Hey, that's offensive to." I'm like, okay. But like, this man was probably saying it out there, whatever. Yeah, Riri, right? Yeah, people were out there throwing it. They were throwing it back then. I bet he's 72, right? This man was out there with his friends. He was like, hey, what's up? And they were like, yo. He had his little black friends, and they all said it. He was, hey, yo, and he was, yo. So we can't we gotta listen. We gotta understand. We can't be overly sensitive like this, guys. Come on, especially when people are like aggressively saying it. Once again, if I go out and I see if some white person like says it to me, and obviously I know it isn't in the whatchamacallit way, they're just saying it because they've heard it before. And they try to dap me up. Listen, I mean, obviously depending if I don't know them, because I don't like dapping people up anyway like that. But I'm just like, what's up, man? And then I'm gonna move my way. I'm not gonna. Oh, we gotta fight now. What the heck are we fighting for? Did he do anything? Like, what did he do? That's bad. He said a word, and now I'm like extremely angry, and I'm gonna fight him, and then I'm gonna end up hurting him or something, or he ends up hurting me. So I'm either in the hospital or in jail because this guy said a word to me. Wow, you guys are really something.
He also owes $2 million in taxes, which he did ultimately pay to avoid being a fugitive from the law himself. But regardless of this man's lack of morality and bizarre fashion choices, him joining, the fact that he joins the search, starts doing interviews with the media, it does blow up the entire case even more, to some degree. He even goes to the laundry home knocking on the door. He says,
I carry a reputation with me. See me every night on Pluto TV. I thought, wow, the dad's gonna, see me.
This man is shameless, bro. This man just said, yo, hey, I do my job. If you want to see me do my job, by the way, go on Pluto. It's a TV network. You can catch me there at 7 o'clock EST. This man got a plug. I mean, hey, you trying to make money anyway.
And crack, and I know the kid knows me. Probably one of my fans. We get a scent of a trail.
This guy's a character, bro. How do you not see it as funny? This man is a character. He's hey, I bet they all in the house know me. They might be they my fans definitely. All right, they know what I be doing. They watch my TV show and all that.
We get a scent. He's done.
They don't talk to him. They don't talk to him.
Of course they don't talk to him.
Netizens had 3 different reactions to this. Either Dog the bounty hunter is gonna get him. He gets everyone. Or 2, look at this bozo. I mean, he doesn't even know what he's talking about. Wait, are we seriously? With some people joking, if Dog finds this guy before the FBI, I don't think any of us should ever pay federal taxes anymore, because that's how bad he is. And 3, the more popular reaction. Forget Dog the bounty hunter. Forget everybody. The only people who know where Brian is are his parents. But above all those extenuating circumstances, Dog is out there recording himself in the Florida swamps searching for Brian Laundrie. By the way, this is supposed to be his honeymoon. He comes back from his honeymoon early. And then he promptly sprains his ankle while searching for Brian Laundrie.
Oh my gosh.
It's like a mess. It's a dirty mess. Okay, he sits one out while the rest of the team continues without him. But that does not stop Brian's attorney from releasing a statement to the Post that says, dusty relics like that dog need a tragic situation like this so they can clear the cobwebs off their names and give the publicity-hungry egos some food.
Dang.
The dog snaps back. It's ironic that Mr. Bertolino, the Laundrie's family attorney, would criticize the people trying to find Brian Laundrie, unless perhaps he doesn't want him to be found.
Oh, dang.
The problem with the search for Brian Laundrie is he goes missing at Carlton's Reserve in Florida. That is about 25,000 acres of wood and just pure swamps at this point. It's about 1.5 times the size of Manhattan. There's 2 words to describe the last place that Brian was found, or was seen, and it's allegedly vast and unforgiving. That's it. Those are the 2 words, especially during flooding season. September 2021, when Brian Laundrie is reported to have gone missing in that reserve, 75% of the reserve is underwater. I'm not talking liquid to your ankles. I'm talking to your chest.
Dang. That's a lot of water.
Most areas areas are waist deep at the very least. The water is obviously not clean. There's mud, debris, but also alligators, venomous snakes just slithering around. There's also wild hogs in the reserve, giant fire ants. You get bit by one of these fire ants, you're gonna have a second head somewhere on your body.
Oh.
It's gonna be that big. Mosquitoes constantly trying to bite you, crawl up your nose into your eyes. And if it's not that, there's thick bushes and vines that keep tangling your legs while you wade through the water. And it's humid. You would think water sounds cool, refreshing. It's so humid. It's so smelly. The heat, you're in the water, but you feel disgustingly sweaty, and the mosquitoes are sticking to you. Your sweat is making all the debris stick to you. It is not a place
Maybe
you
a
wanna
gator
live
got
while
him?
looking for a missing person.
So this is what the parents said Bryant is missing now,
Yes.
right? Why would he be there, first of all?
They said that
And-
he went to clear his head for a hike and then never came back. Now, making the search even trickier, the grounds have served previously as indigenous resting sites. And the tricky part of that is to the cadaver dogs, the scent of death is the scent of death. They're going to start alerting to graves from the past. It would be very difficult to bring in like a cadaver dog to a cemetery. It's just not
Yeah,
going to work
they'll
as well,
dig.
which is why some people started bringing in adrenaline dogs. They are dogs that are not trained off the scent of death, or even tracking dogs that are trained off of like, here, smell Stephanie's sweater, go find Stephanie in the woods. They are trained off of the very specific scent that humans have. We give off a scent apparently. If our bodies are under stress or adrenaline, the way we breathe, anytime we sweat, it has a very specific scent.
I did not know that.
There are some dogs that are trained to just chase that scent. It's very difficult
they
though,
do.
because you will have investigators who are probably feeling those things as well. Probably not as strongly. I don't know how the discrepancy is there, but
Oh, Brian.
some people were bringing in adrenaline-seeking dogs that are looking for those stress-related biomarkers that they're trained to detect. So it's great in theory, but pretty much all the dogs deployed in this search are just getting attacked by alligators. I don't think any of them were getting injured, but they're getting attacked. They're having too many close calls with the alligators. In these conditions, experts say anything that's dead in these conditions, you're going to be able to see it. Usually, you're going to see a swarm of flies in the area, but because everything is wet, it's hard. People are bringing in adrenaline dogs, cadaver dogs. The FBI is coming in. Thermal imagery is being used. Helicopters are flying up top. Giant boats are being used. ATVs. There's swamp boats. These are like 15-foot tall, giant wheels with a little platform on top. They're just called swamp buggies. They're just to get you through the swamps. They're searching 40 square miles, and it's reportedly costing $1.5 million of taxpayer money, close to about reportedly $200,000 a day, searching for Brian Laundrie in what feels like an endless abyss of swamps, wading through water, trying not to run into alligators. All because what? Brian's parents tell the FBI? Yeah, I think that's where he is.
Like,
How can we-
I know it's like taxpayer, but like, can you cause listen, it's all in his family, and obviously this is gonna sound really crazy to say, but can you like take all of that money that you're doing to fund this out of their pockets and out of the rest of the entire I mean, that sounds crazy because like, what if one day your family member or something does something crazy, and then like, not a close family member, like a family member that's like, like a few off, like your 15th cousin or something, they do something crazy and then they come to collect from you. That'd be insane. I understand, but like, come on now.
Even be sure, with one netizen commenting, so his parents call police after he's missing for 2 days.
Distant cousin,
We'll
yeah,
talk to the
super
police about
distant.
someone else's child that's missing for 2 weeks, and we're just gonna go with it. Another points out, I am incensed that we spent $1.5 million
Oh my god.
on a tip from the Laundrie parents.
Oh
I would
my
never
gosh.
have even listened to their tips, especially because the Laundries are freaking shady. Nothing about what the
You
parents
see,
say
Bri,
about Brian going
I'm
missing.
telling you instantly, Bri, instantly at this moment right here. Hold up.
That we are spending we spent $1.5 million on a tip from the laundry parents. I would never have even listened to their tips, especially because the laundries are for.
In this moment right here, Bri, I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you this right now. If the cops come to your house, obviously it's like a weird thing, but if you go up, you handle it because you know you did nothing wrong. You go there, you handle it. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. No. I have nothing to do with this. Goodbye. Right? That's how it is. But if you go there with your wife or seeing him there with his wife, instantly tells me something is up. Instantly. Because typically, right, she was have the man go and he goes to handle the thing, right? Because the dad seems like that type of person anyway, right? But she came with him. Why? Because now she understands she has to protect her cub, which is her son, who is in the house, right? So she's coming to the door to see what she can do, because she knows he's inside. Instantly, she knows he did something wrong and he's inside. That's so bad, bro. That's so bad, man. Like, why did he go home? He ruined his cause unless they start digging into the family past and they start finding a whole bunch of skeletons and stuff. This man shouldn't have went back home. Like, he ruined their lives. Because I can just imagine, I can't blame them too much. Because they are just trying to protect their kid. But their kid is crazy. And listen, I'm going to bring this up again. I blame the school, bro. I blame the schools, bro. Because you remember when they were talking about him in the first part? They were talking about when he was a kid in school. This man was a loner. He sat by himself. He was like the weird kid, right? All of these things happen. I bet this man just dreamt of the days when he could just rule over these kids at the school. You know what I mean? He was already becoming that demon, you know? He already had that in him. It was festering, right? So his parents are sitting there we taught this kid how to do everything right. You know? But they didn't know what the school was teaching him. I'm telling you, they probably introduced him to these novels of these people, you know? About these people who be killing people. They probably introduced him to that. And then this kid just decided one day, you know what? This girl's pissing me off. I'm about to handle it myself. And then look what happened. And now his parents are like, oh, my son's missing. Your son's missing? How the heck he's missing? We got cameras. I think he went to the woods. He went to the woods. Yeah. You guys should go over there and look. The heck are you talking about? You know what's crazy, bro? Right there. I mean, I guess they still don't have complete facts at that point that he did it. But, I feel if it was, I don't know. I don't want to bring race into this. But they probably would have busted the door down a little bit sooner. No, I'm not going to bring race into it. I doubt it. I feel because they don't have much evidence, so they could ruin the case if they do that. So I don't think that would happen. If they find him outside, though, they can arrest him. But the thing is, it's weird because they're on the search for him, right? Why don't they go inside? Why can't they go inside the house? Can't they get a warrant for his arrest? I mean, I guess they don't have full evidence yet, but it's still weird because the parents are still not letting him in because they didn't even let the old dude in. I mean, I guess he's just a random guy, but still, I don't know.
Shady. Nothing about what the parents say about Brian going missing make any sense at all. They say he walks out of the house September 13th, 2021. He leaves his phone. He drives his silver Mustang to go on a hike. He doesn't come home. 2 days later, Brian's parents go to the Carlton Reserve and they see his silver Mustang parked. They see a little note on top that's like, hey, we're going to tow your car. So what do? They drive the car home. That's crazy. If my son went missing without a phone, I don't have kids, but I'm assuming if anyone I loved went missing without a phone, I would at least leave the car.
Yeah, I wanted to take the car. That's then now if he come back to the car, he'd be like, oh, somebody stole my car. I don't got my phone to call nobody. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the car at least. Or at least, you know what I would do? I would take the car and then go back and leave him a bike and be like, yo, I had to take the car. They were about to tow it. But here's a bike. Find your way home, brother. Because I don't want them to take the car.
Get to the car. That's one way to contact someone or do something. To take the car away is also strange. So they take the car away, bring it home, And then eventually, they casually just tell the FBI, my beloved baby boy, my baby son, is missing.
Beloved. Is that what they
With
said?
some wondering, okay, are we looking for a dead guy in the swamps, or is he alive and running in the swamps? Everybody has been debating about that. Can he even survive in these conditions if he really is in the reserve? Brian likes to think of himself as a little survivalist, but the Carlton Reserve is not optimal for survival in any way. Firstly, the flooding, which great, you're thinking so much water, right? But if you drink that water without disinfecting it within hours, you're going to be crawled up feeling weaker than a kitten, having both ends just projectile squirting all sorts of liquids.
Oh my goodness.
And because you're so frail, you can't even move. And then the sun is going to set, the mosquitoes come out, and they're going to eat you alive. They're going to tear through your flesh. And what about the alligators? What are they going to do? Some people say it's not even the alligators. The real problem are honestly the venomous snakes and the wild pigs. Wild pigs are particularly very aggressive,
You know
and
how I
they're
be feeling about pigs, guys.
enthusiastic scavengers. There's also black bears, panthers, and if you're not fighting an actual animal, there's flesh-eating bacteria that thrive in these types of flooded waters. With one wilderness expert stating, there's no surviving out here. It's totally underwater. I don't know how to say, I don't see anybody can make it out here for 10 days, 5 days. There's no water supply, no fresh springs. There's no stores available unless you go 12 miles either direction. Just no possible way. The mosquitoes will carry you off the first night. Many netizens think, yeah, that's why he's not there. Writing, so the cops are just looking in the area that was suggested to them by his parents? It sounds like a misdirection. One former U.S. Marshal says, I personally think that he could be anywhere right now. It doesn't matter. Mexico, he could be boat sitting off the coast of Cuba. It doesn't matter. He's going to mess up. He's going to make a mistake. I would run as fast and as far as I could too if I were him.
So how did they have so many cameras and people
Yeah, that's what I
around
was
his
wondering.
house and let him get away like that? Or even
Okay.
just leave the house without tracking him? I thought everyone's like hunting him.
This is the most infuriating part. Obviously, protesters take time away.
Yeah.
You know, there's no protester that's sitting out there 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
A lot of the news reporters, they're not there 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
It seems like there's high points of traffic for them. And then the police are supposed to be technically watching Brian Laundrie. Or at least that's what all the netizens assumed. That's what people assumed, right? However, the police later come up with this really sordid excuse where they say, we thought we saw Brian go back into that house. Turns out it was his mom wearing a baseball hat.
What the heck?
Now, mind you, Brian is like a tall, skinny dude. Roberta Laundrie is a little bit rounder. I mean, she definitely has more of a frame that is reminiscent of...
First of all, listen. I'm not on this, but did she just call his mom round? What does that mean? Why did she say she's a little fluffier, she's a little heavier? But she said a little rounder. Is that like a nicer way of saying it? Oh, well, she's a little more circular.
A mother, a middle-aged mother. And also, Brian Laundrie is bald and has a beard. So, I don't
Yeah, a little fluffier,
I don't know if it makes it better or worse, their excuse. They're like, we thought we saw him go back into the house
Yeah,
after a hike,
He looks like his
but it
mom.
actually turned out to be his mom. So I'm sorry, you guys. Yeah, that's what they say. There's all this discourse of where is he? Maybe he's in the Appalachian Trail. Maybe he's somewhere else. Maybe he's in Mexico. But one interesting thing to note is Gabby's dad points out, we couldn't find Gabby. What did we do to find Gabby? I mean, we did everything to find Gabby. We talked to everyone. We got on as many cameras as we could. What are they doing to find Brian? They called the cops. They haven't done anything since. I haven't seen them on any TV shows. Why do you think that is?
They don't want to find him.
Yeah. That's the two speculations. Either they already know where he is, or two, they don't want him to be found. Maybe it's both. There are certain pieces of evidence in this case that have been released that help us see the dynamic between Gabby
It's a
and
little
Brian
more
a bit
circular.
better. I will say that Gabby and Brian were both avid journalers. And it's very interesting, and I don't know if this is me just looking too into it. I think sometimes when you read people's journals, especially in cases like this, you have certain people where it does feel like they're writing for a third party. And then you have people who look like the writing feels very natural and just kind of sporadic, and it seems like they're writing for themselves to clear their minds. It feels like Gabby is that. Brian's journal, a lot of it feels like he's writing for a reader. Like he wants someone to read it, or maybe he
He's
has
a
this
narcissist.
weird suspicion that someone will come across it and read it. It's just not the same. But Gabby, she was a bit more positive with her art and writing. She would draw things and write phrases like "be open-minded," "stay in drugs," "eat your school," "don't do vegetables."
Did she say
So
stay
it's
on
like
drugs?
she's trying to make a play on these words, right? In her notebook, it seems like she genuinely tried to use it as a way to express herself. In one drawing, there's a girl sitting there with her eyes crossed out and the words censored over her mouth. She writes, "I'm sorry I let you down." In another journal entry, she writes, "I feel bad I'm always on my phone. I should give Brian more attention. He loves me so much. I don't deserve it, and I'm lucky that he sticks with me." In another one, though, she writes, "I feel like I'm walking on eggshells." Meanwhile, Brian's Pinterest account is liking pictures of a dog with the words, "The opposite of lost. Don't try to find me. I have finally escaped my master's wicked clutches. To the others I say, join me. Bite the hand that feeds you."
What the heck?
Or he's liking Chuck Palahniuk's Fight Club quotes. It just seems like Gabby is putting in work for the relationship. She's trying to work on herself, and he's just trying to be like a Pinterest boy. In a letter released by the FBI from Gabby to Brian, it reads, "Brian, you know how much I love you, and I'm writing this with love. Just please stop crying
But Dad,
and
I
calling
love
me
him.
names because we're a team and I'm here
Oh my
with you.
goodness.
I'm always going to have your back. Sorry I got upset over a dumb piece of paper, but I just wanted to do that with you. Yes, I can be a child sometimes, I know, but it's because you give me this energy and I love you too much. Like so much it hurts.
Oh my goodness. And she
Your
was so
pain
young
is killing
too.
me. I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm frustrated that there's nothing more that I can do." It seems like she's trying to help him. Another letter to him reads, "To Batman, we can work in the van together, and they are our dreams now. So I hope you understand when I'm upset, it's because you make me love you too much. Now stop crying and come home and
Stop
say you love me
crying?
with a big hug."
Oh my
Meanwhile,
goodness.
Brian is busy ranting about his home life. One journal entry reads, "No one's doing anything but eating in silence and hiding from each other. I can't stay because if we decide to stay, nothing will change. No weight will be lifted. I have no options because I'm a ghost, a shell. I never had a home or a family."
Oh, so his parents
In
probably.
another, he rants, "A house and a home are not the same. Some
Something
people
else.
never have a home. Moving from place to place. Home is where the heart is. What about under a bridge or a drainage tunnel?" Human reminds me of those hermit crabs who put their crap on their head, or just hermit crabs in general. Exoskeleton in a shell. Vulnerable without them. Anything can kill a hermit crab without its shell. It seems like Brian has a very troubled home life. But that's very interesting because Roberta Laundrie, Brian's mom, seems like she's very clear on how she feels about her son, Brian. After Gabby goes missing, a letter is found by FBI agents in Brian Laundrie's home. So a lot of people actually thought it was found with Brian Laundrie later when his remains are found.
His
But
remains.
it's actually found inside of his home.
When did they search the home?
This was after he goes missing. Now, at the front of the letter, it just reads, "Burn after reading." It is from Roberta Laundrie, Brian's mom, to Brian.
And it was not burned.
No. It reads, "I just want you to remember, I will always love you.
Do you
I
see
know
what I
you'll
mean?
always love me.
You see what I
You are
mean?
my boy. Nothing can make me stop loving you. Nothing will or could ever divide us no matter what we do or where we go or what we say. We will always love each other. If you're in jail, I will bake you a cake with a file in it. If you need to dispose of a body, I will show up with a shovel and garbage bag."
Listen to me right now. Like, is it wrong to say W mama? Like I feel like, okay, listen. I feel like just her understanding that she will go down for her son, right? This is that bond that most mothers have with their children. You know what I mean? I think it's a little too far, you know? A little too far. But like it's still like understanding that she loves her son so much she's going down for him. You know what I mean? Because I always remember this one clip that I saw where this guy, he was asking women, a couple of women, like some of them said they would, but a few women, if they would die for their kids. And they were like, no. Right? No. They said if they will kill for their kid. And they said no. Right? Or something like that. I don't remember. I don't know if it was die or kill for them kid. Let's mix them together. All right? But they said no. And then I was just like, whoa. Like, murder is never the answer. Killing is never the answer. But, like, if you're put in a situation and your kid needs to, like, you need to do something for your kid to survive, you won't do it? Like, do you not care about your kid like that? Like, what? It was shocking to me. It was truly shocking. But this mom said, yo, tell me where it's at. I got a shovel in the back. Right? Oh, you in there? Oh, you won't go be in there for long. I got you. Your birthday coming up, isn't it? Just wait for the cake. You know what I mean? Like she owned, like she like, yo. That's why I can't really feel too bad for the parent. Like I can't really be mad at the parents for doing what they did, because they know he did what he did was wrong, right? But they just love their kid so much that, like, I bet they were just having flashbacks, right? Like, of when he was a kid, when he had his first birthday. They were just, what happened? And they were put in this situation, and they were like, I just, like, he can't rot in there forever. Oh my gosh. You see what he did to his parents?
If you fly to the moon, I'll be watching the skies for your re-entry.
Oh my gosh, this mama, she's poetic. I guess this family is poetic. What the heck is she? She said, I'll be watching for your re-entry? Who talks like this to their kid? Oh my goodness, this mama.
If you say you hate my guts, I'll get new guts.
Oh my god. This mom, like, do you guys think it's too much? Do you think she's doing too much? Because I feel like for her kid, for her baby boy, right? And from what I've heard, I'm pretty sure she only has one son, and he's the eldest, right? Or is he the youngest? She has one son, one daughter. So like, yo, like I don't know, bro.
Remember that love is a verb, not a noun. It's not a thing. It's not words. It is actions. Watch people's actions to know if they love you, not their words. Therefore, I am certain that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor the ruling spirits, nor the present, nor things to come, nor powers from above, nor powers from below, nothing in the entire created world can separate our love. Neither hostile powers, nor messengers of heaven, nor monarchs of earth, nothing has the power to.
She is spit a little bit, right? Give me a second. Alright, my fault. I had to take a call. Enabler, but delusional. No wonder her son's able to listen. Okay, this is the thing. I feel like this is all her like her trying to protect her cub. You know what I mean? I feel like she wrote this to him because he probably came home and he's just like he's spiraling. He's like and they're like, what are you doing here? What's going on? And then he told them what happened, right? And she's telling him, she's trying to reassure him that she's on his side. That's how I read this. Right? I just read this like she's trying to make him understand whatever he's planning on doing, she's with it. And I can't really be too mad about that. Like, yes, what he did was wrong. Right? What he did was wrong. But especially when it's your kid, right? Like when it's your family, people that you grew up with or people that you raised, especially because I don't have kids, so I don't really know how linked that bond is. But I just imagine her just like she just she was sitting down on the couch when he told her, and she's just seeing him like looking at baby pictures around the house and just doesn't know what to do. You know what I mean? So that's why I'm just like, yo, it's something, man. But I understand your side too, man. Cause I'm just like, yo, oh my gosh. Wait, hold up. She got a Bible verse on here, bro.
Romans 8.
Oh my gosh. Wait, hold up. What is Romans 8:38? What is that? Romans 8:38. I don't. Hold on. Let me just. Wait. Let me actually crack open the Bible. It's right here. Romans. Look at me. Romans 8:38. It says. I mean, she's gonna read it anyways, but I feel like I just wanted to know what mine said. And now I gotta go answer the phone. Give me a second. Okay, we're back. Okay, so it says, nor height nor depth nor any other can create things shall be able to separate us from the love of Yahuwah which is in Yahusha. What does that have to do with the situation right here?
38 extended version. Nothing can separate us. Not hatred, not hunger, not homelessness, not threats, not even sin, not the unthinkable or unthinkable.
Oh, this is okay. Yeah, she's reading the extended version. Yeah, she's reading the extended version.
Can get between us. Not time, not miles and miles and miles and miles. And that is the end.
Hold up. Whoa. You see? This is the thing that I hate when people start throwing verses. They start cherry picking. She forgot. They were talking about, and by the way, Yahuwah is, God and Yahusha is Jesus. But these are like their real names from like ancient times because Jesus doesn't really exist in the name because of the simple fact that the name Jesus came from 200 years ago and it doesn't make sense because he was older than that, so it doesn't. Okay, but yeah, so she cherry picking. Exactly, it's dedicated to you. And it's not even, she's trying to say, this is us. No, miss, she cherry picking. This is why I don't like when people do that, when they start cherry picking like that. Because people do that a lot. When they start throwing verses, they're like, well, look at, this one says this. Hold up, what did the verse before it say? I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about this one.
The letter.
Crazy.
Handwritten. That's crazy because Brian likes these like weird quotes.
Yeah, but his mama is a
mother
poet too,
also
so I guess
sends a bunch of quotes.
Yeah, but most of them are not quotes.
I know. I'm saying
Like phrases,
Yeah,
yes.
it's like very
Just
Like
very
poems. She writes
dark
poems.
and weird.
yeah.
It's just not something that you normally say to somebody.
Yeah.
I think that
But honestly, May, like I'm gonna sit my son down. You know, who would forbid any of this like thing I have to deal with it, but like I'll have to sit my son down and be like, yo, you made your decision, you have to live with that, but you're not gonna bring us into this, even though we're already in it. Like I don't understand why people keep like, that's so selfish of him to do, you know? Really selfish. It's such a selfish thing to do. Oh man. Oh man.
I mean, I don't know because I don't have kids. I know my sister would die for her kids. But if my sister was writing these types of letters to her kids, I'd say you need to like check yourself out because this is just not something you write to your kid. This is not how you express.
Yeah, but her kid is a poet, so
unconditional parental
I
love.
feel like
and it's just
she is a poet.
weird.
Wait, are
She
we
has to make a poem for
Are
him.
we saying this letter was written before everything?
No,
Or this was
no.
written after?
Roberta Laundrie, it's not dated. Roberta Laundrie claims from the heaven and the stars down to fucking hell and back that she wrote this months before. She wrote this
I don't believe it.
months and months and months before.
I don't believe it.
Everybody is
Why the heck she told him to burn it?
consistently in the personal beliefs, opinions, that it was written after Brian came home.
Yes, because she say burn
Yeah.
after reading.
Yeah.
And
Why
she's
would she tell
writing
him to
about
burn it?
dead bodies. She's writing about jail. She's writing about nothing can separate. Like, what kind of hardship do normal people go through? That's like, nothing will separate us. It's not like life is so hard, but I will always be with you. It's like, you and me can never be separated no matter what happens.
Yeah.
It's a
He cherry
very
picking.
apocalyptic message, honestly.
Yeah, and he probably didn't burn it because he wanted to keep that.
Yeah.
He wants to read it again or whatever.
Yeah. Now, this letter becomes a very big point of contention. Does that mean Roberta Laundrie knew what happened in Gabby in Wyoming? Did she not say anything even though she knew? And if she knew that, does that mean she knows where Brian is right now? One netizen just writes, it's really giving I love you more than any other woman could vibes.
No, it doesn't.
There's just no...
Oh my goodness. Listen, once again, I'm going to continue to say this. I can't blame the parents too much because this is their baby boy, right? Who just came home and told them that he did something crazy. And this is like weeks, right? I think it was like weeks when like everything was going on. Cuz they found her 2 weeks and he left before that allegedly, right? So like she is just trying to do as much as she can to process everything that's going on, right? She doesn't know how to act because now her life and her son's life is over, right? So that's why I'm just like, I can't, like, because obviously what she did was, like, obviously I'm not saying it was a good thing that she's, like, hit him all this time and said what she said. But, like, I can't be mad at that. Because, like, what else can she say? Especially when her son is spiraling like that. But people are like, oh, it sounds like, no, I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case. But she could feel like that, but I don't think it's the case.
No way that a woman who writes that kind of letter will ever be telling anyone where her son is.
That's true.
In the meantime,
Ain't no way she's telling them where he is.
Tips per day, sightings all over the country. Gabby's stepmom Tara says Gabby is missing, and the one person that knows what happened that was with her is now gone. October 20th, 37 days after Brian goes missing, the Carlton Reserve had been closed to the public due to all the flooding. October 20th, the park opens back up to the public. They're like, it's safe to come back in here. The alligators are not everywhere, not 75% of the park. The FBI is informed that the Laundrie parents are going to go to the park as soon as it opens up to the public, and they're going to try to find Brian. Law enforcement, obviously, they go with them, and the energy is very tense. The Laundries say they know where their son likes to hike. They know where he likes to camp. They start their search at 7 in the morning, which, side note, one FBI agent mentions how it was just so unbearably tense. I mean, the Laundries did not emote. About an hour into the search, Chris Laundrie just finds a waterproof bag that belongs to Brian. Just within like 20 minutes of the search.
What?
Soon after, they find Brian Laundrie's remains. Within an hour and 20 minutes of the Laundries
Yo, you think
starting
the pops?
search,
Oh my gosh.
they find.
You think the pops did it?
This is a huge area.
Yeah, but also, Brian's remains were found about a mile from where he parked his silver Mustang. The agents present said his belongings were still there, his clothes were still there, his shoes were still there, but he had completely decomposed all the way down to the bones. At the main scene, they find many of Brian's skeletal remains, including his pelvis, multiple ribs, multiple skull fragments. Nearby, they find a pair of green shorts with a green belt, 2 slip-on shoes, a backpack, a white metal ring, and an unknown type of handgun.
Oh my
The
gosh.
secondary scene combines skeletal animal remains, which are placed so distinctly nearby that it seems like perhaps he had eaten those animals. Maybe he was trying to source for food, or he just killed the animals, we don't know. Or maybe it's by coincidence.
What animals?
It seems like smaller animals.
Oh, okay.
Now, a handwritten note and a hat with the logo Moab Coffee Roasters. Moab, Utah is where they were pulled over for the DV call.
Oh my gosh.
A dry bag that contains a journal and a wooden box containing a small notebook as well as photographs were also found. Next to his body is the revolver, and the autopsy report would later show that he died by gunshot wound. Multiple of his skull fragments were found 2 feet from a pair of green pants. Like, they're just kind of scattered within this distinctive area. In his backpack, he even has a tent and flares, a tent that he never pitched. So some people thought this whole thing was so strange. Like, he went in there for a walk, but he brought a tent. Needless to say, netizens are skeptical about this whole thing. Even the fact that the Laundrie parents walked in and within an hour they find Brian, even though law enforcement have been scouring the entire reserve for months. And this is about a mile
For
from
months?
where he
Oh,
parked
then
his
how
car,
long
so
has this
likely
happened?
they
Like,
were
how long
really
was he missing?
scouring this general central area.
Yeah.
A reporter asked the Laundrie family attorney, how did the Laundries know where to look? Because from September 17th to October 18th, a full month, the FBI is spending millions of dollars in manpower to search with cadaver dogs, heat detection tech, radars, everything. After all of that, the park finally opens up, and within an hour or two, the Laundries find their son in an area that had been previously 3 feet underwater. The attorney states, well, Brian liked to hike that reserve many times. Chris has hiked with him several occasions as well. I mean, they kind of knew his favorite spots. We had told law enforcement from the beginning where Brian would most likely be in the areas of the park, but I guess they didn't look well. But the one thing of interest that was found near Brian Laundrie is a letter. Some people call it his confession, but it's more of like a bullshit story. It's also very interestingly a hero's tale.
Hero's journey,
Handwritten
May.
letter
Yes.
was intact.
It was like in a dry bag, and it looks like one of those waterproof journals.
I'm here for you.
That is so bizarre.
You must turn yourself
Written
in.
on the journal, it reads,
Everything will
and
be
this is
okay?
condensed in.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, May. Yeah. Because the thing is, that's why I will tell my son, like, you have to, like, this is your, like, you made your decisions, you know? Because I really want my kids, not just my son, my daughters, or, you know, if I end up having, like, daughters or sons, you know, if you who blesses me with them, I will make them understand that there are consequences, right? And they need to truly understand that. They have to truly understand that, right? Because it always bugs me when we do like this whole, well, you can do whatever you really want. It doesn't really, no. But we live in a world that practically tells you can do whatever you want. But my kids aren't going to be learned that way. They're not going to be taught that. Everything you do is going to come back to you and or us. So remember that. Right? And obviously at the end, because we're made in the image of Yahuwah, so we have to understand to, you know, live like that, or as best as we can. But ain't no way my kids gonna just be thinking, like, my kid, listen, once again, Yahuwah forbid anything ends up happening, I end up being in the situation, but they better just walk in and turn themselves in. Because once they, like, because this is crazy to me. Because now you're putting your mother through this and it's even worse. It's even worse. Oh my gosh. This is such a crazy story. Everybody's involved, bro.
Part, but Gabby, I wish I was right at your side. I wish I could be talking to you right now. I'd be going through every memory we've made, getting even more excited for the future. I can't live without you. I've lost every day we could have spent together, every holiday. I loved you more than anything. I can't bear to look at all your photos, to recall great times, because it is why I cannot go on. When I close my eyes, I will think of laying on the roof of the van, falling asleep to the side of a meteor shower at the Crystal Geyser. I will always love you. I am sorry to everyone that this will affect. Gabby was the love of my life, but I know adored by many. I'm so very sorry to her family because I love them. My best of friends, I am sorry to my family. This is a shock to them as well as a terrible grief. They loved as much, if not more than me. A new daughter to my mother, an aunt to my nephews. Please do not make this harder for them. This occurred as an unexpected tragedy. Rushing back to our car, trying to cross the streams of Spread Creek in Grand Teton National Park. Before it got too dark to see, too cold, I hear a splash and a scream. I could barely see. I couldn't find her for a moment. I shouted her name. I found her breathing heavily, gasping my name. She was freezing cold. We had just come from this blazing hot national park in Utah. The temperature had dropped to freezing and she was soaking wet. I carried her as far as I could down this.
This sound like this man just wants. I feel like this is how he's pictured everything happening in his mind. Come on, man. Come on.
Stream towards the car, stumbling, exhausted and shocked, when my knees buckled and I knew I couldn't safely carry her. I started a fire and spooned her as close to the heat as possible. She was so thin, had already been freezing too long. I couldn't at the time realize that I should have started a fire first, but I just wanted her out of the cold back to the car. From where I started the fire, I had no idea how far the car might be. When I pulled Gabby out of the water, she couldn't tell me what hurt. She had a small bump on her forehead that eventually got larger. Her feet hurt, her wrist hurt, but she was freezing, shaking violently. While carrying her, she continually made sounds of pain. Laying next to her, she said little lapsing, between violent shakes, grasping in pain, begging for an end to her pain. She would fall asleep, and I would shake her awake, fearing she shouldn't close her eyes if she had a concussion. She would wake in pain, start the whole painful cycle again, while furious that I was the one waking her. She wouldn't let me try to cross the creek, thought, like me, that this fire would go out in her sleep and she would freeze. I don't know the extent of Gabby's injuries, only that she was in extreme pain. I ended her life. I thought it was merciful.
What the heck?
That is what she wanted, but I see now all the mistakes I made.
What the heck?
Panicked. I was in shock. But from the moment I decided, took away her pain, I knew I couldn't go on without her. I rushed home to spend any time I had left with my family. I wanted to drive north and let either Jim, the stepdad, or Gabby's brother kill me. But I wouldn't want them to spend time in jail over my mistake, even though I'm sure that they would have liked to. He states in the letter that he will be self-exiting, quote, not because of fear of punishment, but rather I cannot stand to live another day without her. Please do not make life harder for my family. They lost a son and a daughter, the most wonderful girl in the world. Gabby, I'm sorry. I have self-exited by this creek in the hopes that the animals tear me apart, that it may make some of her family happy. Please pick up all of my things. Gabby hated people who littered.
Oh, my fault. I dropped water.
Wow.
I don't think we even have to go in depth on all the ways that this doesn't make sense. I mean, just know that none of Gabby's autopsy results match Brian's version of events. None. Except for the fact that he killed her. One netizen writes, she complains when I try to get back to the van for help. Well, I guess the only logical thing to do is strangle her to death? Like, what kind of even narrative is this?
Yo,
one netizen points out that
I would have lifted her and went to the truck. Get up. Let's go. What the heck are you talking about? His only option was... That doesn't even make any sense. Oh my gosh.
And visitors have always had cell service in that area that she was found. He could have easily called someone for help. Some are angry with his last line. Please pick up all my things. Gabby hated people who litter. What a fucking smack in the face to Gabby's family. This piece of shit is so beyond psychotic. Yeah, he felt so bad. He sent fake texts to her family, drained her bank account, stole her van, drove home, hid at his parents' house until it became impossible to hide, and then he took off, wrote this self-serving bullshit, and then self-exited. Fucking prick.
Okay, calm down, miss. Calm down, miss.
States, it speaks to a level of selfishness and a degree of narcissism
Exactly.
that it was
That's what I said.
important
That's
to
what I
other
said. You see?
people and how they looked at him. He had the last word, and it was a self-serving narrative. Joe Petito states, he was a liar, Nothing he said in those stories were true, and he was a coward till the day he died. And his family has to know that he took the coward's way out, and they raised a coward. I would use other words, but this is TV, and it's just not appropriate.
Okay, listen,
Gabby.
listen. Once again, his parents are at fault. Hamburger got put down like a dying horse. Yeah. Man. It's crazy because it's like, yeah, but the thing is, you got listen. Everybody in this thing is wrong. I hate that they're pushing all on the other parents, right? I truly hate that because everybody in this situation is at fault. Everyone is at fault. Everyone. I don't care what you say. Everybody in this situation is at fault. They at least take a percentage of the blame. Obviously, the one who did the action takes the majority. So if you want to split it, like, let's say he did 80% of it, and you split the 20% to her parents, and to the other parents. Actually, that's not. Let's give him 70%, and we're going to split 30. So we're going to say, like, 10% her. No. 15% her, right? And then we'll go do, like, 10% his parents, 5% her parents. Actually, no, because her parents could have did more. Like, they just looking at her like, oh, you raised a coward. Listen, the kid was screwed up in the head. He did wrong, right? But why didn't you guys, like, do anything? Like, the mom was like, I will get you out of there. Listen, if you're scared, if she's scared, you get her out of there. Why is she even in this situation? Like, this don't make no sense. Why are you letting... First of all, why'd you let your daughter marry this random guy that you don't really know her parents like that? Why did you let... I mean, she's engaged to him. Why did you let her, like, just quit everything, quit her job and everything, and just go off and leave? Why did you let her do this? Oh, she's a grown woman. No! This is your kid, because now, right here in this video right here, she's not a grown woman anymore. She's their little girl. You see how the things just switch like that? Oh, she's a grown woman. She can make her own decisions. Oh, really? But why are they crying? They say, no, we just want our girl back. Oh, she's a girl now again. You see? So you understand how important it is that she isn't just some random person. You have to really make these decisions for her. I mean, not fully. I'm not telling you to do all of that. But I'm just saying, like, you really need to put this into her head. Listen, she loves her family. I feel like, honestly, if they were to push hard enough and say, this is not a good decision, she would have honestly took it seriously when her parents said that. Because she looks like she's a family girl. She said she loved her two fathers and her two mothers. She loved them. She loved them. She would have taken it seriously if they pushed hard enough. But they didn't. I know they didn't push that hard. I know they didn't. They were scared that she would leave because they're trying to be her best friend. They were scared she was going to get mad at them. I don't care. Listen, I'd rather my daughter be mad at me for the rest of her life for me deciding for her not to marry some guy, right? Than her to be in this situation. Honestly. Truly. I'd rather her hate me than her marry some person some random person that I don't think is good for her. Because who else is going to know besides your parents, the people who care about you the most? Most of the time. Obviously, you guys are going to pull out some, what if her parents are, I'm not going to say the word, but what if her parents are like that? These parents aren't. And they've stated it. I mean, they didn't state it, but, I mean, how they're talking, they prove that she had a really good relationship with her parents. Right? Right. Goodness gracious.
Gabby's stepdad, Jim, states, not one of the versions of Brian's accounts was accurate by the findings of Gabby's autopsy. The sole cause of her death was strangulation and nothing remotely or even close to what he said. this letter has been judged to hell and back for the fact that he also uses the I pronoun way more than he writes about Gabby. It just seems like me, 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 me. So the whole thing is symbolic of a hero's journey. He saves Gabby from her own carelessness of slipping into the creek. He carries her for as long as he can. He stays with her, and he even kills her out of compassion.
That is so stupid. That is so
does
stupid.
Not happen in real.
First of all, that is so stupid. So, like, that would be the, like, I don't, like, in my head, if I'm thinking about it, when will I resort to that? The only time I will resort to that is if we're on some I Am Legend Will Smith and his dog type stuff, right? Where she got infected by something and there's no way. Because how on earth? Because, like, she's still breathing. I'm telling you right now, all the adrenaline's going to hit me. I'm lifted. She could have been 400 pounds. I'm like, ugh! She's on my shoulder and I'm going. I'm moving little by little and I'm getting to the truck. I'm throwing her in there and we turning on the heat and we going to the nearest hospital. What the heck? This man said, I did all I could. You did all you could? That's why you gotta get. Listen, all right, listen. Get in the gym today. You don't want to be like this man and resort to having to get in the gym today. start listing some weights, right? Start taking some pros. Get your arms right. He is obviously a liar. We all know he's a complete liar. But literally, like, bro, I'm dragging her if I got to. If I can't carry her no more, I'm gonna tie a rope. I'm gonna find a rope somewhere, tie it to her, or I'm gonna pull her leg. Listen, we still moving towards the truck. Because if not, she gonna die out here. So I have to get her to the truck. So I don't care. She's like, don't leave me. Man, get up. What the heck are you doing? Are you really just trying to, like, give up like this? No, you better get up moving. This is crazy. This is oh my goodness. Why she? Oh, Brian, you forgot. Okay, let me tell you what happened. So they were driving, and then the door opened or something. She fell out, and then fell in the creek, and then out. No, wait, hold up. They were walking or something. She slipped off the cliff, fell into the creek, and then the water was cold. She almost drowned, but I courageously jumped in and saved her. But then she was shaking. She hit her head, and then now her head was, like, throbbing, and she, like, I tried to carry her, but I couldn't. I wasn't strong enough to get her to the truck, and I didn't know how far the truck was, so I had to do what I had to do. Oh my gosh, bro. This is stupid. This is the stupid, because I'm like, he could have simply, because he said because he loved her so much, he wanted to take her out of her misery. He could have simply, what the heck? He could have simply just did, like, he could have simply tried a little bit, right? And, like, obviously they said cell signal, but this man sometimes doesn't have a phone. First of all, where the heck her phone at? Oh, it's not waterproof, because how the heck are you hiking? Listen, how the heck are you like, whatever these people do? How the heck are you one of them and don't have a waterproof phone? You better get one of them bricks, them Nokias. Ain't no way I'm, like, out there and I don't have a phone that can withstand everything. These are just, all of these people are so, because she had so many chances out. The parents had so many chances out. This man is just insane, which is why I gave him 70% of the blame. But it's, like, so crazy.
Life. A lot of the times.
Or satellite phone. Exactly. That's so stupid. There's literally. This just he should have just said, "Oh yeah, I just wanted to do it." If he would have said that, I'd be like, "Hey, hey." But because he brought out this whole stupid journey of, well, it was dusk, and she wanted to look out, and she missed her foot. She slipped, rolled down the cliff. I tried to reach out and I didn't get her in time. Her head hit the rock, and then she fell in the water. I saw her body floating. I jumped in as fast as I could, getting her out. But, man, this man just wants to be a hero. This man wants to, like, oh my goodness.
Even happen in really extreme circumstances, let alone a hike. Like, it just doesn't happen.
First, another thing, why don't people
Especially when
hike,
you know
though?
that in a previous
For
journal
fun.
entry, he wrote the words, even killers and R-worders and child R-worders are kept alive, not to torture them, but because death is a harsh punishment.
What the heck?
But you're just like, I had to kill her because she was in pain.
First of all, I feel like they're kept alive um for for um for to suffer, you know? Because it'd be painless if they were to go. I feel like that's a lot of the reasons why people leave them alive. Just so they can suffer in bondage or in, especially with what people in jail do to people like who commit these crimes. I feel like they want them to suffer, which is why they do it. Please vet your children's bits. Yes, please. Please vet them thoroughly. Thoroughly vet them. Because these things are so important. Right? And get your kids, your nieces, your nephews, your brothers and sisters, get them to remember the person that you invite into your house, right? The person that you choose to lay with, make them remember it is one of the most important decisions you will ever make in your life, which is why in the Bible it's mentioned to wait until marriage, because that is going to be the person you choose to live with forever. But remember, the most important decision you're going to make in your life is deciding who to lay with. Because it's either your daughter could end up or your son could end up catching something, right? Like, you don't understand how many stories of people just catching stuff. Just catching stuff. They were like, oh, well, I was with this guy, and I'm so mad he didn't tell me he had. And I'm like, you're so mad he didn't tell you he had? Why were you even... That's number one. Number two, you know how many stories of women who end up getting... because the guy just, like, woke up and just decided to? What the... You didn't know, like, this guy is crazy. But you didn't know that because you just thought, oh, well, we were just at a party and one thing led to another. No, my kid is not thinking this way. My kids are not thinking this way. And listen, I'm going to continue to blame the school system and things because a lot of these kids are learning it from somewhere. Because, like, homeschool people that I know, none of them think this way. None of them think, oh, well, it's like normal to do that, right? None of them think this way because their parents instill in them, oh no, this ain't the thing. But then you go to school and then they see kids, kids that are walking around pregnant and all this stuff. No. This ain't flying in my house or in my with my family. No. I'm not gonna let that slide. I'm not letting that slide. Nope. We ain't letting it slide.
Now that Brian is no longer around to answer for his crimes, a lot of netizens feel, and I think justified, anger towards Brian's parents. It is many people's beliefs
The only reason they're angry towards the parents is because the parents are the only ones still around and they're trying to point their anger somewhere.
And Chris Laundrie knew what Brian was doing. They knew where he was going to be. They knew they wasted taxpayers' time and money and gave the Petito family hope for justice when they knew what he had done. He had self-exited. Roberta has been called into question a lot in this case because she's just obsessed with her son. Roberta
What do you mean
states
obsessed
even
with her
after
son?
knowing what's happened,
Yes?
he's a very sweet boy.
You see what I mean? He probably was to her. She probably never saw this side of him until he walked into the house one day and told her what happened, right? So yes, this is like, I'm not saying, oh, well, she should, no. But you have to also understand, that's how she sees him. She sees him as her little boy. Right? And listen, once again, I don't have kids. I do not have kids. But I remember one day, I mentioned this before, one of my youngest cousins, she's one of the youngest ones. She was crying one day, talking about how this kid at her school said something mean to her. Right? And she was crying. And I'm just like this. I'm thinking this way. Instantly. I don't know what she said to the kid, if she even said anything to the kid. But instantly, I was on her side regardless. You understand? I instantly had that feeling of, oh no, they did wrong. Instantly. It was just an instinctual thing. She could have said the craziest thing to him, but I don't know. And I didn't even care. You know what I mean? So you have to understand, there's these biases that are going to end up happening. And I only see her as the little girl I babysitted when she was I was literally in the room. I mean, not in the room. I was at the hospital when she was born. You understand? So I have this bias towards her. Like, she's just such an innocent little girl, right? And now she's a little older, and she says like some some stuff, not super crazy, but you know. But I have this bias towards her that if she would have come up to me and said, "Oh, this person did that," I'll instantly be like, "Oh, this person this person is wrong for doing it," without even asking her what happened, right? So you can't really just say, "Oh, well, she has this." No. Her son was probably this innocent little boy. She never saw this dark stuff of him. She doesn't use Pinterest. She doesn't. So she just thought her son was a nice innocent boy, and then he came home one day and told her what he did, and she just doesn't believe it. Exactly, media and culture, and the schools are pushing these on these kids. I'm telling you, you need to vet your community. Exactly. Like, you gotta vet everybody that is around you, literally, because you have to understand, like, your subconscious mind really takes from things that it hears. You know what I mean? So even if you're like, well, I'm not really paying attention, if every single day you're listening to or you're around negativity, oh my gosh, right? And you're around people who are just negative all the time, you're going to start feeling like depressed and sad and just like you can't do anything. You're going to start feeling this way because you're just taking this and putting in your mind. But now imagine a little kid who's literally a sponge at that state. They take whatever you give them. Whatever you give them. And I always remember this video I saw. This guy said, if you tell your kid Santa Claus exists, they'll believe you. If you tell them the Easter Bunny exists, they'll believe you, right? So if you tell your kid they are terrible, they suck, they have problems, they have ADHD, they need to take drugs, they need to take pills, they're going to believe you, right? So now imagine you're sending your kid to a school or to a place with people who really don't care about them, telling them that everything that they're doing is wrong. They're going to believe them. That's how it's going to work. And you're letting them dictate that. Okay. That's all I'm saying.
Kind, considerate, loving. He loved his nephews. He loved his sister. He loved us. He had a lot of friends that he was really friendly with.
I believe it.
He's a good boy.
I believe it.
Hard worker. And
in her view. I believe in her view.
That is insane.
That's not insane.
In one deposition, she...
How the heck... Like, I hate when people talk. I hate when people are, like, unable to step back. Because, obviously, she's reading this, and she's already like, oh, this guy's a terrible person. Oh, yeah, he's crazy. Right? We all can establish that. But we have to understand, his mom is just recently experiencing... Never seen you upset. Man, because it's like, I just really hate... Because obviously they can attack this man because he's crazy and he has problems, right? But they're attacking his mother, right? For loving her son, right? And there's a lot of people, like, I bet your mom, like, I bet all of your guys' moms right now is, like, doesn't know everything about you. She doesn't know your favorite video game. She doesn't know your favorite books. She doesn't know these things. Why? Why is she supposed to know them, right? And let's say, because I know, like, a lot of people like to say, well, the games that they play, no, we're not, obviously, you know, there's certain cases where that happens, but there's studies that show that that's not really a correlation. But, like, let's say, so he plays a lot of Grand Theft Auto, so this ended up happening. But your mom never knew you played Grand Theft Auto, right? So she saw you every time you saw her. You were respectful to her. You were loving to her. You picked up your kids from school, your brothers and sisters from school. You were such a nice kid. And then out of nowhere, you go to a supermarket and then you start lining it up because you wanted some money from the cash register. I don't freaking know, right? And then now the mom's going to be like, he was always a good kid. And people are like, no, he wasn't. What are you talking about? No, he wasn't. You didn't know him until today. She grew, like, she raised him. She didn't raise him because the schools raised him, but she was around him his whole life. She never took time to ask. But the thing is, like, why would she ask? Especially because a lot of these people, they don't understand, like, technology and things like that, right? Like I could literally sit my aunt down and show her the ins and out of my PlayStation or whatever. She would, like, the next day she would not she would not care. It doesn't matter to her, right? And she doesn't really understand it anyway. So I understand the aspect of her just seeing the good things about her son, because that's all she saw for her whole life. If she would have saw he was crazy, right? And there were probably signs, but she was blinded because she loves her son. Hey, I bet the dad saw some things, but he was like, man, it's just boys being boys. And his dad looked pretty old too, so he probably has that mindset. Hey, you know. But his Pinterest, they were looking up his Pinterest. His mom probably don't know what Pinterest is.
Straight up asked, were you jealous of Gabby's relationship with Brian? No. Do you recall an incident in which you threw a pie or like a cake away? I didn't remember it until you mentioned it yesterday, so she's in the deposition. And I didn't throw the pie away. It was a silly, and my feelings got hurt over a comment on the pie, and I did apologize to Gabrielle because I think my feelings were hurt and I was sulky, but I thought it was all forgotten and we were fine after that. But you know, I was a little sulky that night, and the next day everything was fine. I'd forgotten about it until it came up yesterday, but I really thought nothing of it, and I thought she thought nothing of it too. Well, what was the comment that was upsetting to you? I don't remember if it was much of a comment so much. It was, you know, I had made dinner and I had made this pie and I was excited about my pie and to present it on the table. My mother was visiting and I think I was just exhausted from all the people in the house. When I put the pie down, I think there was a comment. I think there was just a little ruckus at the table where it's so silly, but nobody made a nice comment. I guess it was a lack of comment. Nobody said, oh, nice pie. And I know that's so silly and I regret it, but I got annoyed and I don't know why I got annoyed.
You know what bugs me so much? I hate when people who are overly emotional anyways, right? And I'm not talking about her directly. I'm just talking about, like, these people, right? You can say one word, Bri, and it ticks them off, right? You can say one little word, Bri, and they start going berserk, right? And now this lady is talking about how she got overly emotional over nothing, and now they're like, oh, that sounds like a crazy thing to do. You guys do it all the time! It's so crazy. It's like, are you not looking in the mirror right now? I would have instantly said that. I would be like, yo, if her husband was next to her, I'd be like, aren't you guys like that all the time? And I'll be like, oh, sorry, Judge. And I would have sat back down. It's so crazy. Like, she got overly emotional over nothing. Right? Over a random comment. Over a lack of comment, she says. Right? You guys get overly emotional over nothing also. So can't you guys just see, well, yeah, that makes sense. I understand. But no, they can't see that. They can't see it.
At kind of everybody
It's
and
crazy.
a little bit at Gabrielle. And it was silly. And I felt bad. I don't even remember it. I vaguely remember it. I just remember it was a pie and I was embarrassed. But I didn't throw out the pie. We ate the pie. But I don't know. I just behaved not so nicely. And I apologized to Gabrielle. And she was very nice about it. And we were fine after that.
Because nobody said that was a nice pie when she brought out the pie.
Yeah. She would say things like, I wish my kids would stay little. But things were changing. He's growing up. He's taking a trip I wasn't thrilled about. And it was just difficult.
I mean, that's how it is.
In the deposition, she's asked,
That's how it is
you
for
would love
parents.
your son no matter what, including murder? Roberta responds, well, I didn't say including murder, but you know, I would always love my boy, no matter what. Nothing, including murder, would make you stop loving him, correct? Oh, I would always love him.
You see, I don't, like, because I've talked to my mom about this before, right? Not about that specifically, but, like, she's mentioned to me, like, because she had, like, because my brothers, right? So she had 3 sons, right? She loves us so much. It's like, there's, like, this different, like, bond that she has with us, right? And I only just really take that because of the fact that she birthed us, right? So I'm just like, there has to be something else in there that happens when you literally hold a kid in your stomach. Because I bet she remembers that whole time when he was in there, right? And then when she gave birth to him, she felt everything. And then her first pictures, his first steps. When you have your kid, it's like a whole different thing, I bet. So, like, when people are saying, like, when people talk like this, I'm just like, yo, I don't know if I could ever say whatever my kid does, but there are there are biases in the world, and you can say that about yourself. Birth. Yeah. There are biases in the world, and you can say that about yourself. I bet there are people in the world that if they were to do something to you, you wouldn't be as like as harsh on them than you were to somebody else. There are biases everywhere, right? So if you were to have a kid now, right? Like be able like have this kid. And it's a lot of people who don't have kids who are bringing, because this girl, she says she doesn't have kids, so she doesn't understand. Right? But and she mentioned that her sister would kill for her. I mean, yeah, she said her sister would kill for her kids. There's another, and it's just like the mama bear type thing. There's another bond and another relationship that mothers have with their kids, right? Like these really like tight relationships. That if she were to say yeah, she would, like you couldn't say anything about it, no matter how crazy they're. Like what's the name? Jeffrey Dahmer's mom. I'm pretty sure she was saying he was such a sweet boy too. Yo, like you guys don't understand, bro. I don't understand either because I don't have kids. But like you can't just like close your eyes to that because I understand I have biases, and I just told you about my little cousin. I have biases towards her, right? There are biases everywhere. But now imagine a kid that you brought into the earth that would not exist without you, right? You would have biases towards them. I don't know if it'd be on this level, but you still have them.
A lot of netizens think that this sets the tone for Brian, where he might feel like, hey, maybe it's not just my mom. Maybe every single woman and romantic partner or anyone in my life really should give me their unconditional, undying love, no matter what I do. Which I get it. Most parents would argue that they love their kids unconditionally,
Okay.
but to say it and to make them feel it is kind of weird. To some degree, I do think all love is conditional. I just can't imagine if someone I loved killed another person because of what narcissism, jealousy, and DV and just like violent rage. I think that love would shift very drastically. I mean, maybe it's because I don't have kids, but I would even go as far to say I just don't think that I could love that person anymore. I might feel responsible for them, but how do you love them still? To Roberta Laundrie, it looks like Brian could never do it.
I get it. It would be painful, but I must do the right. No, I understand that. I'm not saying I wouldn't do the right thing, or you shouldn't do the right thing. I'm just saying, like, I just can't be mad at somebody who. Okay, it's kind of like this. There is no reason to kill anyone, right? I don't think you should murder people, right? But now let's say it this way. Let's say there's a dad who ends up finding out some guy did something to his kid, and then he ends up, like, taking that guy out, right? You can sit there and say, well, it's wrong for him to do it. Yes, but you can also sit there and be like, yo, dang, but, like, his daughter is going to remember that for the rest of her life. And he couldn't do it. You know what I mean? So now you're just like, dang. You know what I mean? You're on the whole thing of, yes, killing is bad. But in this situation, wow. So I can say, yes, what he did is wrong. And yes, turning him in is the right thing to do. But with a situation when it's actually your kid, because I don't have kids, I don't understand. But like when it's your kid, because I have biases and I understand it, but it's something else. I can sit back and be like, dang. Especially just like thinking about it. Like I told you, I was at the hospital when she was born, bro. I remember it vividly, right? And now if they were to tell me she did something, I'd just be like, yo. And I'll just keep thinking about those days. Like I said, I had to babysit her. The days where she was at the hospital. Just like little moments like that. And I'd be like, no, that's not the same. No, that can't be her. She couldn't do something like that. You know what I mean? Even if you showed me proof, I'll be like, no. She can't do that. She couldn't do that. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know, bro. I really don't know. Your work is looking good. Oh, appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. I'm trying a little something different. I'm really liking this one. I like the shapes for these lights over this light area, but I might lower the opacity. Opacity. Wait, where is it? What? Where is the highlights? Okay. It might be a little too bright for me. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, well, I guess we'll see after. But I like I love how sharp they are. I think I'm gonna stick with this style of like rendering. Simple, flat, and then shadow, saturated shadow, and then sharp highlights. Looks really nice.
Any wrong. But nobody can be convicted just for being unlikable and disgusting. In order for the Laundrie parents to be charged with anything, it would have to be proven that they knew Brian Laundrie killed Gabby Petito and that they took deliberate actions to assist him in evading law enforcement. That's pretty much the letter of the law. According to Roberta Laundrie's deposition, the week that Brian comes home mysteriously with the van but without Gabby, and the Laundries coincidentally pay a $25,000 retainer for an attorney, they also, that same week, take him to get a new phone. She is asked, why did he need a new phone? He didn't say. Later, she's asked about if she still has text messages between her and Brian, and she says, no, because when he bought a new phone, I answered his new number, and it automatically erased all the old texts.
What?
I've never seen that happen in my life.
Wait, what exactly she said happened?
I've had multiple new phone numbers, okay? She said he got a new phone, she started texting that new number, and it erased all the old text messages. It doesn't even make sense.
Oh. She's saying that I was texting my son's old number, and now I'm texting my son's new number, so all the old text messages are gone.
It's just a new text thread.
Yeah, it's just a new number. It's a new person.
Yeah.
To your phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's dumb.
It's very dumb.
But wouldn't you be able to dig that up too?
Yes, but this is a deposition in a civil trial between the Petito family and the Laundrie family. I think there's only so much that can be entered into discovery without getting a criminal case involved.
Yeah, I see.
So she says, no, because when I bought a new phone, I answered his new number, and it automatically erased all the old texts. I didn't know it was going to do that. I didn't realize. Did you try to recover those old text messages? No, I didn't even know that you could or how to go about that. Even later, when she is asked about the series of phone calls Brian made to his parents soon after Gabby Petito was likely dead, and soon afterwards, the Laundrie parents called the attorney and put down a $25,000 retainer, Roberta states she has no recollection of those calls, but it was probably just them catching up. But when she gets repeatedly confronted with the fact that you immediately called Stephen Bertolino, your family attorney, right after, she said, no, I thought I called Brian. I don't know. Not even a moment later, she says, well, Chris, my husband, Brian's dad, told me Brian said Gabby was gone. And he told me that Brian wanted him to call a lawyer. I think that's when Chris was telling me what Brian said. Gabby's gone and please call a lawyer. Okay, so if Gabby's gone, please call a lawyer, doesn't that say to you that she's dead?
No, I wouldn't think it that way.
I don't know what to think. I don't remember.
I wouldn't think it that way if he didn't blatantly say that. If he didn't say she is dead, if he would have said she's gone, I would have been like, oh, she finally left your crazy, your crazy self, huh? She finally left your crazy. That's what I would have said.
If it crossed my mind, or if I was just so nervous, I just thought he was in some kind of trouble. I don't know. What other possible explanation could there be for she's gone, please call an attorney?
Because they were engaged, right?
Possibly
she's gone. I don't want her taking half of my nothingness. I'm just playing devil advocate. Obviously, I know that he's, but like...
got in a fight and, maybe she's going to press charges against him or something. I don't know. Did you ask? Well, I didn't call Brian back after that. I don't know if we talked again that day. Your son's upset. Your husband he says, Gabby is gone, call a lawyer. You call a lawyer, and you never call your son back immediately
why
to
call
say what's
a
going
lawyer?
on, what's happening.
Why call? I mean, I guess the lawyer just held him off. But if he knew he was, he probably didn't know he was going to do this. Because it didn't become real to him until they found her, probably.
There is another 22-minute phone call, which she is asked about from her phone at around 11 p.m. that night with Brian. She says, yeah, I remember it was before I was going to bed. I think Chris was already asleep. And I remember he said he was driving home. Your husband was already asleep at that point after getting a phone call from your son that Gabby is gone. He's frantic. and you call a lawyer? Was that all the same day? It was a long weekend. We've been away, you know, we'd been at the beach with the kids in the race, and Chris falls asleep early. This is a girl you told me you loved, someone who was going to become part of your family, and you asked no questions about her, of your son, when you learned that she was gone, correct? Correct. Weren't you concerned about her? I was, but I think it was my son. I was concerned for my son. I was concerned for her well-being because I cared for her, but my son's driving home, and I'm nervous for him. Oh, you're concerned about her well-being. So what did you do about her well-being? Well, just, you know, Gabrielle, I thought she always could take care of herself. And I was just concerned about my son at the time, and I just figured maybe her parents could come get her, or she would, last time he left her in a hotel. It's pointed out that while Roberta has Gabby's number, she never reached out once, even though she was concerned for her well-being. She could have just sent her a text message. She states, because I was just concerned about my son, and I don't know. Later, she's asked about what they spoke about when Brian gets home to Florida after this phone call of Gabby's gone, call an attorney, I'm going to start driving back to Florida. And she says, I think by that time, my attorney advised me just not to talk to him about anything. So I just gave him something to eat, and we didn't talk about anything. Did you have that natural instinct with Brian to want to speak with your child since he's hurting? Well, not to talk to him and, you know, pump him for questions, but certainly to love him and feed him and hug him and, you know, give him lots of love and keep him safe and close. Everything about the Laundrie's response so far, their behavior, I don't think that it's great. Protesters are outside of private homes, harassing citizens, but I don't think it's unwarranted. I see why it happens, right? I don't know if we can like sit here and judge the ethics of it, because then we can just go down a rabbit hole, because like what if it happened to somebody else who actually is not a bad person? We don't know, right? But in this situation, I can't say I would go to Florida and be like, protesters, go home, give them some space. It's just crazy. The protesters honestly are very smart with it as well. They start gathering outside, screaming justice needs to be served, bring Gabby home. They also, on a daily basis, they're bringing baskets of dirty laundry, because the Laundrie family, leaving it out on their lawn. And in the deposition, Roberta basically complains that the reason that she might not have responded to the way that people wanted her to respond was because, quote, there were people outside our doors, banging on our doors, banging on our windows, sending us death threats. People were screaming very horrible things at us. It was a very scary time. We couldn't leave the house. It was frightening. Christopher Laundrie states in his deposition, there were people battering my house down. Everything was very difficult as far as, you know, people, it was a very fearful time. Even their attorney states, for the last 4 to 5 weeks, people have been yelling and screaming outside of their homes, so they're not exactly willing to come out and say, oh, by the way, all you people who have been yelling at us, here's some information for you. One consistent feeling that a lot of netizens have is the Laundrie family have just never been able to read the room. They are constantly complaining about how hard their lives are, which is why eventually the Petito family will sue them for intentional infliction of emotional distress.
What the heck is that?
Even the Laundrie family attorney...
What the heck?
How hard their lives are, which is why eventually the Petito family will sue them for intentional infliction of emotional distress.
Oh my gosh, intentional infliction of emotional distress? You could sue somebody for that? Their lives are hard. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. So you can't can you not see that they're suffering too? Does it not matter because it was your son? People are so interesting to me. And I'm not talking about from the victim's family, because the victim, they're, you know, they're doing all they can. But like, I'm talking about the people. Like, can you not just understand that they could be suffering also? It's always so interesting because a lot of these people, like their kids or their people in their family are doing things or going through some things. Like I remember, Brian, remember that show I was telling you about? You know, I'm not going to say the show name just in case you end up watching it, because I'm about to sort of kind of spoil a little something. I mean, it's not really a spoil. I mean, kind of, it's going to. But like in the show I was watching, right? this guy, he was caught peeping on this girl, right? What he did was he put cameras in her house, right? And it was a whole bunch of stuff. This guy's mom was like a really rich, like, lady, right? So they tried to scam this lady by saying that, oh, they're about to turn her son in, and she didn't want that to happen. Happy birthday, appreciate it. Animation, appreciate it, man. Long's animation. That's all I gotta say. All right, thank you. So what happens is she ends up pleading, and she ends up saying, wait, that's not my son. My son is not like this. He doesn't do things like this, right? But she didn't know who her son really was, right? She didn't know who he was after he left her house. She didn't know her son was out here moving this way. Oh my gosh. So I felt bad for her. I was like, oh dang, bro. Like, it has nothing to do with her. It has all to do with her son. And then now it's just like, oh, they blamed her son. I mean, they blamed her. What should I do about the girl? Listen, just be chill about it, all right? Just be calm and chill about it, my boy.
Even the Laundrie's family attorney is.
You know where she works, right? You know where she works. Occasionally, you can pop in, get a slice of pizza, talk to her. You know, little by little. She sees you around. She's like, "Hey, Jay, right?" And you're like, "Oh yeah, how you doing today?" And then you start having little simple conversations, and then you can ask her one day, especially depending on what time she gets off or something. Oh, would you like a slice of pizza as well? You know, I'm buying. And she's like, oh yeah, no, sure, why not? And then you can, you know, that's how it goes, little by little. Take your time, Zara. Especially because with this time, you can learn more about her. Because you don't want to just hop in. Next thing you know, she crazy. She got like 7 babies and 7 different guys. And then now you just like, oh shoot, what the heck am I supposed to do with this? You got to chill out. Slow your roll, my boy.
Is Stephen Bertolino. He is not only their attorney that repped them and Brian for this case, he's a longtime neighbor and business partner to some degree. They would invest in real estate properties together. They're all quite friendly. They've known each other for over a decade. And Bertolino is, in my opinion, the lawyer that walks in with that baggy suit, but he's just got such a stinky attitude where you're like, I don't think that we should be yelling at the judge right now. Like, maybe we could yell at other people, but don't yell at the judge or the jury, because that's just dumb. He's just yelling and...
What if she's not a Christian? Oh, that's even worse, too. So you can step out, bro. That's why you got to find these things out first. But, like, how do you guys feel about judges who... Because we all know... I mean, lawyers. We all know what's his name is guilty. Right? We all know he's guilty. How do you guys feel about lawyers who represent guilty people? Like, how do you feel about that? I wonder, like, how I want to draw her lips. Like, I want to do them pretty big. Maybe a bigger bottom lip than a top lip. Or maybe a bigger top lip than a bottom lip. They're doing it for a bag? Okay, you see? That's what I'm trying to... You see, that's what I'm saying. That's how I see it too, bro. I'm just like, yeah, they doing it for a bag. I mean, you can say, well, it's not really right because of how you feel. But I'm just like, at the end of the day, people do, like worse things for money. Right? I couldn't be a lawyer. Like, for reasons like that. I can't represent a guilty person and I can't represent an innocent person. Because if I fail on representing the innocent person, guess what? I am now going to feel bad. If I fail on representing the guilty person or succeed, they are going to be out on the streets. And I just can't live with that. They're just doing damage control, get paid. Nothing to see, yeah. They have to do a job. I'm okay with it. I'm trying to get guilty party paid. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, as long as we're all like pretty on the same side. pretty much on the same side.
Angry all the time. He just looks sour. Bertolino just never stops yapping. And these are my opinions that I'm allowed to have. The Laundries and the Bertolino, they say nothing helpful, but they also can't seem to shut the fuck up. They're questioned about the initial statement they released, stating that they hope Gabby is located and reunited with her family. Now, about this reunited statement, because it's been argued, if they knew that Gabby was deceased by this point, to say that they hope she's reunited with their family is intentionally causing emotional distress by instilling false hope that they know doesn't exist. That's what the Petito family are arguing in their lawsuit. Christopher Laundrie, the father, is questioned in the deposition. He's asked, if she was found dead, she couldn't be reunited with her family, could she? Reunited is a term for either or, I think.
That's
either
true.
or what? Well, deceased or not.
That's true.
But it doesn't say remains, does it? I thought it was a good thing to say and a nice thing to say. Well, I'm not big on words, so my meaning is that they would get to either Gabby's alive, my interpretation of the word, or not. And it's not just the fact that they are so useless in the investigation, it's also the way that they talk. Bertolino, the attorney, the way he even refers to the Petito family.
You starting a new whip? Nice.
The only thing that the Petito family has done so far as communication is thrown out letters to the public. I mean, but you're asking me, could there have been conversations? There has never been an olive branch reached out to us by their side.
Olive branch?
Yeah.
For what?
That is what the reporter also asks. Their daughter was murdered by the Laundrie's son. Why would they be the ones to put out an olive branch? He doesn't really respond. And this isn't even the first time he said something like this in an interview. He says, had one of the attorneys for the Petito family reached out to me, as they should, instead of doing it by Twitter or by open letter to the public, perhaps we would have resolved some certain issues many, many months ago. But that's not the path that the Petito family has chosen. So we will walk down the path with them that they have chosen to walk down. It's so amazing that people have so much audacity with no spine, no morals. I wouldn't even be able to show my face if that were me, but he's like, exactly. Later, when Brian is missing, Steven states, Chris and Roberta Laundrie do not know where Brian is. They are concerned about Brian and hope the FBI can locate him. The speculation by the public and some in the press that the parents assisted Brian in leaving the family home or in avoiding arrest or on a warrant, that was issued after Brian had already been missing for several days.
For a reference for
it's just wrong. He states,
a certain type
the
of
Laundries are being tortured in their own home by these protests outside. They're being harassed with lawsuits for a $40 sign that was more than likely on their property and should be considered litter. And all the foregoing is occurring when they have no idea whether their son is alive or not. Which, some further context, a woman did sue Christopher Laundrie. She was protesting outside the Laundrie house. Put up a sign. The sign read, what if this happened to Cassie? Now, this is Brian's older sister. This is their daughter.
Oh, older sister.
Walks up to the sign, rips it out of the ground, and walks with the sign back into his house. Clearly, the protester knows why she filed the lawsuit. She said, the lawsuit is going to keep this relevant. It's something that's going to drive the Laundries a little nuts. That's it. So I think it's for private property damage, the $40 sign.
Private property damage? You put it on my... Hold up. So if somebody puts a sign on my property, I can't take it out? What the heck is... This world is... Oh my gosh. So you're telling me I pay for my house and my grass and my backyard and everything, and somebody has the right to put whatever they want there, and if I decide I don't want that there, they can sue me? Yo, what is this world that we live in? What? What is this world that we live in right now? She put a sign on my property, and I was like, I don't want that there. I'm gonna take it out. And she's guys, you guys can try to explain it to me. Wait, no. I don't want to give her a skirt. I'll give her ooh, I have an idea. I mean, I don't know if it'll look good. You guys have to explain that to me. How the heck are you going to sue me for something you put on my property? Oh, the woman's full of it? Okay. Because I'm like, okay. All right. And he said damaged property. No. You placed it on my property, which makes it now mine. Okay? You place it now mine. It's like somebody has a car, right? No, somebody has a bike, and then they just throw it in my grass. Obviously, still your bike, but like if you leave that there forever, it's not yours no more. If you leave it there for a long period of time, it's not yours no more because it's on my property. It is now mine. Thank you. What is it called? Racing, running, track, running. I'm thinking like she can be like a. This could be like a volleyball. No, oh, volleyball could be good. We like volleyball over here. I mean, no, not volleyball. I want to do running, track and field. I think I see them getting in trouble for is damaging it. Damaging it? Yeah, but it's on my property. And this is to harass me. Did she countersue? Yeah, this should counter exactly.
To which the attorney has responded, the protesting, the witch hunt, this mob-style crucification of Chris and Roberta Laundrie is just wrong. And
I know, that's the thing.
Is enough.
It's wild.
A perpetrator straight up responds, like I could care less about that attorney and what he feels and thinks. Even the Northport police chief made a direct plea with Stephen Bertolino, stating, Mr. Stephen Bertolino, the Northport Police Department needs your help in finding Gabby. Please call us to arrange a conversation with Brian Laundrie. 2 people left on a trip and only 1 person has returned. Still, they continue to do what netizens feel is just not enough, with netizens writing, may your own karma find you. You are disgusting. Silence in this case is reprehensible.
Oh my goodness.
But others actually defend the attorney, writing, this man is just doing his job.
Exactly.
The same exact job every single defense attorney out there does. Others respond, a good defense attorney who advises his clients not to give up their Fifth Amendment right as guaranteed by the Constitution is a good attorney. As for Brian going missing, Bertolino tells a reporter, the Laundries knew Brian was grieving the night he left. Brian left the house on September 13th. Gabby's remains are found September 19th. What do you mean the Laundrie parents knew that Brian was grieving when he left the house, when Gabby's body hasn't been found? So does that mean that they knew that Gabby was dead?
That's crazy.
When confronted with this word usage, he just says, well, Brian had been extremely upset. Chris and Roberta were very concerned about him. That's what I meant. He says, you couldn't write this Greek tragedy. Brian is not a Ted Bundy. He's not a demon. He's not a serial killer. I'm not sure that the narrative that has been pushed that Brian was a mean killer and Gabby was an angel is entirely true. That really has nothing to do with this. It doesn't matter if Gabby was an angel or not. She was killed. You don't have to be this perfect victim that has never said a curse word or has never told a lie or has never done anything that society might deem as like, oh, maybe I wouldn't have done that. That's crazy. The whole family's entire response to everything is beyond bizarre. After the burn after reading letter, Roberta states that she wrote that letter, again, way before their cross-country trip. She's like, in a sworn affidavit, she states, I wrote it and gave it to Brian before Brian and Gabby left Florida for New York, which was June 2nd. Cool. The purpose of the letter was to reach out to Brian while he and I were experiencing a difficult period in our relationship. Brian and I shared a love of stories, and some of the language in the letter was using similar phrases to describe the depth of a mother's love. I hoped this letter would just remind him of how much I loved him. She also says, because people are like, then why'd you say burn after reading? That's suspicious. She said, well, okay.
It sounds like a movie thing.
It's actually Gabby's fault. Gabby bought this book on Amazon. It's like burn after writing. You know those journals where you do the things on the pages? It's like smash an orange onto this page and it says burn after using or burn after reading or writing. It's like one of those journals. She said it was a play on that.
I can see that.
Nobody believes that.
I can see that though, honestly.
I mean, clearly they have a very strange relationship.
What she's saying is like
Brian.
a story,
Even in
like he's like a story
one of
guy.
Brian's favorite books, Choke by Chuck Palahniuk. There's this very interesting
but like I said,
quote. Again,
I'm just saying that because I already know
but he writes
that he did do
I don't know,
it, and she
but
did
until
know,
your mom
most likely.
dies, it seems like all the other women in your life can never be more than just your mistress.
What the
And it's not
heck?
like you can divorce your mother.
That is kind of strange.
or
Track
kill
star?
her.
Yeah, she's a track star.
This is a quote from the book.
Yeah, but it's just kind of weird
That is
because
weird.
his relationship with his mom does feel, his mom, indeed, to many netizens, feels like the type of boy mom that feels like she is dating her son. That
No,
she's in
I don't think she seems
competition
like that
with
at
her
all.
son's romantic interest.
I don't think she seems like that at all.
Now,
She's
due
just
to
a
the
mom that
lawsuit
loves her
filed by
daughter.
Gabby's
I mean, her
family,
son.
the Laundrie parents both have to sit in these depositions. They just say some of the most insane stuff in the depositions that, yes, legally, I'm sure very hard to argue, but morally and just on a human scale, it is hard to believe that someone is this dense. Even when confronted with the fact that everyone in the world, it feels like, is searching for Gabby, why did Roberta feel hope that Gabby was alive? She said, I just had hope. I've heard stories where people are looking for their daughter and they find her much later, and so I just never wanted to give up hope. In another part of the deposition, Roberta Laundrie is confronted with a statement that their attorney, Bertolino, put out that said, the news about Gabby Petito is heartbreaking. The Laundrie family prays for Gabby and her family. This was released after Gabby's body is found, which she is asked, how is the news heartbreaking to you guys? Oh, it was heartbreaking in so many ways. Just to know that Gabrielle was gone, and it was just heartbreaking. So it wasn't heartbreaking before that. Well, I didn't know she was gone until it was on the news. And then that's when it was, very heartbreaking. Which, side note, did you hear what she just said earlier? It was heartbreaking in so many ways just to know that Gabrielle was gone. This whole deposition, she's like, I didn't know gone means dead. I didn't know gone means dead.
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking gone is dead. I was just thinking, I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking. She's confronted. Well, the words your husband told you on August 29th is that she was gone. Right. That was concerning, but heartbreaking. Our hearts were broken when we found out that Gabrielle was gone, deceased. So when you found out she was gone, did you reach out to her parents? No. Why not? We just kept following our attorney's advice not to speak to anybody.
Ooh.
She's also questioned about a random coincidental email that she sends to Brian the day he calls his parents. So Gabby is
this attorney has
the night of August 27th.
Like,
they talk
literally
August 29th.
Got everything
and they
sorted.
hire that attorney. But also, Roberta sends Brian an email about how to get stains out of t-shirts.
When?
On the 29th. And she said it was just like an inside joke. She said, okay, so they ask, were you telling Brian how to get a blood stain out of a t-shirt? No. And she further elaborates, it's because Gabby was obsessed with Tide pens. And it was just like a thing. She just wanted to send it because she was thinking about them.
It's like, they know the whole world knows.
Yeah.
And we all know what they know.
But they can't prove it.
It's like a very dumb...
But they can't prove it, though.
Yeah, anyways.
In the deposition, she further elaborates about the burn after reading letter, saying the whole thing, again, is just a joke. She says, even if they're not good jokes, I'm always joking. I would never actually think he would end up in jail. He was such a nice, good boy. I would never imagine it. I would never imagine he would go to the moon. I didn't think he would suddenly become an astronaut and go to astronaut school and go to the moon. It was just being exaggerating and silly. It was a silly letter. Like, no matter what, I'll love you. I love you, love you, love you. Also, Roberta, you're weird. I don't know what else to say. But at one point, she's trying to explain that things are just jokes and what kind of jokes she finds funny. She said, the burn after reading letter, she's trying to explain, it's only weird now in hindsight. She didn't know any of this was going to happen. She wrote that months and months and months ago. She said, it's like, when I went to work in the World Trade Center, they on the top floor had this place where tourists could come and get their picture taken, and it looks like they're leaping off the building. And it was very funny, and you could put like a funny face, and you pay $10 for this
what
picture.
Did she say?
And you get a picture of you falling off the Trade Center. That was so funny, and everybody had funny faces. I'm saying this was because at the time it was a joke. Later, when people actually did fall off the World Trade Center, it was not so funny.
That is a crazy example.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't even think I would know what to say if I were the Petito family attorney. They're just like, well, this isn't so funny now that we know that your son murdered Gabby, is it? Exactly. Whereas Christopher Laundrie's deposition is incredibly blunt. He gives little to no responses. He seems like he knows nothing about anything. I don't know if that's a legal tactic, or I genuinely think that he gives more of the energy of, those Jimmy Kimmel parts where they go out onto the street and they ask the dad, when's your kid's birthday? Does your kid have any medical illnesses we need to know about? And they have no clue. It kind of is reminiscent of that. He seems like he does get Brian's birthday wrong at one point. So I don't know.
Like what? Completely wrong? Or
I think he got the year wrong. And then Roberta had to clarify in her deposition the day later. But he just states about those phone calls that he got August 29th. I asked him how he was doing. He was not calm. He got very excited and told me that you know, Gabby's gone. And he got very frantic. Everything was frantic and quick. So, you know, Gabby's gone.
She said very excited?
Meaning what? Well, I have no idea what he meant.
What?
Well, what else did Brian say? Well, that was, you know, it was quick. He said, you know, he was very panicked and he said he didn't know what to do. He said, can you help me, you know, and he might need a lawyer, you know. And I would ask him why he wouldn't tell me. He was very frantic. Everything was frantic, and I started to not really comprehend, and he was just like, can you help me? And I said, okay, I'll help you. And then I calmed him down a bit, and I said, I don't know. It was all mumbled, and I still don't remember everything that happened, but, you know, he said he needed to get an attorney, and he hung up. Did you understand Gabby is gone to mean that something happened to Gabby? I understood it that something was wrong. Okay, something was wrong, meaning what? I had no idea.
How do you interpret that, right? Someone is gone. Either someone left or someone has passed.
But you have to combine it with, I need a lawyer. Oh,
That's what I'm saying. Like, he keeps saying, I don't know. So,
yeah, it's like either they left you or they're dead.
Yeah, either I thought someone left me or someone is dead.
Yes.
One is like, oh, they were just left
Sad.
you. So, yeah, okay, fine, move on. The other one's like, oh my goodness, what happened?
Yes.
So what do you mean? Keep saying, oh, I don't know. That's a clear lie. He knows some.
So it's like, it's A, she either left the relationship, or B, she's deceased.
Yeah.
And then from there, when you get the part where he says, I need an attorney, anyone with brain cells that are not actively cannibalizing itself would assume if it's the other, okay, I think it's this now. I think she's dead.
I mean, no, that's not true.
An attorney.
If he's asking for an attorney, you could think that it's because, like, you can say, oh, he hurt her or something, but she left him, or he wants an attorney, because, you know, they're engaged too. Like, he has nothing, though. So I guess you can probably take that part away. But there's so many other things that you can think of. And listen, I know he did it. I'm just saying, there's other things that are at play here. This man was mental. Yes, he was. We all know this, but I'm just saying.
Gone is not a vague word. Yeah. Gone is not like this esoteric feeling.
I mean, it could be, because gone could listen, especially with how he talks. If he were to say gone, right, and not tell me, like, he did what he did, I would instantly think, I would, like, listen, especially if it's your kid and you know your kid is not the type of person to do that. If your kid says gone, you would just think she left you. And you'd be like, dang, man. Yeah. She's gone. I'm like, hey. Yeah, hey, she finally left you, huh? I'm surprised she stuck around so long. You know what I mean? Like, I would see it like that. But obviously, they're with hindsight, they're like, oh, well, this is how it is. And I'm like, nah.
Really is not really a metaphor even.
Yeah.
He said, I had no idea. Your son is frantic, and he wants you to call a lawyer because Gabby is gone. Did you believe at the time that he murdered her?
No, because listen, this guy is obviously crazy.
Not at all.
What?
This guy is obviously crazy, right? And he knows his son is in love with this girl, like, too much. So if his son told him she's gone, right? He could think she left him, right? He wants a lawyer. He doesn't know he doesn't know what he's doing. He's frantic because this is the love of his life, and he is panicking because she left him. It's a simple way to get that way. Like, I don't understand why because obviously they're talking like, well, they had to have known because of this and this and this and that.
Where did you think gone meant? I didn't
Left.
even know what to think at the moment,
Left
you know,
him.
at all.
Left him.
He also states that when Brian got home from the, quote, fateful trip, he seemed, quote, like a kid who came home, you know, in trouble. That's how he seemed. Well, let's connect the dots. He told you Gabby was gone. He's frantic. He's upset. He's like a kid that came home and he was in trouble. Did that lead you to believe he murdered Gabby? No. No? I don't know what happened. He, like Roberta, claims that since that day forward, he never asked Brian what happened. What he meant by Gabby is gone, he never asked because the lawyer said, you guys don't talk about it. Did you consider how the Petitos might be feeling, not knowing where their daughter was? I'm a considerate person, of course I was. It's not a pleasant thing for anybody, I'm sure. The one thing that people really wanted to know in the depositions, which we really don't get answers to, is what the hell the entire Laundrie family were doing, including Brian, going camping after Gabby is missing. So Brian comes home alone to Florida September 1st. 6 days after, September 6th, the whole Laundrie family go camping in Fort DeSoto. This is not the same place that he is missing in. It's about 60 miles away. September 6th to 8th, the whole family is camping. Some people think that this was a test trip to see if he can live off grid, to test him. Others think that they were talking about things that maybe they couldn't talk about in the family home because, I don't know, maybe they're being paranoid. So this is before there were protesters.
It could just be that he wanted to have one last time with his family.
But maybe they were being paranoid of, there's so many electronic devices, I don't know. Or some people think maybe it's one last family trip because
one
they
last
all
family
know
trip.
what's about to come. And
They probably didn't know. He probably just said, I just want to go camping. And then he said, come on, guys, let's go. And then they were like, whoa, okay. And then they went. And he had one last day with his family. It could have been that. And then he hugged his mom like really tight. And she was like, what's going on? And he's just like, nothing. I just wanted to be here with you guys. Right? And then they just had a good day. And then, he did what he did. That's all. Listen, playing devil's advocate. Obviously, there's a high likely chance. I'm just saying. I just don't like when they're like, well, obviously, they had to have told him when he was out there.
The walls are closing in and he doesn't want to go to jail. Roberta is confronted with this in the deposition and she is asked, how could you go on vacation knowing that Gabby was gone while the Petito family was looking for her? We just had planned to go.
Okay,
we
that's
just
weird.
wanted to test out our new camper overnight.
That's weird.
So this is not Gabby's van, it's a camper. We were just doing our regular thing. I don't know. Bertolino, the attorney, says, I can tell you that the Laundries always go camping, as evidenced by the camper in their driveway on display for all the world to see. Whether or not they went to a particular campsite on a particular day, I cannot tell you, and it's not worth the time, in my opinion. Brian's sister, Cassie, is 10 years older than Brian. She also had protesters and reporters outside her home that she shares with her husband and kids. Now, for a while, she also remained quiet. It wasn't until later that she just came out of nowhere, out of the house, ready to talk to people. She said, I'm losing my parents and my brother and my children's aunt, Gabby, and my future sister-in-law on top of all of this, and you guys are not helping. We're cooperating with the police. We're not supposed to talk to anybody, and you're making my children cry.
When was this? When did she start coming out?
This is after Gabby is missing, and the whole world is like, what is going on? So this is after they're camping. This is after Brian is home. This is after the world finds out that Gabby is missing.
But they don't know Gabby has passed yet.
No.
So this is when she, like, in that window,
yes.
she...
Okay. So Gabby's body has not been found yet.
Okay.
Why your parents? Like, what do you mean you're losing your parents? Because they're not talking to us either. Why aren't they talking to you guys? If I knew, I would say, I don't know. Do you think they're involved? Your parents? I don't know. We know nothing. You don't know? You're not. We've been finding everything out with the news like everybody else. She says, this is not what we want to be doing. This is not how we want the world to find out when we're angry and upset. But I can't have my kids be crying for 3 days in a row. My parents' lawyer screwed me over. I'm livid and I'm not talking to him. I'm in the boat where I'm getting ignored by my entire family and thrown under the bus by my family's attorney. So I'm just as mad.
Why aren't they talking to you guys?
If I knew, I would say.
Did Brian kill Gabby? I don't know. When describing Brian and Gabby's relationship, she says, of course everybody bickers, but nothing like what people are saying, or else we would have done something about it. I don't stand for that. I was in a bad relationship similar to what, saying has happened. I wouldn't let that happen. We're not the evil monsters we're being made out to be. We are unfortunately in the dark as much as everybody else. She says that she was also confused that Brian came home back to Florida without Gabby. She said, my jaw hit the floor. I mean, the first thought in my head was, oh, they must have broken up and he doesn't want to talk about it and I'm going to give him space. And then he went missing.
Yeah, so you think logically.
They explain that Brian's parents aren't speaking because they have a lawyer. My parents' lawyer, we don't have a lawyer. We have nothing to hide. We were told not to talk to anybody and I'm upset that we have to come out here and do this. Again, do you think that Brian killed Gab? I don't know. Silence is not guilt. The FBI told us not to talk. The sooner he is found, the sooner this is over for us. I would tell my brother to just come forward and get us out of this horrible mess. To which one netizen comments, the parents picked their murdering son over their daughter and grandchildren. Lovely people. Others comment, I do give her credit for coming out to talk, unlike her parents. But Gabby's parents and most netizens still don't understand why she couldn't do anything to try and get Brian to speak. Gabby's mom says, what does that statement even do? It does nothing. She might have been out of the loop from the beginning. Who knows what the parents kept from family members? But instead of saying that, if these people supposedly loved Gabby, if she's like a sister, if your kids love her so much, why aren't you begging them to talk? Additionally, newly revealed text messages in the Netflix documentary show Roberta Laundrie and Cassie talking about the investigation in a really bizarre tone. They're talking about how the Northport police state to the public that they didn't know that Brian went hiking because they saw Roberta and they thought it was Brian, remember? Mm-hmm. But Roberta texts Cassie. The Northport police said Brian and I have a, quote, similar build. Boy, Brian would be not happy about that. Sister Cassie says, yeah, everyone's laughing at that remark because not even remotely close. Roberta responds, short, pudgy, and a big bottom, or short, sassy, and pear-shaped. She's describing her own body. But again, does this really, like, put yourself in the shoes, your loved one is missing.
So bizarre.
Another infuriating detail to this case is, well, it's infuriating how the Laundries, I think a little bit of how Cassie is also carrying herself, but Gabby probably cared more for Brian's family than Brian ever did. Even when they're on road trips, Gabby would take the time to write, draw on postcards.
Her parents are not doing that to protect her? Yeah, they didn't.
One reads, hey,
they didn't do it to protect her. Sad. Yeah, the people harassing yeah, it's dumb too. But like I said, it's because he's not around. If he was around, they probably would be attacking him. But yeah. I said it for a few seconds. What did I hear? Nah, it's just a whole bunch of wild stuff being said over here, Brian.
Brian and I miss you so much. Everywhere we go reminds us of you. Like the red rocks at Bryce Canyon, the sky here is so open. There's more stars than I've ever seen. Scorpio is so big and always bright every night. It's always the first one we spot. Love, Aunt Gabby.
Scorpio.
She's like stacks of postcards that she sent to Cassie's kids. Regardless, a lot of people don't like Cassie, the sister, and people don't like this whole camping trip that they went on. Cassie says, we just went for a couple of hours. So she's saying the parents and Brian, she's not even saying how long they were staying there, but she's saying for me and my family, me and my kids, we were there for a few hours, met up with them. There was no grand feeling of goodbye. There was no nothing. I mean, I'm frustrated that in hindsight, I didn't pick up on anything. It was just a regular visit.
So they joined in that 2-day trip? Or
they joined in on the last day. She said that she had to leave after dinner and s'mores because the kids had school.
Like a quick trip?
Yeah. Again, I don't know if my family is constantly camping and they're going on a camping trip and let's say I have 3 kids, it's a school day. I don't think I'm driving 80 miles for dinner.
I mean, yeah, but if they're
80
insistent
miles back home for dinner,
for some
I don't
reason,
think I'm doing it.
If they're insistent for some
I'd
reason,
just be like, we'll see you in the next one.
Yeah, but if there's not a next one, you see, I hate how they're acting, bro. Because depending on how, especially if he was like, I'm done after this, and he really wants it, and he insists his sister, he says, please, like, I've never begged you like this before. I just want you to be here and bring the kids. What the heck? If my brother ever calls me up at one day and randomly just says it like that, I'm gonna be like, what the heck is going on with him? And I'm gonna try honestly to get there because he's never talked to me that way. You know what I mean? So she probably doesn't have no kids or siblings. Oh no, she said she has a sister. So if her sister told her, and she has kids and all, knowing that, like, if she ever talked to her a strange way and just said, I really want you here, right? And it seems like she has a good relationship with her sister, and she said she's not going? I don't know. I guess it's just me.
Because that's crazy. But I don't know, maybe they just love camping. I'm not saying anything.
It's not even about the camping, really.
Maybe I'm lazy. I don't know.
It's not even really about the camping.
One expert states, I think Brian's parents did help him once he came home. He shows up with the van without her. What does he tell his parents?
Oh, yeah, the van is the
we
thing.
broke up. I left her out there. I just decided to drive the van back home and let's go camping. That doesn't make sense. You have to connect the dots. You have to put that puzzle together. Others point out, suddenly he goes from your sacred son that can do no wrong, that is Jesus reincarnated, and everybody should love him, to he goes missing and we're not going to do anything to find him? That's very strange. But the attorney Bertolino in defense of the laundry, says, when you've got a gaggle of press and screaming public out at your door 24 hours a day, do you think that Brian and Roberta are going to go down to Walmart and start putting up signs, help me find my son? Now, he does say Brian. He means Chris and Roberta, the parents. But he does say Brian and Roberta. Interesting slip, but regardless. With the new Netflix documentary being released, there are once again circulating theories that Brian Laundrie is actually not dead because of the way that the Laundries have handled themselves when he goes missing. Because of everything that's progressed, they just feel like he is alive and he is out there. There have been old pictures dug up of what someone resembles Brian eating at a restaurant in Mexico. Another of someone who resembles Brian eating fried chicken.
Imagine.
With the caption, "Did Brian Laundrie come in for fried chicken tonight?" There's a TikToker who looks similar to Brian Laundrie and had to make his whole TikTok account called Not Brian Laundrie. A lot of people are just taking this at face value, with some people running with the conspiracy theories that he's alive. Somehow he faked his own death in the reserve with the help of his parents, and he is out there. I mean, that's a mom who would do anything for her son, clearly, and she probably stated that once before in her deposition. So he's got to be free, watching all this unfold. Others argue, what if he didn't even leave the country? That's so hard. What if he's in that house? A lot of people are taking drone footage of Roberta and Chris Laundrie gardening in the backyard. So while Brian is missing, Roberta is gardening nonstop. And they say it looks almost at one point that a hand is coming up from out of the soil. So what if they had some sort of system under there that he could crawl under and hide?
What the
and they're
heck?
hiding him.
That's
there
crazy.
have been all sorts of conspiracy theories
That's
that
crazy.
they have tunnels built under the house.
Okay, now they're
He's
taking it too
under
far.
the garden. At one point, he would have been under the shed. People are like, the FBI need to check the cameras. Other conspiracy theorists believe that Brian is alive, but not under the garden, not in Mexico. He's likely somewhere in the Appalachian Mountains, with some reports stating that they are certain that they interacted with him on the trail. Now, I will say a few things about this. A lot of these conspiracy theories were from before Brian's remains were found in the Carlton Reserve.
Okay.
So before they're found, people are like, I just saw him in Mexico. Here's a picture of him, of what looks like him on the Appalachian Trail. Now, once his remains were found, there were still some people who were heavily invested in the case that were having doubts and going back and forth. But then with the Netflix documentary, I think a lot of new people that didn't know about the case found out about it, and they just started running with maybe a few TikToks that they saw. So one of the biggest things that I saw on TikTok that was circulating was that Brian's uncle was the one that identified his remains to be Brian. A lot of netizens are saying that Brian
looking pretty good. But listen. Quick help here. When you're drawing your rib cage, and I know you like to draw the box, and we love to draw the box, right? I want you to remember, split it in half, both ways like this. This is about the area where you'll get this part of the rib cage, and this is the bottom of the sternum, which goes in the center, like this, right? And the pecs come out and go down to about like right here, maybe a little bit higher. What is that? Oh, maybe a little bit higher. Like a little bit higher from the pecs. From the sternum, right here. And then you can put like the shoulders, and then you can have it go up, right? Because this is why I really love learning about these little measurements, because it just makes everything look in proportion. You know what I mean? So just try to get those. Bet, yeah. But it's looking good so far, man. And it looks like you got, listen, remember that line, that bottom line, the rib cage has to touch that bottom line. Like if I were to show you the time lapse for this one, hopefully it's safe. I'm pretty sure it's safe. Yeah, okay, so as you can see, you see that bottom line, the rib cage is fully that line. Fully. That bottom line, the rib cage has to be that whole section. And it looks like you stop it soon. Nope, don't stop it soon. That whole section has to be the ribcage. Because I've made mistakes also. Like right here, when I start doing it, you see, I kind of lift it up a little too high over the line. And then I have to fix it later. You see, I have to bring it down. Because it wasn't on the line fully. You have to remember that whole line is where the ribcage is supposed to be. Right here too. You see that line is where I put the bottom of the rib cage because it has to touch that line. Remember, that line is the bottom of the rib cage. No. No, it's because like sometimes I will color the drawing before I add the color of the clothes on it, and sometimes it could look a little, a little crazy. So, I just want to make sure. And sometimes I just do sketches beforehand that could be pretty wild on YouTube standards, so just trying to get not to get banned.
One to identify the dental remains, which means he could just lie and say it's a match, except it's not true. So with Brian, the first thing that was identified was his dental remains because it's fast. It's way faster than checking DNA of someone. So they confirmed the dental remains and then they did the DNA, and the medical examiner, the forensic odontologist, the medical examiner's office, nobody that worked on this case is related to Brian Laundrie. So regardless if maybe Brian Laundrie's previous pediatric dentist or any dentist had been his uncle, they were not the ones to verify his remains. Even if they cross-referenced, they did DNA, they did everything. So it would be very hard. Now, if you're saying maybe there's only a few teeth, like maybe, because I saw some people are like, what if he just plucked out his teeth and left them? There were also some rumors on TikTok that not a lot of bones were found and just a few teeth were found. That is also false. The vast majority of his bones, including very large bones that you just cannot live without, or it would be very difficult to expel them from your body and be alive without proper medical care.
Wow!
Yeah,
those think like, dude, okay. But special. Appreciate it, Titan. Appreciate it, man.
They were there, and they were confirmed to be Brian Laundrie's. So I think that's what is also kind of tricky. A lot of things have just been kind of warped and then run. I do think that when he was missing, a lot of people felt like he was on the run. So it's almost like they're taking sentiments of that and it's kind of warped into this thing. And the only reason that I'm trying to debunk a lot of these conspiracies is I imagine it's very difficult for the Petito family to hear over and over again that he might be alive. And it becomes less of a story of what happened to Gabby, and they're trying so hard to raise awareness for DV, and more of like, ooh, conspiracy, what if he's alive? And I do get it, conspiracies are very interesting, but it just seems, there's not really a lot of good basis behind the theories. Side note, there was also misinformation briefly that the gun that was used for his self-exit was never found. It was found. Others question a part of the autopsy report that says that Brian had died anywhere between 45 days and 672 days prior to his body being found. He had only been missing for 37 days. So people thought it was strange. But the same autopsy results state the water temperature was 85 degrees. Post-mortem interval was 47 to 672 days, or approximately 1.5 months to nearly 2 years. These findings must be interpreted with caution because these studies have not been adequately tested in Florida. Florida's hot. Florida's humid. There's so many natural predators in where he was found. It is not the most unbelievable. So people were saying Gabby was found weeks later, but her body is generally intact. But she was found in Grand Teton. He's found 3 feet submerged in water for weeks in humid, hot weather with lots of animal predators. And so people were just saying, I mean, could it really do that much to a body? Yeah, I mean, just even different temperatures of water that a body would be submerged in, you would be surprised at of decomposition, of how much it varies.
I wonder, like, even just a couple degrees will mean everything for the reaction of
and the types of bacteria that are harbored in those types of swamp waters versus like ocean water or fresh water like a spring, that would be very different too. Now, in an interview, the family attorney, Bertolino, states, and as everybody knows, Brian's remains and personal items were located somewhat in close proximity to the entrance to the park. So a lot of people think he sounds like he's saying identifying items, which sounds very, like you want to put identifying items near
entrance
the body to be like, oh, this is my identity. But he says all that speculation came from legal experts that Brian is still alive, that were on these 24-hour news shows that had to fill in some time. And what better way to fill in some time than make up stuff? There was speculation that there were burner phones, that we were dressing him in funny outfits and sending him across the Mexican border, sending him across certain bodies of water to other countries. All of that was just to fill in the networks that just had to fill in some time. He says he wants to laugh when he thinks about how horribly Chris and Roberta Laundrie were treated by the media. He says,
I think the media needs to check itself. I can tell you that I had several words with some producers for the media when they wanted me on their shows. They went from reporting the news to making up the news, and it was just horrible.
With respect to the public, certainly they have the right to intervene and protest, but I don't think it's acceptable in our society, our civilized society, to have people protesting outside of anyone's homes. I will say, again, a lot of netizens have mixed feelings about this, but I think the one sentiment that netizens come across is maybe if they had underage children in that home. Like, people were upset that people were protesting outside of Cassie's home. Because also it's like a degree of separation. Like, it's her brother. I don't know, right? And also, she's got 3 young kids. So people were upset about that. But with the Laundries, I think most netizens are on the...
Yeah,
well, I'm not calling the police, you know?
Everyone's thinking the parents are literally shielding the son, which they kind of are. Like,
yeah, and at the time that the protesters were there, a lot of netizens were split. Is this okay? Is this not okay to do, right? However, in hindsight, a lot of netizens think maybe they should have had more protesters so people knew where Brian was going.
Yeah.
Because Brian just left, and the police did nothing.
Yeah.
But Bertolino states, I think we don't do witch hunts anymore. And that's what the mob did. The media supported it. And if you go back and you review the tape, you'll see that I'm correct. I have no warm and fuzzy feelings for the way that the press handled this particular saga. Okay, nobody has warm and fuzzy feelings for you. And just some random points of contentions that netizens have. After Brian's death, the parents spent about 3 hours hiking in the same area, which some could argue could be their way of grieving. But it just, what are they doing? Some thought it was just weird. So it seems with most netizens that have been following this case pretty closely and have been following the work that the Petito family have been doing, it's pretty clear that Brian is dead is what most netizens feel. However, the part that netizens are having a really hard time accepting is that the Laundrie parents did not know what was happening. They just can't accept it. Brian's parents must have known. They must have known what he was leaving to do. They must have known what happened, is what netizens feel. Rose, Gabby's, one of her closest friends, says, his parents found his remains. You know, that blew my mind. I didn't even believe it. I thought it was like fake news. I was like, what do you mean? This makes no sense. I was pissed off, to be honest. I just wanted answers, and when we found his remains, those answers went out the door. Others have also pointed out that Roberta Laundrie goes dressed in black to find her dead son's body. Nicole, Gabby's mom, says, that whole thing was mind-boggling to me. I don't even understand any of it. I don't
You know,
understand
the
it.
mom looks so familiar.
She states...
She looks like... some, like a childhood friend of mine. Like, we're like friends when we were kids, I'd say. His mom. Kind of. Not exactly, but kind of.
Speak for myself when I say, Brian, I forgive you. I needed to release myself from the chains of anger and bitterness. So she's saying, I forgive you, not because what he did is forgivable, but she just needs to move on so she can help other people. They started a Gabby Petito Foundation where they help other victims of DV, and I can imagine that must be very difficult if you're just consumed with anger all day. And to see these types of cases that are so similar, I don't think that anyone could handle it if they don't release some of that or let it go a little bit. And she says, I refuse to let your despicable act define the rest of my life. But as for you, Roberta, I call you out individually because you are evidently the mastermind that shattered your family and mine with your evil ways. I see no empathy in your eyes, no remorse in your heart, no willingness to take responsibility for your actions. You do not deserve forgiveness. You deserve to be forgotten.
Whoa.
Now, the Jeopardy game, you know those game shows? There's a game called Jeopardy, and they asked a question during the actual show that reads, in 2021, fugitive Brian Laundrie ended his days in Florida's Mayakahatchee Creek Park, home to these long and toothy creatures. So now you're supposed to be like, the answer is alligators, or what is alligators? That's how they phrase it. I don't know why. But the answer is alligators. Is this distasteful? I think so, but the fact that the Laundries barely ever speak out about anything, but they're so enraged by this question. This is recent, so this is after Brian is dead. They spoke out about this Jeopardy question, and that rubbed netizens the wrong way. So this Jeopardy episode releases, and I would say like 95% of netizens are like, that is pretty distasteful. I will say most people are like, are we gonna cancel Jeopardy? Probably not, because it's Brian Laundrie, but that is pretty gross, right? But then once the Laundries come out with this statement, the entire Laundrie family is appalled and concurs with all the comments on social media on how distasteful this is. I believe an apology is due.
Please.
For this distasteful Jeopardy question to be posed only highlights the sensationalism that surrounded this tragedy and puts salt on the wounds of a family that has not been afforded any rights or privacy when the family themselves did nothing wrong. So now most netizens at this point start switching up. In my opinion, somewhat understandably. They start switching from feeling outraged at the distasteful question to, hold on, what did you just say? The overall sentiment turning to, have they apologized to the Petito family for withholding information pertaining to their daughter's murder? No? Okay then, moving on.
Yeah, but they said they didn't know.
That was tasteless. However, the Laundries deserve nothing, so they can go cry about it. I don't care. Others felt it was more of a slap to the Petito family than anything. Other netizens are like, forget Jeopardy. Talk about the dumb cops. The fact that they didn't know that Brian went missing, that even the Moab police, like, what do you mean? So with that, in 2022, the Petito family sued the Laundrie family, and the Laundrie attorney just basically tried to argue that the Laundries are exercising their right to remain silent, and if the lawsuit were to go through, that would completely turn the fundamental constitutional rights on silence on its head. But the Laundries also countered the lawsuit. So when it's a civil lawsuit, there's like phases called discovery where just a lot of things get exposed and both parties need to have access to specific information. You can't just be like, no, you can't look at this because this is my phone. Like there's certain things that the judge has to approve that both parties need to have access to. But the Laundries counter with a very long list of requests for the Petito family. The whole list is very long. They want all communications that both Gabby's parents had with state and federal agencies. They want all phone records from Gabby and her parents from July 2nd to September 30th of 2021. They want any documents and communications regarding the compensation or contracts related to publishing rights, movie rights, or television rights.
That's so gross.
Yeah, you know what's even more gross is the fact that sometimes the damage is done by requesting something.
Yeah.
So the Petito family, they are not thinking about movie rights or television rights. But when the Laundrie family requests that, you will see a good group of netizens turn around and say, yeah, they're on too many TV shows right now talking about what happened. You're right. Maybe the foundation is like they want more fame. Even asking for something that probably doesn't exist is already planting seeds in a lot of the public's mind. And I think they knew exactly what they were doing, in my opinion. People commenting are saying the nerve that they have to request anything at all from Gabby's parents, though, is despicable. They also argue in the motion that they should be, quote, protected from annoyance and embarrassment, and the public curiosity is not a reason to require them to discuss personal and heart-wrenching details. Another insane detail to add, Roberta drives the Mustang, the silver Mustang that Brian drove to the park to the deposition. They have other cars. Why do you have to drive that specific car? To which one netizen comments, this is a whole, my son is more important than your daughter moment. That woman is really evil.
I mean,
they reach an undisclosed settlement.
To her son is more important than their daughter. How is that evil? That's how a mother is, period, or a parent is, period. Like your kid is going to be more important than any other kid.
24, but the Laundrie family have not had any criminal charges filed against them. And with that, the Gabby Petito family have started the Gabby Petito Foundation. Nicole says, we started the foundation. We just want to bring attention to the dangers and the signs of DV, more awareness, prevention. I mean, we would do anything to bring Gabby back, but that's obviously not possible. So we have a choice. We can do nothing, or we can use her voice, her platform, and try to change lives for others. Help people make sure that this story doesn't happen again. They've been big in advocating for what is called the lethality assessment protocol. It's a series of questions that police officers are trained on to get further context on DV-related calls. It's not even just The way they ask the questions, it's the questions themselves, it's the way that they're told to gather these responses, because a lot of DV victims feel like they need to take the fault. Because if they let anything happen to the abuser, it's probably going to come back 5 times harder on them if they ever get out of jail, or if nothing happens. God forbid they tell the truth to the police and then they're still not taken to jail, which happens a lot. Gabby's father says, I hope when I leave this place and I get to see her again, I can ask her, did I make you proud? I hope she'll say yes. Gabby's story has clearly resonated with a lot of people. One netizen writes, Gabby saved my life 3 years ago. I didn't even know her, and I wish she was still on this earth to thank her in person. I left my abusive ex of 6 years once I followed this case, and I heard how she was taken away. I will forever be thankful for her. I will always think of her, and I love you, Gabby. There has been a lot of discourse about how Gabby's story was covered and how so many other people go missing and never get coverage. Just in Wyoming, which is where Gabby went missing, 710 indigenous people, mostly girls, have gone missing in the past decade, and none of them have hit national headlines to any degree that is even comparable to Gabby Petito's story. A lot of people were upset that the minute someone goes missing that's not indigenous, that's all the entire world can talk about. With one reporter saying, imagine the men and women and children in the community where the last 10 years, more than 700 indigenous people have gone missing and nobody has said a word, but one missing white woman turns up in their backyard and the world suddenly pays attention. Joe Petito, Gabby's dad, saw the news. And he felt the initial wave of shock and anger. Like, what do you mean people only care about my daughter because she's white? I'm sure on a personal level you feel slightly attacked, taken aback. Like, the worst thing that could have happened to Gabby happened, and people are saying, why are we only talking about Gabby? He said, when I heard that, my initial reaction wasn't a positive one, saying Gabby's color was the only reason. I was taken aback by that. But he said, instead of anger, he took a deep breath and he said, then I started looking into it. I did a deep dive. I looked at popular missing persons cases, and yeah, the ones that hit the mainstream, they all look the same. And so he has spent the last 3 years advocating for missing Black, Brown, and Indigenous people through the foundation. And also, we're working on a lot of lesser-known cases, so keep an eye out for those coming soon. But it's just, it is interesting to see how he didn't just lash out in anger. And yeah. But a lot of people have said this case serves as a really good message on DV. I mean, everything that you expect of Gabby stating that she's the one that started the fight, she did something that warranted the abuse, she's the one that instigated it, she's taking responsibility for Brian's actions. That's typically what victims do. Additionally, the fact that Brian is taking her phone and her keys, that should have been such a red alarm for the officers. It's not your phone. It's not your keys. You can't take other people's belongings. And the fact that you think that you can is crazy. Like, that's already abusive. The Petito family filed a $50 million wrongful death suit against the Moab Police Department, to which, okay, there was a lot of backlash when they filed this lawsuit, with people saying, why is it that parents just love making money off their dead kids? Wow. Yeah, let's not even get me started on that rant, but every single penny would have gone to the Petito Foundation. So it's, even if it didn't, it's just like, what are we doing right now? But they state the 4 of us, her 4 parents, don't want to be here. We would give it up in a second if that meant that she was back. Unfortunately, this is the best way to have those changes made. It's that simple. A segment of the lawsuit reads, the officers never directly questioned Brian about whether he hit Gabby or how she ended up with scratches on her face. The officers egregiously misinterpreted Gabby's extreme emotional distress, seeing it as the cause of domestic violence rather than the result. Negligence deprived Gabby of her safety and ultimately her life. They brought up other things where Officer Pratt, the main one leading the investigation of the Moab, when they pulled the couple over, he went on a podcast once and he said, it's just too much paperwork. Like, there's no way I'm doing all that paperwork. Like, people have said he loves to say stuff like that. But still, there are some people who see the body cam footage and they see nothing wrong with it. They say, sorry, parents, but she admitted she was the abuser.
Exactly. There was nothing wrong with, they did nothing wrong, really. If she was really more insistent, they would have whatchamacallit, they would have sided with her. But she was just like, yeah, I hit him, and yeah, I know, I don't want, and she was literally on that.
About the money. These parents are disgusting. And to kind of fuel those netizens, even the police department, Moab, described the lawsuit as, quote, a substitute for a GoFundMe campaign. Gabby's father responded, Moab still doesn't get it. This case has never been about money. Ultimately, a judge dismissed the lawsuit against the Moab police for Gabby's death. A spokesperson for the police department states, Gabby's death was a terrible tragedy, but there was no way for the officers to predict what happened later during the couple's trip. It's clear the Moab City Police Department officers are not responsible for Gabrielle Petito's eventual murder.
That's true.
Our officers acted with kindness, respect, and empathy towards Ms. Petito.
Yes, they did.
Clearly, netizens feel differently, with one
Of
comment
course they
reading,
do.
they had 2 witnesses telling them that very clearly he was hitting her. Others stating, what were the police supposed to do, though? They separated them and they can't help if they link back up. That's like blaming the parents for not doing more when they knew them a heck of a lot better than the police.
Exactly.
To which
See,
someone
that's what I'm
fights
trying
back.
to say.
What do you mean what the police were supposed to do? Their jobs? Review the entire interaction. It's insane. People
Goodness, but we're not gonna
are
get
saying
into that.
if Gabby had been arrested,
I'm over here
maybe
acting
it
like
would have been a red
I'm over here acting like those are my boys. I don't know them. But listen, from what I saw on the police footage, like they did nothing wrong, really, right? They really did nothing wrong. Obviously, in hindsight, you can say, well, they should have. Yeah, but that's in hindsight.
alarm for her parents to come in and say, wait, we didn't know what was happening. Because obviously victims will try to hide it for as long as possible.
Okay, victims
Others
trying to hide it.
say-
No. Her mom literally said, oh, you don't want to be there? I'll buy you a flight. Her mom knew what was going on. Her mom knew something was up. Come on, don't play with me. Don't play with me. Don't play with my intelligence like I didn't watch part 1. Come on. Now, I think she's probably recording this after the fact, you know.
They're not directly responsible for Gabby's murder, but they definitely need training and retraining and spotting signs and tells of DV. They also need lessons on dropping the good old boy club attitude. Example, the cop that basically said, oh, Brian, I understand. Women are so emotional and crazy. What the fuck was that?
I mean, some do be.
One expert in DV states, the officers just...
I'm sorry. But come on. Some guys too, but I'm just saying. Hey.
greenlit the abuser. They've just reinforced his behavior. And I think he felt relief. And I saw that relief in that footage. It was palpable. Now, one survey done with no relation to Gabby's case found that 1 in 4 women are scared to call the police on their abuser for that exact reason. One states, everyone believes him because he's so nice and sweet and respectful to them, but it's different. He will say it's me and the police will believe him. Another victim states, I felt the police were buddy-buddy with my partner and ignored what I had to say about the reality of the situation. I was scared and they ignored me. The survey showed that 1 in 4 women reported that they had been arrested or threatened with arrest during a partner abuse incident in which they were the victim. One person wrote, they believed him every time because...
Okay. I'm sorry, Brian, but I have to say this too. But there's a lot of cases, I don't have the exact numbers, where the guy she called it on him, and he went to jail for that too. But she's not gonna bring up those numbers. I'm not making sides. Listen, before anybody starts going all crazy and hooting and hollering, listen, the guy is in the wrong, right? Hindsight, the cop should have, but she told him that she did it, right? But we also need to realize, in the world that we live in, it don't be like that. You see, I was wrong. But I'm just saying, bro, because, people are so, about this. And I'm just like, there are so many cases, right, where a girl would hit a guy, swing on him, do all it is, right, and then want him to leave his house. He doesn't want to leave. So she calls the cops, and I've seen this so many times. She calls the cops, says that he did something to her without anything. He gets thrown in jail. But no, she's not going to mention that. Because, the women, they're scared to call the cops because they're going to get thrown in jail. I can guarantee you there's a more likelihood of a chance that the guy's going to get thrown in jail than the girl. So there's some cases probably, but there's a higher percentage that the guy's going to go to jail regardless. That's why guys need to start recording. They gotta start recording their encounters.
Marks, but this time he did, and they accused me of hitting myself in the face because they would
girls do that
too.
too.
To separate, and since I had nowhere to go, I should sleep in my car. He had cuts on his knuckles from hitting me, and they said I should be charged with assault. The Moab Police Department even questions, would Gabby be alive today if this case was handled differently? That is an impossible question to answer. Nobody knows, and nobody will ever know how to answer that question. Gabby's entire family took a trip out to where Gabby was found. Nicole says, as soon as I landed in Wyoming, the only words coming out of my mouth were, oh my gosh, because of how beautiful it was. Once we got to where Gabby was, you could just feel her presence and her spirit there.
Okay.
The family decided.
It was, this story was something else, man. It really was. Listen, I feel for the families, you know, because, and this is why you gotta really be attentive to your kids, because both of these families weren't attentive enough. You can say, how were Gabby's parents not attentive? Well, because if they were, they would have realized this guy isn't the person for her. And if they did realize that and not tell her, because they were afraid of her leaving, because Daddy, I love him, that's wrong on their part as well. And the boy, what's his name? I don't remember his name. His parents weren't as attentive on him also. His mom didn't even believe that he would do something like that. She wasn't attentive enough, right? Moral of the story, watch your kids, watch your sisters, your brothers, your nieces, your nephews. Watch them, please. Because you never want to be in this situation. Never. It's so crazy, man. It's sad. Super sad. She was so young, man. She was so young. Brian? Oh! Oh, yeah, it was Brian. Yeah, we're not gonna mention that. We're not gonna mention that. Yo, bro, I was watching a video, right? And it's like sad. Hold up, let me see if I can find it. Bro. It's like, it's this Chinese lady, right? She was crying. You know what? I'm not even gonna talk about it on stream. I might mention it sometime. After. I'm not gonna mention it on stream. Go ahead and show it. All right, then, Brian. This is on you, my boy. All right. Let's see. Let's see.
Welcome back, tribe. Have one here from China Unvarnished. Men, I'm sorry. Many Chinese older single women realize that no man likes them, even if they're exceptional. And boys in China don't play. You're expired at like 25.
Listen, this just randomly popped up, okay? It's probably because of the Chinese videos we were watching. But this popped up, right? And this girl, this Chinese lady, she looked good for her age. You know what I'm saying? Hold up, let me see. You know, should I go to the actual video? Yeah, let me go to the actual video. I don't want to hear this guy's commentary. Man, I'm sorry. This is you, bro. By the way, everyone, Brian wanted this video, so we're gonna see what this is all about. Let's see. Yeah. This right here. But yeah, Brian, I was like, I saw it, right? And It's not on me. It's on me. Yeah, right. It's all you, my boy. I'm playing. But
38岁了还没有
this girl, she looked good for her age, you know? Because and I saw that because I was just like I was remembering and I think she's 39.
I'm already 38 years old and still not married. What should I do?
You see, right? And I was thinking, because remember when we were watching that Korean lady who bamboozled all those people last stream? I was like, I mean, listen, because obviously I'm not like obviously it's Korean and Chinese, they're completely different. I'm not trying to hold up, chill out before you start bringing some race stuff over here. I'm not saying that, all right? But I was just like, this girl. Oh, you seen this? Bro, you be all right.
I don't have a husband. I don't have children. What I regret the most now is, why was I always studying when I was young, always going to school? Why couldn't I just have a proper relationship? If I had just fallen in love properly back then, I wouldn't be in this situation now, with no man around me who truly likes me.
Okay, I feel bad, right? But the thing is, the reason why I want to bring it up, right? I'm not going to watch the whole video, but I brought it up because she is pretty, right? I'm like, is she 39? I was like, yo, she don't look 39. I can see her being in her like late 20s, you know, like 27, 28. Wow. But I brought this up because I was looking up something about like the birth rate, because people talk about the birth rate a lot. Bri, the birth rate in China is so low, it's not even funny. It's not even funny. You know, let's go back to that guy. Because he shows the birth rate in China, and man, when I tell you, because the birth rate in the world is so low, but when I tell you, like when he shows the chart, come on, hurry up. When he shows the chart, I was just like, oh my goodness, ain't no way. Let's see, where is it at? Let's mute this, because like I said, I don't need his commentary. Because I feel bad too, because I'm just like, honestly, they were tricked, bruh, you know? They were tricked. And you know how I think about things? This is how I think about like my life, really. I think about my life in a sense of I'm going to do as much as I can, and I'm thinking about like if some freak thing were to happen, right? And we were thrown into the stone world, like some Senku stuff in Dr. Stone, right? Anything, like any degrees you have, any like psychology, whatever you got, ain't going to help you. Have you seen how much you guys have to pay for a bride? Oh no, I have not heard that. Oh my. What is it looking like, man? But wait, okay, look at this right here. This is where he shows it. Look at this. This is China. Look at the birth rate, bro. I can't zoom in. Crap. But like, look at just look at the red, bro. Low rate. Look at this. And this is the whole country. Wait, what is this color right here? Because this is the red. Green is the only one which is above replacement. This is the replacement rate, right? This means like the amount of people that could literally, like, if everybody were to go now, would they be able to replace it? No, they can't. So if something were to happen, right, they are extinct practically. This is crazy. Like, they can't replace. Yo, it's wild. It is wild. And I think in whatchamacallit is even worse. In Japan, it's even worse, bro. Several grand plus a house and a car. Oh, you must be crazy. But yeah, I always think about it in the sense of if some Dr. Stone freak accident type thing were to happen, could we function, right? This is why I said she gotta learn. She gotta know how to cook. She gotta know like about like plants and herbs and stuff like that. Obviously, I'll know a little bit for myself, but I found out like pretty recently that women have their eyes are more sensitive to colors, so they're able to see differences in colors better. And the reason why is because just a difference between an orange red and a red orange can be life and death, right? So they've, I guess, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Whatever. But they've been, what's the word I'm looking for, bro? I guess built for this. That's not what I'm trying to say, but let's just say that, right? And as long as she's able to do those things, I'm fine. I don't care what else she wanted, like, she can do. As long as she can do those key things right there, bro, I'm cool. And especially since, you know, we were talking about the whole farm thing. If we could have like a little farm, I'm straight on that. But I wouldn't want, like, I don't care about all these other things. Hunting bears, yeah, for hunting bears, like, they're literally able to see, like, colors, like, better. They're able to see it, like, the distinction between colors a lot better. So as long as she can cook, she can plant some berries, understands like agriculture and stuff like that. That's all I need. That's really all I need. I don't need no whatever she's going to school for. I don't need that. Because like I said, I always think to myself of if we were in a Dr. Stone moment, right? Where we all get sent to the Stone Age. Can we survive? If no, then we ain't rocking. We not living. Especially because, like, when I see like worlds outside of America, like in countries, villages, all these places, I'm just like, yo, I don't know if we should just be sitting on our riches like this, guys. Honestly. Because it just takes one little and everybody will go crazy and not know how to act. And I just need to know how to handle everything in those situations. You know? We got to get back to that. Revert back to that, guys. Everyone. All right? You got to understand how, like, do you know how to start a fire? Do you know how to do this? Do you know how to do that? Do you know how to do this? Do you know how to do that? Right? Just these key skills, just in case. I'm not trying to, like, scare nobody. I'm just saying out of nowhere. Like, we just have to have that mindset, you know? Just in case you got to be out somewhere. And then now you in the forest and you're like, all right, let me start up this fire. But I don't know. I don't have my lighter with me. Oh, then what are you going to do? You know what I mean? Understand how to do these things. Like that show I was telling you about, bro, earlier. The guy, what he does is he occasionally goes to the forest just to I'm gonna kind of say. So in the show, he's an assassin, right? But he lives in Tokyo. I mean, he lives in Japan. I don't know if he lives in Tokyo. And he every once in a while goes to the forest to rehone his skills, right? So he goes in there. He lives on the earth, right? He like forages for his food. He only has a knife with him. And I'm just like, we gotta understand how to live like this, man. I need to have a woman that knows how to cook, clean, and do other stuff, because if she doesn't know how to do that on her own, how to she finna do it? Exactly, you know? Exactly. And listen. If she's like, if I meet her, and you know, and she doesn't know how to do it, but she's willing to learn, right? Like she's like, okay, I'm willing to like learn how to do all these things. Oh, bet, you know? But like when they're sitting on the, why would I need to know how to do that? I mean, we have maids. We have, no, thank you, miss. No, thank you. I'm good on that. It's all right. I'm okay. I'm good. But yeah, the birth rate, bro, in China is crazy. Because they always like, it's like, yo, the media be lying to us, bro. They be lying so much, man. And all these movements and everything, all these movements and all these things when they're saying, oh, well, this is how it's supposed to be. This is how people are. I'm like, yeah, guys, we're almost to extinction with this because we can't even replace ourselves. we gotta lock in. They're like, oh no, they can. I don't even want to bring up the whole taking kids out stuff. I'm not even gonna bring that up. Once I found out how much happens a day, oh my goodness, bro. And these people are just doing it like, oh well, there's unlimited kids around. And with the whole thing I told you about the whole plastics and everything and how they're kind of on the verge of making people like more infertile and everything. Yo, it's crazy. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. Oh my goodness. 6 is for model. Homegirl shaped like lotus for real. Only thing is that a lotus chest smaller. Okay.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Realtors, they're going to go on and on about the area. They're going to tell you about the school district, if there's nearby parks that you can walk to. They're going to tell you all of this, but they're not going to tell you about the Karen situation. And in this little suburban town just off the side from Hong Kong, the neighbors, they prided themselves in being Karens. Their neighborhood was right next to this very popular hiking trail, and people would just park their cars illegally throughout the neighborhood. And these residents, they're like, no, this is not acceptable. So for a very specific reason, these neighbors were extra alert when it came to outsiders. They were extra vigilant. They would gather for their daily neighborhood speed walks. They would gossip. They would tilt their head towards an empty house. That one over there, it finally got rented. I think they're moving in. Oh yeah, I saw the guy. He's something. He parks his van in front and he just goes inside for hours, but then he leaves at night, so I guess he didn't move in. I thought maybe he was renovating the place, but I never see him moving anything in. I don't see him moving anything out. No equipment, no furniture. Oh my god, you noticed that? I too. One time, I tried to peek in, and the entire place is still empty. Like, no mattress, no sofa,
Oh crap,
no
I didn't know that
dining
happened.
table, nothing. There's no renovations being done. I just thought it was weird. You know what's even weirder, though? These ladies, they tried saying hi to the guy that just moved in.
Usually a chick who has killer tendencies? Well, it depends, Titan. Like, just in general? Like, she just has killer tendencies in general? Probably not. But, like, if she told me, like, for, in certain situations, that she'll do, I'll be like, yeah, of course. Because we kind of need a little bit of that, you know? To know she's on go, like, when we need to go. You know what I'm saying? Like, she's on time. But, like, in general, no. If she's just like, yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I'll do it. I'm just like, really? Like, and she's like, yeah, like, if somebody just, you know, knocked over my cup of coffee or something, I might, you know. I'm like, oh, really? Just because of the coffee? Like, yeah, you know. Yeah, I don't know about this. Yeah, we'll keep in touch.
They would walk past and they said, I waved to him. Yeah, I was with my family and I waved. And it's so obvious he's avoiding me. It's like he won't even make eye contact with me.
5'8".
He just has this expression on his face that feels
She loves
cold.
Oreos and pizza?
There's like nothing
First of all, I'm not
behind his
even with the
eyes.
whole
He just
Oreo
keeps
thing.
smoking his cigarettes. The neighbors shared nervous glances with each other, and as the days went on, the new neighbor started to act even stranger. They started covering all of their windows with these black cloths, as if they didn't want anybody to look inside. They cover the front door with a black cloth, so if they were to open the front door and walk out, you wouldn't even be able to glimpse in, because there's like this curtain hanging.
So open the door, you just see a black curtain?
Exactly. It's like they're hiding something. I mean, that's not even convenient. I'm sure each neighbor had their own little conspiracy. Well, maybe he's running a brothel. Maybe it's for his mistress. Maybe he's like hiding a secret family here. Well, I heard illegal gambling rings are pretty big these days. It could be that. I don't think that any of them would have guessed that in just 2 short weeks, the police would swarm the house, finding the dismembered remains of a young mother, daughter, wealthy socialite, murdered, dismembered, and cooked into soup from inside that very home.
Should we keep watching this video? Hold up. Copyright. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Mute. There you go. Other than that, she's built like her parents. Mom is 6'2", dad is 6'7".
Mango. As you guys know, we're doing
tiny.
mini visuals now, so if you guys are watching the video on YouTube or Spotify, hello. I actually had a completely different video on a separate case for today's upload, but I was reading the comments, I was reading emails, DMs, and I was getting so many requests to cover the dismemberment case of Abby Choi. I looked online, I didn't see many people covering it in like one compiled video. Maybe it's because it's so new. There's constant new developments.
Titan, what do you think about the rendering style here? What are your thoughts on it? 1 to 10. 10 being the greatest thing you've ever seen. 5 being average. 1 being, man, throw it in the garbage.
All the credible information that I could find. This case is interesting because now I think, like a lot of ongoing cases, it's starting to head into like this weird conspiracy theory territory. So I try to gather all the credible information that's been released, combine it in this one video. But
3?
like I said, there's going to be so many more new developments, and if need be, we can always do an update. This is just what we know so far. And if you guys are watching the video, I have a white patch on my hand. It is It's like a eucalyptus patch for my allergies, so you don't hear me heavy breathing into the mic. So with that being said, show notes are listed at rockandingopodcast.com, and let's get into it. I know it might not seem like it if you've been following this case, but it starts with Cal Kwong. I know, you're like, who? I was hearing the names Abby and Alex. Who's Cal? Cal Kwong was finding it very hard to find a job. Every time he found a job, he would mess it up, or he would get fired. I mean, nothing seemed to stick. He wished that he could have his old job back. It was hard, but at least it was fun. It was his favorite job that he's ever had in his entire life, looking back. Cal Kwong used to be a sheriff for a police department. It gave him like a sense of duty, a sense of fulfillment, an immense sense of power, if I'm being honest. And in 2005, all of that came crumbling down, just disintegrated. A girl walked into the police station to report a crime. She was the victim. Sheriff Kwong tried to comfort her, walk through the process of, this is what's going to happen next. We're going to look for the perpetrators. We need your statements. This is what we need. He was just a really caring police officer. The girl found herself opening up to him in ways that she didn't think that she would. I mean, she had a completely different vision of what was going to happen. She thought none of the police were going to care. She thought the sheriff was going to be like, get out of here. We don't care about this nonsense. They wouldn't take her seriously. That's what she thought. I mean, can you blame her? But Sheriff Kwong was different. He listened. He was so patient with her. He made sure that she was comfortable and that she trusted him.
Do you prefer the light mode, how it's so bright like this, or do you prefer the dark mode? Which one are you preferring? Oh crap, that's bad. Let's do a little bit. Yeah, like that.
Such a horrific crime, after being victimized, she starts feeling hope. Like, okay, maybe there are good people out there. So one day she gets a knock on her door, 2 in the morning. She wasn't that startled to see Sheriff Kwong outside. Police work all hours of the day, okay? They don't just work 9 to 5. Maybe there was a breakthrough in her case. Maybe there was urgent news he needed to tell her about. She lets him in at 2 in the morning. And Sheriff Kwong, the man who pledged to protect, his duty was to serve. The one that she had vulnerably trusted and opened up to about what had happened to her, what she had to endure, how she was traumatized. He allegedly raped her.
Oh!
This part of the research I didn't even... Because just think about the sheriff taking advantage, allegedly, but taking advantage of a victim's trust and then again to re-victimize them in the safety of their own home after you gain their trust as a police officer in uniform.
Was he charged?
He wasn't charged. So that's why I have to say allegedly, but a lot of sources can confirm it, but he wasn't charged. He was let go as a sheriff. Now, the thing that it gets confusing is allegedly he was let go because of a variety of different allegations that were on his record. So this might not even be the first alleged. This might be the second. There might be other crimes that he had gotten involved with, allegedly.
Oh my god, this is like 10 times worse than a criminal.
I always think it's worse when the criminals are in a position of authority and you start to trust.
I thought it was like, you know, like in movies, like when the person that you trust knocks on the door and then you're just like, you gotta open it, and then he falls in on the floor and you're like what? And then the person that you didn't want, like, you know, the bad guy is the one who is behind the door, if that makes sense. I thought I was gonna be on one of them situations. Oh my gosh, bro. Oh my gosh.
Trust them, and they're the people that you're supposed to go to, and they abuse that power. It's terrifying. So in 2005, Sheriff Kwong was not arrested, not charged, but he was let go from his job as a sheriff. Now it seems like money is hard to come by. No job is paying him as well. No job seems to be worth his time. They were all too much work, not enough power, not enough respect, right? It was getting rough.
I thought we had something special.
Cal, he was pretty happy when his son Alex announced that he
was going to marry these questions, huh?
Now, most parents would not have been happy because his son Alex
you don't really care about these
18
questions.
years old, and his future bride is also 18 years old. That's
I mean,
pretty young, you know?
Either,
but Abby Choi was different. She's caring, compassionate, intelligent, but more importantly to Cal Kwong, first, she didn't know that he was a rapist, and secondly, her parents were multi-millionaires. Like, this was his ticket to sit at the table of Hong Kong's
double
elite,
digits,
and nothing was gonna stop him. You're like,
double-digit
who's
millions.
Abby? I feel like I'm always trying to find ways to tell you about someone without being like, she was nice, guys, trust me, she was very nice. So in Abby Choi's case, I can tell you about this cat. You're like, what does this cat have to do with it? This cat originally didn't even have a name. It didn't have a home. It didn't even have a cat bed. It didn't even have a bowl to eat food out of. It was a stray cat that had been trying to cross this busy road, and it was hit by a car, just slammed. The cat was laying on the side of the road, couldn't get up. Both the front legs of this cat were broken. The cat couldn't move. The cat couldn't even meow for help. I mean, it just one swerve from another car and that cat would have just been squashed. But somehow the stars aligned and a passerby spotted the cat. They're like, okay, I gotta rush this cat to some sort of hospital. They rush it to a local nonprofit organization for stray animals. And now, a lot of nonprofit organizations might not have been able to help this cat. This cat was severely injured. The cost to help her recover, when it wasn't even clear that she would survive the surgery, that she would even be able to recover. I mean, nonprofits don't have unlimited funds, and it seems like there's unlimited animals that they need to help. But this nonprofit was funded by Hong Kong wealthy socialite Abby Choi, and she was the type that was like, I don't give up on any cats. So this tiny little black cat was named Chicha, which means car in Mandarin, and after surgery on
they
both...
named it after the car? Oh my gosh.
And the cat, like, looks so full of life. Like, this little clip, the cat is kind of sassy looking. And after surgery on both front legs and getting pain meds and being fed, Chicha is on the road to recovery, literally on the road to recovery. And that is the type of person that Abby Choi was. And I think that's like the best way to describe her, because if I were to start with her background, a lot of it is so privileged. Her parents are wealthy. They're really, really rich, and the lifestyle that she lives is definitely comparable to like a Nepo baby, it feels like. But it's hard to hate her. It's hard to find fault in her. She just seems so damn nice. and so genuine. So a little bit about her. Abby Choi was born to a wealthy Hong Kong businessman. Her dad was is incredibly successful. He took care of his wife and 3 daughters really, really well. Like, think top socialite family in Hong Kong. Going to charity galas, being invited to front row seats at Dior shows, Chanel shows. I mean, even Abby's Instagram is filled with her attending like these big fashion shows, being on the cover of these fashion magazines. And as I was scrolling through her Instagram, and she posts frequently, the one interesting word that kept popping up in my head while I was scrolling was, she kind of reminds me of a fairy. Like, I don't know if it's the dresses that she wears or maybe the way that she looks. Maybe it's the way that she carries herself. The more that I look into her and the more that I look at her Instagram, she just looks like a fairy. Like, she seems so elegant and full of grace. People who worked with Abby backed that up. They said, oh yeah, no, she shines so bright. Like, there's like a glimmer in this girl. She always left this really good impression on us. We felt lucky to cross paths with her. Despite being a socialite, despite being born with like this silver spoon in her mouth, Abby Choi was really kind. There's some videos of her that she posted herself, and she just has this soft, gentle voice.
大家好，我终于回到家了。去了巴黎10天，真的玩得好累好累呀！这次回来收拾了几天的行李，今天终于有时间跟大家拍开箱了。
A live streamer who went to Fashion Week ran into Abby a few times, and he said, among all the celebrities that I've met, Abby was the most down to earth. Anytime she saw him, she would smile brightly at him, and he would ask her to take pictures and be a part of his live stream. And of course, Abby could easily say no. She could easily be like distracted and pay attention to the next person. I mean, have you seen like the entrance to these Fashion Week shows? Insane, so hectic, but she would give them her undivided attention. She would smile for the camera. At one point, the streamer calls her Amy, completely just getting her name wrong, and she's so graceful. She smiles and interacts with him, and just even though he got her name wrong. The streamer said, I mean, the fact that she was interacting with us, she was posing for us and letting us take her pictures. We were streaming outside, and she even invited us to go in with her. It just made a lot of sense that people who knew Abby, they kind of got why she would marry Alex Kwong. She was 18 years old when she got married for the first time, and Alex Kwong was like her high school sweetheart. They knew each other since they were young, like middle school, and even though Abby's parents were worried, I mean, I think even Abby's friends were worried, Alex Kwong was not on the same financial level as Abby, nor were his parents. And in Chinese, there's actually a term for it, and it's called
下嫁,
which means to marry beneath your social class. Abby comes from a super wealthy background. Alex is maybe middle
broke
class.
boy.
His financial status really fluctuated because
that's
his
what they
parents
said.
were always all over the place.
Does American
He a
not
broke
have
boy.
that saying at all?
I don't think so.
I guess these are
She
all
said
back in the days. It's getting
he's
better
a bum.
nowadays. Like 门当户对.
I'm not gonna hate someone being born. Exactly. I can't hate somebody who's born.
Your status should be similar.
I feel like in Western culture, the friends would say similar things, but I think they wouldn't say it as outright. So I think it's just a cultural difference, but I think just universally around the world, there is that sentiment. Abby comes from a really wealthy background. Alex was not. And her friends and family were not the type to be like, I can't believe you're not marrying someone rich. They're more the type to say something along the lines of like, you're so young. Like, give it time. You're only 18. We're not saying don't marry him. It doesn't even matter that he's not rich. But the one thing you might need to learn is that you need to be extra careful since you're in this financial standing, and you need to make sure that people like you for you, right? For the right reasons. And Abby was this incredibly smart and intelligent girl, but she did not buy into these social structures.
So she wasn't
She's
smart.
like, it doesn't even matter. Why does it matter?
It
Why
does
does
matter.
it matter who has money and how much money they
It does
have?
matter.
I have more than enough to take care of myself, to take care of my future husband, his family. it doesn't matter whose
Yeah,
wallet it's
but
coming from.
yeah,
As
but
long
it
as we have food on
matters
the table.
why they're with
She's
you.
literally the type that if she loves you, she doesn't care about your social class, your education level.
That's
literally,
good. That's good.
She just loves you for you.
That's really good.
Abby herself had a net worth of over $12 million.
Was
That's
that
not
double digits?
including her parents' massive wealth. Like, this is just
Oh,
her.
that's only her
real
money?
estate
Dang.
portfolio on its own was incredible. So to her, it's just like, yeah, I mean, I don't really need my husband to make money. Like, we're gonna be fine. And for about 3 years, they were fine. They got married, they had 2 children together, but ultimately in 2015, they decided to divorce. I have no idea the exact reason for the divorce. And it's hard to say because Abby quite literally, and this is wild, even to her closest friends, Abby never spoke ill about her ex-husband. Like, never. I mean, he was the father of her 2 children. She was adamant on maintaining a peaceful relationship with him, his family, everything. She just wasn't going to deprive her kids of happiness and this nice family just because she was getting divorced.
That's good,
and,
at least.
Usually when partners split up and you have one partner making a ton of money and another partner not doing so well, most cases I've heard, lawyers get involved. It becomes a court case. Really nasty allegations are thrown around. Like, finances are ripped apart. And
That's America for you.
Oh my gosh,
but
like,
she's
that's
in Hong Kong.
the norm these days. But again, Abby really wasn't that type. She sat down Alex and his parents. During the 3 years that she was married to Alex Kwong, at her young age of 18 to 21 years old that they were married, Abby had been supporting not only her husband Alex, but his entire family. His 2 parents, mom and dad, and his brother Anthony. She had been supporting the whole family financially.
And
he's a Dusty.
Cal Kwong.
Cal Kwong, wow.
The sheriff. She had no idea of his crimes, yeah. The Kwong family had gone from barely being middle class.
Yeah. I was so confused. What's the context? Well, this girl, her name is Abby Choi. She married... Oh, no, wait. What the heck happened to her? Was she the one who got whatchamacallited by the cop? That is true. That is true, May. Some of them do.
To not working, living a luxurious, privileged-filled life of, like, the Hong Kong elite. Abby sat them down and told them, I'm still going to take care of you guys. We're no longer going to be married, but we're still a family. At the end of the day, like, we have kids together. So don't worry. I'm going to take care of you. You don't have to be stressed about that.
That is crazy. Wow.
Yeah. And I thought this was so admirable, but then, like, I'm thinking during the research, yeah, okay, she's going to support them. She's going to give them maybe, like, the average salary in Hong Kong. Maybe, like, a small little apartment to move into. I was thinking like that because that would still be so incredible. And that's just on top of what they would be making if they had jobs. Like, that's very generous.
Yeah, she has no responsibility for any of that.
None. But Abby bought them a $10 million condo in the exclusive Kaduri Hill. It's in Manhattan Hill of Hong Kong. So think Beverly Hills, Upper East Side.
Where are her parents?
Bought them a $10 million condo.
This is dumb.
Yes, US dollars.
Oh my gosh, US dollars too.
4 bedrooms.
This is
3
dumb.
bathrooms. I mean, this property is insane. And for $10 million, it better be. So not only is she just supporting them, she's sustaining the lifestyle that they got accustomed to. And this is like indefinitely. It's not like, hey, I'm just doing this till you guys get back on your feet. And when her ex-brother-in-law, Alex's brother, his name is Anthony, when he needed to find a job.
She married, then divorced, was hurt by someone and got R by the cop. Dang.
She offered to let him be her driver. Yeah, personal driver, and she paid him a lot. We're going to get into that later, but she really trusted this guy. Like, they would have to spend every day together. He would drive her around Hong Kong, pick up her kids, attend fancy events with her. They seemed to have a really good relationship from the outside.
This girl is too
He would post
trusting,
these
man.
selfies with her talking about how they had brother-sister love. Like, I truly have never heard of a case of someone doing this for an ex and their entire family.
That's beyond generous.
Yeah, generous isn't even... I get it that they have kids together, but still.
Yeah, exactly.
This girl's too trusting.
A lot of people, massive food conglomerate called Tamjai International. The family, massive food conglomerate called Tamjai International. The family, the Tam family, is estimated to have a net worth of $500 million.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Combined with Abby's family and her individual net worth, it's rumored that she was now a billionaire. I don't know, okay, but that's what some sources are just calling her a billionaire. But that's not the reason that people were excited. They weren't like, oh my God, you're going to be a billionaire. Her friends were excited because Abby and Chris knew each other since they were 10 years old. They had apparently met in international school. They were like best friends back then. And through time, they start drifting apart, you know, and they start going their separate ways. But the fact that they found each other again, that's like a Disney movie.
Why does she keep doing that?
So people are like, I feel so warm inside. And they're like, you deserve happiness, Abby. So go get it. And the two held this beautiful ceremony.
Yo, she's not,
now,
like, she doesn't look interested.
Very pertinent. They never got officially married. Maybe they were both just at a stage in their lives where a piece of paper means nothing. They never got married on paper. But in every other sense of the word, they were a married couple.
Every other sense of the word
is all that matters. Okay. So they would go on to have these two beautiful children together.
Oh my gosh.
Abby's life was really good.
Okay, listen. There's a lot of problems in this story. Listen. I'm blaming the father and the mother. Can I do that? Yes, I can. Why? Why are you blaming them, Zo? Can you answer that to me? Yes, I can. Sure. This girl married somebody when she was 18. Is that bad? I mean, I wouldn't say too bad. Maybe if she stayed until like she was like 21, 23. If she married somebody, okay. But she married somebody at 18 who was obviously less wealthy or didn't have much money. Is that a bad thing? Listen, probably not, especially if she's worth $12 million on her own and more with her parents. Probably not. But she's not only providing for her whole family, but her husband's family. And then she gets a divorce after having 2 kids. And then buys a $10 million house for her ex-husband's family? That doesn't make any sense. And then gets married again, has 2 more kids. It's like, this doesn't make any sense. Stop marrying people. If they tell me she gets married again after this, I'm gonna have a fit. I'm gonna have a fit for her. I'm gonna throw a fit.
Chris was the right guy. I mean, his parents accepted Abby's other 2 kids, the one that she had with ex-husband Alex, right? Mm-hmm. And they just accepted them into the family with open arms, treated them like their own grandchildren. And despite the potentially sticky situation, Chris actually knew Alex since they were younger too. So like all of them knew each other since they were kids. And Chris was like, okay, well, Abby, I know that Alex is never going to not be a part of your life because you guys share children together. So I'm not going to stand in that way. In fact, the 3 of them, the new husband, Chris, ex-husband, Alex, and Abby Choi would have dinners together, would celebrate holidays together with the kids. So yeah, they were all getting along.
Yo, that is yo. I don't know about you guys. You can say whatever you want that I am insecure or whatever. You can say whatever. But I don't know about you, but there ain't no way that I could sit down and have a nice meal with a guy who not only has been with my wife, but has children with her. And we're just casually on a daily, I mean not a daily, but maybe like a weekly basis. Hey, let's go have dinner together. What? No. No. I don't care. Like, listen. If you take in the kids, okay, I guess, because, you know, they're your kids. They're her kids, right? I'm not telling her to get rid of her kids, you know? Like, obviously, these are your kids, and you're going to have to raise them, 100%, right? But are you really telling me right now that I have to interact with this man? Nah, I'm good. I'm okay. Nah, I'm good. And then drama can end up happening, and then she could just end up being, like, with him one day, right? Just one day. And then it's just a rainy day. Maybe we got in a big fight and he's just around. And then she just starts thinking about the old days, right? One thing leads to another. and then she ends up with him again. But it wasn't. It wasn't. I mean, you did it before. Why wouldn't you do it again? Crazy, so crazy.
Relationship?
Yeah. Now, it's fascinating though, because humans in general just get used to better and better things. Like, I think that's just in human nature to get accustomed to places and things. Like, how many times have we been like, oh my god, if I just get this one thing, I'll be so happy and I'll never want anything else. And then you get that thing and you get used to it and you're like, if I just get this next one thing, I'll be so happy. But I would say most of us,
Right.
okay,
I mean, yeah.
we have this little like bell in our heads. It's like, okay, you need to calm down. You like think about last year. You would have been so happy with this. Like, come on now, don't get jaded. It's like a check and balance system in our heads. Some people don't have that, and it's terrifying to think about that, because greed is just a funny little thing. Just 10 years ago, the Kwong family, they were struggling. The dad, Cao Kwong, the sheriff, couldn't even find a job. They didn't even know where their next meal was coming from.
Oh, hold up. Hold up. No. I'm gonna keep playing it. Hold up.
And now, no thanks to their own hard work, all the thanks to the generosity of their ex-daughter-in-law, Abby Choi, they were sitting in their $10 million...
Listen, I just might be reaching for things, but listen, this better not go how I think it's gonna go. You with me, mate? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Condo smack dab in the middle of Hong Kong, living in it for free. It's not even just the condo. Abby is sending them money to spend every month. She was supporting their lifestyle too. It's not just like, here's a condo, I'm done. Alex, the ex-husband, would spend tens of thousands of dollars every night that he went out in like the big cities. He would travel around to the big cities in China
don't know how to act with money.
Blow like 40 grand a night, 50 grand a night. They felt like they deserved more. It was like the least they could have.
Oh my
they
god.
would shower in their marble-filled bathrooms.
Oh my gosh.
They would sit in their plush little couches staring at their marble fireplace thinking about how Abby had done them dirty. She could easily afford to give them more, but she's not. They would stand in their beautifully designed closets staring at like the mahogany trimmed glass doors, and they're like, I bet Abby's closet is bigger. It's the craziest thing, and we're gonna get into it. I think the crazy part of this is that out of the whole Kwong family, not one single person, not the dad, not the mom, not Alex, the ex-husband, or the brother Anthony, not a single one of them pumped the brakes and was like, guys, we sound ridiculous. Like, we don't work, we get money deposited into our accounts, we live in a $10 million condo for free. Like, this is silly. We should be excited.
This is what happens, man.
Not a single one of the family of four said that. Because that's the thing about jaded people. The only pleasure left for them is to demolish others. Let's talk about the day of the disappearance. February 21st, 2023.
They got greedy.
A week and a half ago, Chris Tam, Abby's new husband, losing his mind. He knew something was wrong when Abby didn't show up to pick the daughter up from school. Abby's one of those moms, like, she doesn't care that she has a bunch of assistants or caretakers at her beck and call. Picking up the kids was an honor for her as a mother. It was not like her to go off the radar and just, like, leave her kid waiting. She just didn't show up. She wasn't picking up her phone. Her car was nowhere to be found.
This is why I blame her dad and just her family. Because ain't no way my daughter is getting married to a family, and then I find out that they're not working and they're just living off my daughter. Oh no, my daughter is leaving now. My daughter's leaving now. Oh my gosh, bro.
Heard from her, and it's like she went radio silent. This had never happened before. Abby's parents, Chris, they all thought maybe someone kidnapped Abby for ransom. Because, you know, they're gonna know that she's wealthy. I mean, criminals are getting crazy these days. There's Instagram, there's social media. Maybe they followed her and they kidnapped her. So they're probably standing by their phones, like, anxiously waiting, hoping someone's gonna make that call. If not, someone would call and demand money, and they would gladly pay anything in exchange for Abby being returned home to her husband and kids, safe and sound. So they wait. No call comes. The very next day, February 22nd of 2023, a formal police report was published detailing Abby Choi's disappearance. They said that yesterday, February 21st, at around 2:15 p.m., she was last seen wearing a white long-sleeve sweater with white pants, white shoes, and carrying a white jacket. The police held a press conference. They released pictures of her from CCTV footage and encouraged anybody with any information to come forward. Now, of course, the first people that the police are going to look into, regardless of the financial situation or anything, it's going to be the ex-husband. It's going to be the ex-husband's family. They had no idea if they were barking up the right tree, but when they went to go question the Kwong family, it was pretty clear that they were barking up the right tree. Sources state that the Kwong family was playing Tai Chi with the police. So I looked into it, and
打太极.
yeah.
Yeah, 打太极.
Okay, so I was a little bit confused on this one. Okay, when it comes to these international cases, I'm like trying to make sure nothing gets lost in translation, but essentially, Tai Chi, if you guys don't know, it's Chinese martial arts, but their whole philosophy is that you don't put force on a force. If there's two equal forces pushing on each other, it doesn't do anything. Both people just use up all their energy.
It's dumb. Like,
yeah.
When you just punching each other, it's stupid.
Yeah,
it's like, about like gracefully maneuvering the force.
Yeah, it's taking the force, pushing it away, and moving the energies around. So someone's trying to punch you, and you're more of like this energy master. That's how they were answering questions. Like, where were you yesterday? They're like taking the question, moving it away.
What do you think I was yesterday?
It wasn't even done in a good way. Like, the police are like, you are being incredibly evasive. Like, you're not even. This is so suspicious.
Do you really think I'm being
The Kwong family truly was not that intelligent. So the police quickly, they pick up on all their little mixed match stories, on all their little lies, and they knew that they were barking up the right tree. They start digging into each member of the Kwong family, and it seemed like every single one of them had motive. Which, side note, apparently after this visit from the police, Alex called his ex-in-laws. He called Abby's parents and yelled at them. He was like, I can't believe you didn't inform me that you guys were calling the police. Yeah, so, okay, yeah, next time our loved one goes missing, we will go and call everyone to get permission to make sure that we can report them missing.
But what's the reason for that, though?
He does feel a little hot-headed.
You think he's just upset?
Yeah.
That the police came so quickly?
Yes, and I think that he...
Oh, maybe, yes. Like, he was like, this is way quicker than I thought,
imagined.
Maybe. So he's upset. Okay, that makes more sense.
I also think that this is just purely speculation. Maybe he thought that the police wouldn't have been called and all the families would have this back and forth of like, where do you think she went? And he would plant his little seeds, because that's typically what people do when people vanish. It's like, oh, maybe she ran away, and you start trying to convince people of these things.
And she was hoping for more time, right?
Yeah, because they needed more time.
And he was genuinely upset.
Stressed.
Wow.
Yeah, but the fact that he called is incredible.
Yeah.
Abby Choi wanted to sell their $10 million condo that they felt like they deserved.
Oh.
It was going to be put up for sale. I did see some sources say that the way that they found out was also maybe disgruntling. Allegedly, and I don't know if this is true, that realtors had come into the condo to show it to potential buyers.
That's crazy.
And I don't know if the Kwong family was alerted beforehand. I'm not sure, but that's just some speculation of maybe why the Kwong family was so upset. Now, here's the thing about this condo. It's said that Abby promised to relocate the family, but it's kind of up in the air what the reason for this condo sale was. It said that Abby told the Kwong family that this is purely for investment reasons. It's just for her real estate portfolio. She's making investment decisions. But the Kwong family, it's alleged, that they did not believe her. They said, no, the real estate market is down right now. So you bought it at like $10.1 million. The real estate market is so down, you might lose $500,000. And it's not like you're in this financial position where you're like, I need that cash right now. I need these funds. You don't need to sell this house. So why are you selling this house right now? So that led a lot of speculations online to believe that Abby was finally trying to set some boundaries. I think for so long, this family, like, they were vultures. Like, they just leached off of her, and not just financially, but I'm sure emotionally, mentally, just so much. And maybe she was finally getting the courage to be like, okay, you know what, you're right, I'm gonna set these boundaries. And maybe the sale of this condo was that. I personally don't think that Abby would have left them out on the street and been like, I'm done with you, I'm cutting you off cold turkey. I don't think so. But the Kwong family, it didn't matter because they wanted their $10 million condo. So this was their home. They felt like they deserved it. They couldn't understand how Abby was being so heartless. And I don't understand how they
so
could be
heartless.
The police dug into the family and they found something very, very suspicious. Records showed
I'm
that the
sorry.
Kwong family
I'm
rented
sorry.
a home.
I'm not laughing at the situation. I'm just laughing at myself. Which one of these girls? What? Which one of these girls so draws would start barking up my tree? Oh my gosh.
The suburbs, like outside of Hong Kong, 2 weeks before Abby disappeared. So like early February of this year. They just randomly rented a random house in the suburbs.
That's premeditated then, right?
Yeah, and like I know some people would be like, oh, well, maybe they're like prepping for the sale and this is what they're not moving in. They're not moving in. Like there's not a single piece of furniture in that place. This was the initial breakthrough, and the case really starts amping up at this point. So February 21st of this year, she goes missing. February 22nd, the next day, police put out a report for her disappearance. February 23rd, the Kowloon Police Department take the lead on the case.
Let me try.
February 24th, just 3 days after Abby goes missing, Abby was found murdered in the Kwong family's rented house.
This is the beginning of the story that you were talking about, right? The apartment that they rented?
Yeah. With the black cloths, yeah.
Wow.
So what happened? Here's what we know so far, and it's not really enough to give you the full picture. I'm sure we'll get more additional details as things progress, but the police held a press conference to announce everything that they had so far. They released that Abby and the Kwong family were having massive disputes, like I said, about the $10 million residence. Abby wanted to put it up for sale. They didn't. Now, to further complicate
Morgan,
things,
hello. Morgan, we've been watching so many stories. You've been gone. I mean, I know you've been, probably busy out there in the world, But, like, yeah, you've missed so much. So many stories. But how's it going?
House was bought under Cao Kwong, the ex-father-in-law's name. The speculation for this was that in Hong Kong they have these special property laws where the first house you purchase you get a massive tax break. But the more property you buy, your second property, your third property, the tax break's no longer there.
Primary resident versus investment residence. Yeah.
So you end up paying a lot more in taxes. The difference in it was massive. This was not Abby's first property. If she had purchased it under her name on this $10.1 million property, she would have to pay $1.39 million in property taxes. But if she purchased it under somebody else's name as their first property, it's $400,000 in property taxes.
She saved $1 million.
$1 million, yeah.
To me, that's also just immense amount of trust. Yeah, sure, saving $1 million is good for her, but she must trust him a lot to do that.
Which makes this case more heartbreaking. Again, we don't know if this is why, but it's common amongst wealthier families to do something like this with close family members, right? To buy the houses under their names. But that doesn't mean that the Kwong family owned the house. This is where it gets really technical and tricky. It's kind of a gray area, where technically they could argue she gifted us this house. She said, here's a present. But the law also states if Abby can prove that the finances for the house, all the mortgage payments, the money for the house came from only her account and not the Kwong family's account, she could prove that it's her property. So it's very just a lot of legal talk. And I do feel like proving that would be relatively easy. Otherwise, I don't think that she would have had realtors come in and even said that she was going to put it up for sale. I'm not sure if she had to pay some sort of back taxes or if she was going to get fined. But it seemed like she would probably be able to prove that it was her property. So that was the first thing that the police released, the motive. And then they always said that Alex was just such a leech. The police were talking about how the guy spent so much money. Like, he had hundreds of thousands of dollars in watches. Yeah. I mean, his brother Anthony was similar too. Like, he would constantly post on social media platforms just rows of alcoholic bottles, like tequila bottles. I don't even know what kind of alcohol they are, maybe wine bottles. But the internet found out that each bottle is like $500. And he's got them all lined up like they're water bottles. So the question was, you know, did they kill Abby to keep the
Oh, you
condo?
posted an animation whip?
That
Let me go
doesn't
check it
make
out.
sense because would they get additional money? It's not like Abby's estate was required to give them monthly payments. There was no alimony contracts. That doesn't seem well thought out. In the Kwong family, they don't seem like the type that's going to sell the property, live below their means, and try to use that cash to live off of. The theory, the speculation. Remember how I said it was pertinent that Abby didn't remarry Chris, her new husband? The theory and speculation is that because she did not legally marry him, if she died, she would die a single woman with 4 children. Her estate, her net worth would be split amongst her 4 kids,
Morgan.
2 of whom...
Oh my goodness, Morgan. What the heck is going on here, Morgan? Oh, you do it like dinosaurs. Oh my goodness, Morgan. This is so cool. Talking. This is talking. They don't know what we've been through. They don't know about me and you. But I got something new to see. We just gonna be enemies. Okay.
whom she shared with Alex. And since they're minors, they're like 10 years old, the oldest is 10, they would be under the control of Alex and the Kwong family. He would be able to control their finances, and essentially, he would inherit half of Abby's wealth.
Dang.
That to them was enough to kill her. When the police first walked into the home that was rented in the suburbs, I imagine they were unsettled. I mean, even from the outside, I think that they had a gut feeling. I think when you're an officer and you probably see a lot of these cases, just the blacked out windows. I think that they knew if they were going to find Abby, she most likely wouldn't have been alive.
Just studying
They walked
Tier's
into
body.
the front door, the black cloth was
that's what
hanging
you gotta
there,
do.
and it was just no furnishings, nothing in the house. It felt like the house was rented for the sole purpose of killing someone. It was like a kill house. Inside, the police found 2 different types of meat grinders, an electric saw, a hammer, face shields, black raincoats, a purple Hermes handbag that belonged to Abby that she was carrying the day that she went missing. Inside were her credit cards and her ID. So they found all, I mean, just think about it. An empty house, no piece of furniture, and these are the things that you have: meat grinders, aprons, like raincoats. So in the kitchen, the police find 2 stainless steel pots. It's believed that instantly they knew that these were...
Woman, yeah.
They had to be sent
She
to
was
the
so
medical
young,
examiner.
too.
It said that they could see human tissue. It looked like human flesh had been grinded up. There was a bunch of suspicious meat in there.
Yo,
And to make
May,
it even
have you seen the
more
anime?
unsettling was that the human tissue and flesh was mixed
Have
with
any
carrots
have
and
any
rat.
have any of you guys seen the anime My Home Hero? I know some of you guys have, but yo, the first episode, bro. The first or the second episode, one of those two. Man, yo. Wow. This is exactly like the similar thing that happened. Oh, so she's ripped. Yeah. I've been doing that. This one I gave her some muscles as well. She has a lot of piercings though. Look at her face. Ding 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 ding. I recommend it, May. It's really good. It is really good.
Radishes and peppers, like seasonings. So these 2 stainless steel pots, they're sent to the medical examiner's office. They would later be tested, and they found Abby's head inside one of the soups. They're calling it like a broth. The soup had been cooked, so she had been badly decomposed. The only way to confirm that it was Abby Choi was through dental records.
You see, they do that.
They did find evidence of a massive blow to her skull.
Oh my
It was
gosh.
presumed to have been fatal, but it's unclear if this is what caused her to die, or if this is after she was dead they attempted to smash her skull. I don't know. I think that the killers adding carrots and radishes and these seasonings to the soups, It's beyond me.
I think they did that just to
We
mask
don't
it.
know if they were trying to dispose of her body
If they
inconspicuously
ate it,
by
oh my.
disguising it as soup, or if they were planning on consuming the soup. We have no idea what their plan was as of right now. So that's one pot. The other pot contained pieces of her ribs, collarbones, pieces of flesh, and other ingredients. When the police searched the freezer and the fridge, they found Abby's feet in the freezer. And also in the house, they found her lower torso and her legs.
Oh my gosh, bro.
The flesh looked like it had been attempted to be cut out of her
Oh
thighs.
my gosh, bro. I'm so glad she's not showing it here. I mean, I know she can't show it, but still, bro.
Through her remains. Her upper body was nowhere to be found in the house. So the police stated that at this point they hadn't checked the head inside the pot, so they were still looking for her head, arms, and the rest of her body, right? I mean, just by how the house was set up, like the covering of the windows, the supplies that they had, I mean, this house is a kill house. The Kwong family had planned the murder and dismemberment of Abby Choi for at least 2 weeks. At least, probably more, though.
So the neighbor that everyone saw was the father?
Yeah, just outside smoking, prepping things. He seems to be kind of the mastermind of it all. Some sources said that the neighbors heard a lot of screaming the night that Abby disappeared, and they thought somebody was watching TV. Then I saw other sources say that the neighbors said, no, like, we didn't hear anything. We did not hear any screaming. Like, we are the type of people that we would have called the cops. So it's kind of up in the air. The police believe that the murder plot was in the works for at least a month. There is a video of the police pushing the refrigerator out of the house to bring it in as evidence. So what did the police believe happened? They believe that the day of February 21st, Abby was on the way to pick up her daughter. Anthony, her ex-brother-in-law, was driving her in this Toyota van, and on the way to pick up her daughter, he stops the car near a tunnel. Abby was most likely confused about what was going on. Suddenly, the back door would swing open, and Alex would jump in the car. Now, there's kind of two speculations of how it went, and we still don't know which one is valid. The first belief is that maybe the two get in some sort of argument. So Alex and Abby are in the back. They're arguing about this property, about the sale of the property, about the money, and all of these things. Some people believe there was no argument. Alex jumped in the back and ambushed her. Either way, it's believed that Abby was beaten harshly in the back of her car. And all the while, her ex-brother-in-law is driving the car. I mean, he knew this was going to happen. This is someone that she trusted to employ. And her ex-husband, the one she financed for essentially most of his life, the one she showed enough like respect and grace to support his entire family, he was attacking her in the back of the car.
That's freaking insane. It's like when the whole freaking family planned this all together. Oh, I was thinking it's like someone like Abby, right? Most likely for them, like a lot of time they have bodyguards or securities, and I imagine she probably saw Anthony as her bodyguard.
As the safest one to be
Exactly. Like you hire someone to drive you around. She hired him because he is family. Trust him.
Yes, and she was paying him way more than a driver's salary too. Like she really trusted him, wanted to help him.
Man,
it's not like she was begging
I don't know if you heard
the
story already, Morgan, but there was a story we heard about this girl, the Yandere girl. Oh my goodness. Yep, Zero, this is dope, man. I like what I see. You see, break it down. Simple shapes. I like what I see here. But don't trace it like that to get to understand it, because when you do it that way, like simpler shapes, right? So what you can do is get that box shape. You can get that box shape like this. Once you draw it, and you're okay, this is how the box is. This is the split in half. And then you can split it in half this way if you want to. And then you can determine like, all right, so in the first half is where the wheel is, the handlebars, like the top part where the handlebars are, and then the roundness of the bike, and then the bottom of the bike here, right? And then the back half is where the other wheel is. You know, you can break it down like that, and it makes it a lot easier. You've watched it? Oh my goodness, Morgan. And the smile at the end threw me. Morgan. Oh my goodness.
In fact, Alex was the one that suggested Anthony become Abby's driver. So it's believed that Abby was left unconscious in the back of the car. and the brothers drove to the rented house. It's unclear if she was dead at this point or if she was just unconscious. CCTV at the entrance of the rented house catch them coming into the neighborhood at around 3:12 p.m. And then another car enters around the same time. This is suspected to be the ex-father-in-law, Cao Kwang, the mastermind. And everyone works on the killing and dismemberment of Abby Choi inside this kill house. At one point, the ex-father-in-law, the car drives to a local cemetery, and it was initially believed that some of her body parts were going to be disposed of there, but police have not found anything there. Then the police started a search in the Takuling landfill. Huge landfill. I mean, this was going to be no easy feat. There's videos of them starting the search. It looks daunting. It is one of the largest landfills in Hong Kong. Every single day, they get nearly 7,000 tons of new trash. To give you perspective, about half of Hong Kong's garbage gets disposed in that landfill on a daily basis.
What?
Yeah.
How is that possible to find anything?
Yeah, so they're looking, they found the head later. They're looking for her upper torso and her upper limbs. It's going to be a huge task, and her hands are also missing, but they're trying.
I'm
And the
not
family
feeling this lighting.
won't tell them?
No. They are arrested, but they won't cooperate. So 3 arrests were initially made. There's multiple rounds of arrests that we're going to get into. The first round, 3 people are arrested. Anthony Kwong, the ex-brother-in-law,
Oh
the
my
driver
gosh,
for
look at the
Abby,
moms.
the 2 Kwong parents, the cop dad, and the mother.
Oh!
Now, these are...
Mate, they clarified it. I can't believe it. I mean, we knew it, but still. Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow and wow.
the ex-in-laws for Abby Choi. So all of them get
The
arrested.
mother is arrested too.
It's interesting because the mother was not charged for murder. She was charged for helping
Accessory?
Alex escape because Alex is nowhere to be found right now. That's why only 3 of them were arrested. So Alex is on the run. They can't arrest him yet. And it seems like the whole world was looking for this guy. Abby's close friend took to social media in a desperate attempt to find answers. She offered up $1 million Hong Kong dollars for anyone who would have any information leading to Alex's arrest. And she stated that she wanted him found alive. Police revealed that the guy had a shady criminal past. Abby had no idea that her ex-husband was a criminal. He had a penchant for fraud. He would trick people, sleep with them, and steal from them, and then rinse and repeat.
You see, this is why I blame the parents.
Was he would meet these people online, and it didn't matter if they were women or men. He would
This
meet
girl
with
is
them on
18.
dating websites. He would tell them that he was a gold dealer and that he made so much money off of his investments in gold. Now, if they look at his social media page, it's filled with penthouses, presidential suites and hotels, $100,000
true crime
watches,
stories.
supercars. I mean,
Similar
the guy
to
is
what I
clearly
watch.
living it up.
Criminal-
He would
Oh,
tell
I
them
can't
that
watch
he
Criminal
turned
Minds
gold
no more.
investments into
No Criminal
into
Minds for
gold.
me. I'm addicted to seeing these. You're addicted to seeing them brought to justice. I mean, but it doesn't always happen because I just saw one the other day. I mean, yesterday. I mean, just before this one. It doesn't look like they're brought to justice.
Like, you could make a ton of money from it. So he would take these people to these random small gold shops, like in the middle of the street, talk them into buying large amounts of gold, like thousands of dollars of gold, sometimes even tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. And he'd sit there and he'd be like, the gold market is down right now. In a few months, it's gonna explode. I'm telling you, I know the market. This is gonna double, triple in like 2 months. You're gonna profit like crazy. Like, there's never been an opportunity like this. They would go home with their pockets full of gold. They would have like a skip in their step. They're so excited, you know, they think that they're gonna be rich. Alex would later seduce them in their house, sleep with them, and when their guard was down, it's alleged that he would run off with all the gold that they just bought.
Wow.
Yeah, but he
I guess
allegedly...
that's kind of smart because you can track gold.
Yeah.
There's no records. You can just sell the gold somewhere and cash the money.
And he did well. He made, allegedly, about $800,000 USD from that. But Alex was not the only one keeping secrets. The father, Cao Kwang, this is when the reports of him being allegedly a rapist and the police force came out. But other than that, the 65-year-old guy was in massive amounts of debt. It's believed that he was the one that was very greedy, like the leader of the family. Yeah, the mastermind. And Alex's brother Anthony, he also had a ton of debt, like to the tune of $300,000. Everything he touched seemed to turn into debt. Before he was employed as Abby's driver, he wanted to open up a restaurant. So he asks Chris and Abby to lend him a ton of money to open up this restaurant, which they did. The restaurant failed, and Anthony ends up in even more debt.
Wow, I just cannot even like
imagine.
He ain't a
they
gold
met
dealer,
the
he a gold digger.
kindest person you can imagine.
So
And
somebody, yeah, that's
this
what I
is
was thinking. So it was somebody else that
And
he
the
did.
saddest part was,
I thought it was her.
even after all of this, Abby offered him a highly paid, over-industry pay position as her driver. And just a few days before the murder, he posted pictures with Abby captioned, "Brother, sister, love." At this point, Anthony would have already known about the plot to kill and dismember Abby Choi. He would have known about the rented house. He would have been part of the planning. He would have known where to stop so that his brother Alex could get in the car. He would have thought in depth about how they were going to kill her and cook her in soup. And yet, I don't know, like, this isn't even part of an alibi. I don't even know why he took these pictures and posted them. So the father, Cao Kwang, the brother Anthony, and the mother of the Kwang family was arrested. Police did not press murder charges for her, like I said, but those are arrested. Then the police finally locate Alex. And this guy, okay, this is where they find him. He planned to flee Hong Kong on a speedboat off the pier. He was ambushed before he left. They found him with $65,000 in cash and nearly $500,000 of luxury watches. Look, I don't know. I originally thought like this guy is bringing these watches so that he can sell them for money later, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I also like just what I've researched about this guy so far. I don't know. I also kind of feel like this was his priority in life. I can imagine him being like, my precious watches. He gets arrested, and he had the audacity to tell the police he's not feeling well. So they rush him to the hospital. I'm always amazed that a lot of killers just get better medical treatment than regular civilians that are suffering from autoimmune diseases, chronic illnesses. I mean, it just boggles my mind, like every single time. Obviously, we don't want them to die because we want them to suffer in prison for the rest of their lives. But like, the guy was clearly fine. The whole family is arrested, and it said that the father, he was in court looking around as the judge was talking to him before the pretrial hearings, like he's, none of this has anything to do with him.
He's like, I wonder what's going on here.
Who are these people talking about?
Yeah, he's like, I wonder what's going on here.
They held their heads down the entire time, and it said that all of them refused to help locate the rest of Abby's body. Even to the very end, it seems like they're gonna be vultures.
What if they ate it? What if they ate it because they... Oh my goodness, bro. What if they were like, yo, we don't have any more, like, anywhere else to put it, so they ate it. Oh my gosh. I feel like that right there would make them not want to say it because they can't. They're like, oh no, we're taking this to the grave. Because even if we get caught with this, they're not going to find out that we, oh man. This is crazy. You see what greed does to you? You see what greed does to you guys, huh?
Case for them is going to court May 8th, I believe. At least that's the date as of right now, so in a few days. The fact that the family even tried to ask for bail pissed off a lot of netizens. People online speculated the family of demons, like, it's not even a pity if they drop dead at once. The fact that they want
What
bail,
if they fed it to the homeless?
the
That'd be
even
crazier.
in the works for the defendants is the killers are going to try and argue. It's speculated that they're going to try and argue that the house was a gift from Abby Choi. If the judge agrees with this, they essentially have $10 million that they could leverage in their defense.
Oh my gosh.
Which, I don't know how it works in Hong Kong, but I know in the US, money does buy a lot of power in the courts. I don't know what's going to happen. So soon after, the whole family gets arrested. So mom, dad, Alex, and the brother, 2 more people get arrested. And these kind of felt random. So a 47-year-old woman was arrested. She was said to be the mistress of the 65-year-old Cao Kwang, the dad.
The dude has a mistress?
Yeah. It's alleged that he had rented an apartment with the mistress so that he could meet her there. The speculation is that this woman worked at an escorting business.
That's crazy.
The 2 met. Now they're dating. Allegedly, even rented a house, probably using Abby's money for them to rendezvous. So that's great. great person overall.
Why is she arrested?
Yeah, so she wasn't arrested for the murder, but it's said that she helped try to hide Alex when he was on the run. Now, I don't know, maybe that's going to turn into murder charges. Maybe she knew about the murder, maybe she did help, but as of right now, that's what she was arrested for. And then just a few days ago, from the day that you're probably watching this, March 2nd, another arrest was made. A man who had been identified to be 41 years old, and his name is, he's just going by Lim in the press reports. He was the one that tried to orchestrate Alex's escape plan. He had taken a payment of $40,000 to secure a speedboat for Alex to let him escape Hong Kong. Netizens were able to find him online, and this is completely unrelated to the case, but I just thought it was interesting to note. This guy Lim used to work for a big record label, as a marketing manager. He rubbed shoulders with some of the biggest names in the industry. Jay Chow.
No way.
There's pictures of him with Jay Chow.
Eason Chen.
To play.
He had been in the entertainment industry for at least 8 years.
West Virginia,
Mountain Mama, take me on. These celebrities have nothing to do with the murder. So as of right now, there were 6 total arrests made. The father of the Kwong family, the mother, Anthony, the ex-brother-in-law, personal driver, Alex, the ex-husband, the mistress to the Kwong family father, the speedboat escape guy. So what now? The whole world seemed to immediately be grieving for Abby Choi, and her best friend Mocha posted, "My heart hurts so badly, I still can't accept that this is truth. I don't even know how to describe how I feel right now. I just have 1,000 questions, and to this day, I feel like I can't calm down the pain that I feel. My deepest condolences to Abby's family." Chris, Abby's husband, spoke out to say, "I'm very happy and thankful that Abby came into my life. She gave me these 2 wonderful children. She was always supporting me and loving me. Abby was a very kind person. She just wanted to help others. Those who had the chance to be in her life, we're all very lucky." And with that, Chris and Abby's family all arrived to the murder house. They came to the kill house. They held this massive ceremony for her, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard that this is kind of common when your loved one dies in a separate city. And if they're dismembered, there's processes that you have to take to connect their spirit again, to make them whole.
Bring them home, yeah, or just call them back.
Yeah, call them back home, because it's said that if these spirits get lost, they can't find their way home, and it's this horrible fate in the afterlife to just wander around searching for your family.
Usually it's Tochi, like the 7th day. Usually the spirit will come home to visit your home for the last time.
They just want to make sure that she can rest at home. Abby's mom was really heartbroken. There's videos, she's just crying through the entire ceremony. She's literally can't even stand up by herself. She's leaning on Abby's husband. Like, it feels like my heart aches for this woman. I feel like she's gonna break down at any moment. And she just kept saying, "My precious daughter, I'll never be able to see you again." And she would say that her death was so unfair. And she said, "Stupid, stupid girl, you used all your kindness on the wrong person. Your kindness was gobbled up by these undeserving people." And she said, "These people ate my daughter's heart up."
I got chills, bro.
A lot of people commented, like, what will her children be told when they grow up and ask what happened to their mother? There's just a lot of anger and outrage, and that's where the case is right now, with the family grieving. And speaking of the family grieving, I think that there were a lot of appropriate responses to this case, in my opinion. You know, this ceremony, though, it brought up a lot of conspiracy theories that I don't even understand. Like, people were judging certain family members of Abby's for wearing certain things, and I saw the videos, I saw what they were wearing. I don't even know what they're talking about. Like, someone was wearing black tights, and they were like, "This is crazy attire." Some of the allegations and conspiracies that are coming out of this case, it's insane. I understand the anger that people feel, like the pain, the confusion that people feel about this case. I get it. But there were some strange conversations that were started online because of this case. The first being that a lot of these like online discourse forums, they started talking about men, and they started bringing up the conversation of shaja.
Shaja,
Yeah, so that
marrying
became
down.
marrying down. That became a huge topic of conversation online, and it just seemed like people were almost leaning towards that as like proof. It got very weird. People, it feels very taboo in the US to read it, but people were saying like the result of marrying beneath you is that you lose yourself and your wealth. Some people were saying things that were wilder. They were like, love yourself and stay away from poor men. Look, I get the anger, but I would just say this is a bit of a strange response.
Honestly though,
some speculated that
like if you're like a billionaire, right? Most like, I mean, as a female, this is more mainly as a female, I think it makes more sense for you to marry a billionaire. It might be harder because of the fact that there are probably less billionaires. I mean, there are definitely less billionaires, so you probably will have to date down. But like, it's really bad. It really is bad. It really is.
she supported this evil family financially, and it's speculated that as she got more successful, when she married Chris, the family got jealous. Like, they could not bear to see her live a good life. People speculated that the Kwong family, I mean, they sound egotistical, don't they?
Yep.
They sound evil. They speculated that these types of personalities would harbor deep hatred for even the hand that feeds them.
Yo. And the issue is, the main issue is the fact that she paid everything.
Now,
so their
another
lives
commenter wrote,
depended on her.
Love is between two people, but marriage is between two families. It's best to look into your in-laws.
Exactly. Yo,
So
what? This is what we were trying to say last time with the other thing with the girl. What's her name? Grace? I'm sorry. Gabby? Gabby. This is what we were trying to say. You have to really... Hold up. Maybe black. I don't know. I just might be liking like a darker color for this. Maybe? Is black good? I just really like black on the other one. That's why I'm saying that. I like black on this one. I mean, it's not even really black. It's kind of... Yeah, it is black, really. But this is why you got to look in... Listen. Marriage is between two families. Your daughter said she's going to marry somebody. You got to bump shoulder to elbow to elbow with them family members. Like, all right, let's see what they like. All right, let's see how the parents are together, you know? I got to see let me see the siblings. Let me see the children. Let me see. Don't just marry anybody. This girl married 18, bro. That was all.
Took this case as a way of sharing these marriage sentiments, which I thought was, I don't know, like, I guess, is that how people are coping with this? I don't know. It's weird. And then there are seedier parts, which I'm sure if you guys have been following this case, I'm not even going to mention, but they were alleging that family members of Abby's were sleeping with family members of the Kwong family. Like, just...
Oh, dang.
I don't even know what to say.
Are those lies?
Please stop.
Oh.
So, after the arrest, Abby and Alex's two kids were sent to live with Chris's mother, so their step-grandma. And she's taking care of all four kids while the investigation continues so that Chris can grieve and cooperate with the police. It seems like the children are very safe with her. They're in good hands. Which, side note, she has spoken up about the situation. Chris's mom, so her current mother-in-law.
Oh, okay.
Her ex-mother-in-law is in jail, and her current mother-in-law, she spoke up, and Chris's mom said, after Abby's marriage to my son Chris, she was an amazing wife, a great daughter-in-law. She really respected us as in-laws. Every Mother's Day, every birthday, she would come eat with me. She would get me gifts. She treated all her
Women
employees,
value
like
exactly,
her
they do.
drivers, her workers, her assistants. She just treated them so well.
They
Chris's
definitely
dad,
do
so
value
her
security.
current father-in-law, also spoke out to say she was so kind. We would all travel together, and everyone that knew her, they loved her. Even her employees, they respected how good of a mother she was. And even though Abby and I are not blood related, she will always be our precious daughter. And so that's all we have right now on the ongoing current case of Abby Choi. Again, I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this unfolds. I just hope that the Kwong family is very scared. Because when you bite the hand that feeds you, you're ultimately going to be the one that starves to death. And Abby Choi, it doesn't seem like she will ever be forgotten. But they will be. So that's it.
Oh my goodness. That really sucks. She was 18 years old when she got married, 21 when she got divorced, and then I don't know how old she was when she died. But like, man, man. Especially when you have a daughter like her, because they all said how amazing she was. Everybody talked about how great she was around. Wait a second, I gotta see this. The Asian Kardashians.
Bada bing, bada boo.
March 1st, 2021. Shailene is working as the manager of the Glen Orchid General Store. It's a cute little two-story shop near the water in Canada.
Wait, can we even? Do I have time to watch this video?
It looks like the starting
Crap,
point
I might
of
not
every
have to.
small-town romance
I
novel.
might not have time.
Customers walk in, they peruse through the snack aisles, they buy their little drinks, but they also sell fishing supplies if you just want to throw a yard right outside. If you're hungry, you can buy fresh fruit, fresh produce. There's picnic tables outside, and they sell full-on, full-course meals. It's a cute little community cottage shop. Shailene, the general manager, she pulls up to the parking lot at around 6:30 that morning. They open at 7. And when she pulls up, there's already a dark-colored Mercedes SUV parked, perhaps waiting for her to open. It seems like they need something right at 7. So she rushes in, she's getting the store ready. 7 o'clock hits, she whips open the doors, and nobody's walking in. That's strange. She gives him more time. She doesn't see.
Yeah, I won't have time to watch it. I don't even want to start this. We can probably watch it tomorrow. But I don't want to, like, I don't want to start it and then have to stop, you know? I think this is a bad color because it's too similar to her skin color. Let's go to blue. Ooh. I like how this turned out. Like she's tying her hair back. I like that. Very nice. Yeah. Glad you like it. I think it turned out pretty good. She has piercings. A whole lot of them. Too many of them. Hold up. Yeah, this looks nice. I want to add, like, make her hair a little messier, though. A little more strands going every which way. Whoa, wait a second. Nah, Zero. Nah. I can't do that, my boy. Yeah, this is too many piercings. Please. No, I don't even know how to do that, so I couldn't. I couldn't even if I wanted to. Oh crap. Let's erase some of this. I feel like it's a bit much. Just differ in this different or not. That doesn't even make any sense. That makes her like. Wait, what? It makes her like. Oh wait, cat, please no. Crap. But yeah, guys, it was fun. Hope you guys enjoyed. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for the next one. Trying to find a way to perfect like this type of shading. I mean, not shading. I mean, shading also, but ooh, the Terminator is something that I really need to work on with this one as well. Good night, May. See ya. Have a great night, everyone. Let's do multiply. And let's darken this like this. Maybe not red. But darker. Yeah, like this. Peace, love and hair grease. Hope you had a great birthday. Yeah, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. And thank you, thank you, thank you. And yeah. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day. And or night, depending on what time it is for you guys. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to work on it a bit. Yeah, I'm trying to keep the faces like really simply rendered. In like when it comes to shading, but everything else pretty crazy. I feel like that looks cool. The duality of these things. But yeah, guys, have a blessed one. And I'll see you tomorrow. If you're willing, of course. That's nice. Oh shoot, really that long ago? Alright guys. Oyashimi. Oyashimi. Wait, actually, I'm gonna wait 4 more minutes because waiting 4 more minutes, it will be exactly 6 hours. So we'll wait 3 more minutes now. I gotta draw Kiro pretty soon also. But because tomorrow is the day of the challenge, I'm gonna draw a beach ball. I was planning on drawing what's her name? You know, let's leave it a surprise. We'll leave it a surprise. I'll draw for next stream. Depending on it, I might do like 3 drawings on that stream, but I'm striving for this one specific one, so I'm not gonna like do too much. I'm not gonna do too much with that. No. Wait, no. This.
Tsunade. Hi. Naruto. We love Naruto. Tsunade. The Hokage of the Leaf Village, Tsunade. Tsunade.
Lady Tsunade, Hokage of the Leaf Village.
I feel like Yoruichi's gonna be number 1 though.
Oh!
Oh, y'all are so disrespectful. Who voted for this? Who voted for that?
Yeah, how's Tsunade not up there at all? That's tomorrow. I'm gonna do 3 drawings with you. All right. But yeah, guys, all right, that was yeah, I'm gone. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for the next one, if you guys want, or you who is willing. So have a blessed one, and peace. Oyashimi. Oyashimi. O ya shu mi na sha hi. Peace. Have a good one, guys.